The protagonist's story began with a rebirth in a fantasy world. The first thing the boy saw was the cozy ceiling of his new parents' house. Old candles lit the room instead of the usual LEDs. This fantasy world lagged behind earthly civilization, but the guy understood that this house was considered rich. The boy decided that this was a good reincarnation for an orphan who died from overwork during hard work. The protagonist also believed that his new home was rich because the biological mother of his new incarnation was very beautiful. Since they were similar, the guy understood that in the future he would not have problems on the love front. The boy was given the name Leon Dragonia, and he sought to explore the new world from infancy. When the boy was 3 years old, he saw the world outside the window for the first time, outside his cradle. Seeing the sprawling view of the city outside the window, Leon realized that this was a completely different world. Considering that the boy was still a baby, the world outside the cradle was huge. However, Leon's adventures quickly ended as the nanny caught him looking at the city. The girl was afraid for the boy and pulled him away from the open window. Leon later discovered that he was the legitimate son of the Grand Duke of Dragonia in the Kingdom of Lionheart. At the age of 8, the boy began to study fencing as a future knight of the kingdom. Leon could only guess what abilities he would have in the future as a fantasy knight. The boy's teacher was the Holy Knight Gordic, who was sent from the royal palace. The man with blonde hair and green eyes said that it would be an honor for him to teach Leon. The boy smiled and said that he was glad to meet Sir Gordic. However, at 14 years old, the boy was no longer so happy with the knight, since the training was very harsh and resembled bullying. Holy knights were truly monsters in human skin, so it was extremely difficult to achieve this title. First, through training and completing tasks, becoming a knight of the kingdom, you need to accumulate experience and fame. Then you must be chosen by the Holy Grail and drink the holy water. Additionally, as the heir to Dragonia, Leon had to learn everything necessary to become a Grand Duke. No matter how hard the boy tried, he couldn't defeat Sir Godric. Leon was very exhausted by the lessons of the heir to the Grand Duchy and the lessons of the Holy Knight. The boy prayed that God would hear his prayers and spare him, even though he didn't believe in anything like religion. At the age of 16, Leon left his father's home and began wandering the world. One rainy day, he was making his way through the forest in search of a small village. Leon wandered the world to gain the recognition of the goddess and become a great knight. The boy had to diligently accumulate fame and good deeds so that the goddess would appear to him and give him her task. Leon was able to find a village that was being attacked by orcs, which became a good opportunity for the guy. The monsters attacked and burned houses to the ground. The boy attacked a squad of orcs, helping the villagers fight off their enemies. Leon had plenty of opportunities to use his sword, as the kingdom had plenty of enemies. At the age of 20, the boy finally met the goddess. Leon initially took it as a joke, but after meeting the girl, he became convinced that the goddess really did exist. The goddess appeared to the guy in the form of a young girl with golden hair and blue eyes. Leon knelt before her and accepted the task from the goddess. After many years of fighting, the boy became a holy knight. After this, Leon continued to fight the enemies of the kingdom. The guy slaughtered orcs, destroyed goblins, and eradicated an evil cult. Eventually, Leon became a military knight of the kingdom, giving him the right to summon other knights. By that time, the guy had killed 700,000 orcs, including women and children. By destroying evil, Leon felt more alive than ever before. In Leon's 35th year, the true saint and demigod Argon Majesty died during a battle with a great demon. The orcs were already causing headaches, and now the demons were starting to run amok. In addition to unwavering faith, the Holy Knight was to be chosen to replace King Lionheart, who left with honor. In the midst of all this chaos, the goddess descended personally and pointed at Leon. The girl entrusted the boy with inheriting the symbol of honor and conviction. It was an honorable path in a difficult place, but Leon could not disappoint the knights and the people of his kingdom who followed him. The boy transplanted the sacred treasure, the lion's heart, received from the goddess, into himself and vowed to protect the Holy Grail. After this, Leon was crowned. As the Grand Duke of Dragonia, the boy became the king of the Lionheart Kingdom. By the time Leon turned 80, a lot had happened. There were 3 great wars with the orcs, and some strange goblin evolved into a great demon. The Empire continued to create problems that Leon, as king, was forced to solve. The guy believed that all this was happening because the Empire had accepted northern pagans into its ranks. These people were trying to be independent of God, and Leon considered them stupid neoliberalists. In Leon's 90th year, the Imperials finally made a mess and destroyed the goddess's temple. A representative of the Protestant faction demands 3 million human sacrifices to the demons in order to be listened to. This man committed suicide with 3 million citizens of the Empire. Because of his actions, the Lord of Chaos was summoned to the capital. In the end, Leon gathered all the knights and took his sword, which was still wet from the blood of the orcs killed last year, and went to the Empire. The guy did everything he could, but contrary to his wishes, the world was falling apart. Leon tried to defeat evil with all the deities of this world, but he could not stop the destruction. The boy sat on the ashes among the mountains of corpses and held a little girl's doll in his hand. Leon turned to his faithful knight, Sir Aron, telling him that he could be proud of his father. The man died with dignity and went to the world of the gods. While commanding his troops, Leon could think of only one thing. The king wondered if the goddess saw that her young lambs were trembling with fear. Does she hear the sounds of demons scattered across the earth? Does the goddess hear how women console their children, swallowing their tears? Having taken away the murdered subjects, did the goddess hear the voices of the villains who took away their loved ones? The younger generation tried to keep the fading flame of resistance alive. The knights tried to plant seeds of hope in the blood-soaked wasteland. Leon tried his best to support and guide his warriors. However, the king himself prayed to his goddess and said that he would not be able to stop the evil that spread beyond the horizons. Contrary to his thoughts, Leon told the soldiers and knights that as long as they did not lose their honor, they would never lose. The king prayed that the goddess would descend upon him and help the people overcome this misfortune. Leon led his men and fought in the name of the goddess, for her honor. The goddess promised that she would be by her noble knight's side until the very end. Leon hoped that she would help them. The human armies clashed with the forces of evil in a life-and-death struggle. That winter, they had a decisive battle with tens of thousands of demons that filled the land. There was no end to the monsters, and they were many times stronger than humans. Leon used barbarian slaves as human shields. The warriors of freedom, armed with spears and shields, and the knights of glory left with honor. Only the chosen one of all the gods, Leon, was the only one who remained until the very end and slaughtered the demons. The king cut down hundreds of demons and great demons. At that moment, Leon realized that he was truly blessed by the goddess, as he was the only survivor. The king showed the demons the superiority of the Holy Grail Knight. In Leon's 217th year, winter was still not over. In his 256th year, the king destroyed the last remaining demonic gates. From that moment on, the monsters had nowhere to run. Leon told his enemies that they would now be trapped in the same world with him and would not be able to escape. Over the decades, monsters have come to fear the invincible knight. It wasn't Leon who was trapped, but the monsters who were locked in a cage with their nightmare. The years flew by, and the Night King continued his battle. In his 300th year of life, Leon killed one of the great demons. A reconnaissance detachment of Earthlings witnessed this. People did not understand how a man could kill a great demon with just a sword. However, the severed head served as irrefutable proof of what had happened. Leon appeared before the people and told them to rise from the ground. The king said that now was not the time to rest, so we must get up and fight. The girl with red hair looked at the guy in surprise and asked who he was. Looking at the slain demon, Leon said that he was the king of Lionheart. Slowly turning to the people, the boy said that he was the king of valiant knights and a man who carried out God's will. Leon appeared before the people completely naked with a sword in his hand. It was exactly the 300th year that Leon met the Earthlings and the Night King returned. The gate opened in the center of Seoul, and its level was beyond measurement. The Korean Hunters Association and the World Hunters Association have requested the intervention of major guilds in this matter. However, everyone refused because the level of difficulty could not be determined. As a result, the government ordered the Korean Association to act first. This step could be considered tantamount to suicide. A girl named Kanhari was among those who were the first to pass through the gate. Inside the gate, she met a man, but there was one catch. This guy appeared before her completely naked. The girl was so stunned that her colleagues couldn't even shout to reach her. Harry remembered only the naked guy and the field behind him, strewn with the corpses of monsters. At some point, the girl came to her senses and remembered that she had been at headquarters for a long time. Department head Kim Jin-soo handed the girl coffee and asked if she was tired. Harry accepted the coffee and thanked her colleague, after which he sat down on the chair next to her. Seoul encountered a black-level demonic gate, behind which was a great demon. It was a miracle that they survived without any support from the guild and even cleared everything. However, all this happened thanks to only one man. Now Leon was wearing the clothes the people had given him and was sitting at the table in the interrogation room. Haru watched him through the one-way glass and said that the man was able to stay alive outside the gate. This was not new, because sometimes it happened that after the gates were closed, someone remained in the other world and survived. Gates appearing around the world over the past 30 years have had common features. A world that was destroyed or in the process of being destroyed was a common feature of all gates. Sometimes survivors would come to Earth from the demon world. At the same time, they retained the incredible power they possessed in the demon world. It is for this reason that the government has tried its best to meet the needs of the survivors. They were preparing a plan to recruit the demons who had arrived from the lands. Haru said that they must recruit Leon at all costs, as this man is very strong. Chinsu agreed with her, as he personally saw how the guy was able to easily cut down the great demon with one blow. Even the best S-rank hunters feared this demon. The monster was noticeably nervous when he saw Leon, but nothing helped him escape. Then the guy didn't just deliver a crushing blow. Leon completely suppressed the great demon as if it cost him nothing. At the moment they met, the guy looked like he had been fighting for a long time. However, there was not a shadow of fatigue on his face. What worried Chinsu most now was the cultural difference, because judging by the guy's manners, he was something like a king. However, Haru said that Leon understood them much better than they expected. The girl felt from the guy's voice that he was definitely a good person. However, Haru's words were interrupted by Leon's cursing coming from the interrogation room. The boy screamed so loudly that the glass broke, revealing people watching him. Haru was shocked, as with one scream, Leon broke the armor-piercing glass, which even blocks monster attacks. Leon broke the table in two and asked what right they had to denigrate the valiant name of Lionheart. Jinsu asked the girl if she still thought the guy was good, to which she cited the cultural difference. We are transported back 15 minutes to the time when negotiations with Leon began. The boy was taken to a separate room, and a man from the Soul Hunters Association sat down opposite him. Everything was unfamiliar to Leon, even though he had already lived in this world. The boy attributed this to the fact that in a past life he was an orphan who died from overwork at the age of 20. After his death in this world, Leon was reborn in another world. For over 100 years he was a knight and ruler of the kingdom. When demons invaded his world, he hunted them for 200 years. Thus, between his past life and this time in humanity, there was a gap of 300 years. Leon was glad that he had at least some faint memories left. After some time, a representative of the Soul Hunters Association plucked up the courage to start a conversation. The man clarified whether the boy's name was really Leon Dragonia Lionheart. Leon looked at the man and decided that there was no need to reveal the fact that he was an earthling. The guy thought that a 300-year-old knight would sound better than a 20-year-old orphan. Leon frowned and called the man a plebeian, ordering him to address him as Your Highness. The employee lost touch with reality for a few moments. Deciding that it would be better this way, the man addressed Leon as he wished. The guy wondered whether the person in front of him was a good person or whether the government was wary of survivors. The man began the interrogation and said that hunters from the Soul Hunters Association appeared in Leon's world after passing through the Black Gate. The employee asked if Leon had really killed all those demons, to which he replied in the affirmative. The guy asked if the man had really forgotten it, but the employee didn't understand what he was talking about. Leon said that he had destroyed all evil and protected the honor of the knights, so he gave orders to the employee to be his temporary scribe. The guy said he would do the man the honor of capturing this honorable event. The officer did not resist and simply began recording the testimony, citing cultural differences. However, Leon quickly interrupted him and asked if it was true that in their world there was no specific etiquette for how to treat guests. The employee immediately became alarmed, realizing that the guy was hinting that he was hungry. When the man wrote to his colleagues about the need to bring food, Leon ordered them to reveal information about this world to him. The employee adjusted his glasses and said he would explain everything. The man said that this whole nightmare began suddenly 30 years ago. Gates opened all over the world and monsters and demons began to jump out of them. A series of emergencies followed. After a large number of sacrifices, people realized that each gate had a theme and a clear purpose. The story was interrupted by a knock on the door, and the employee said that His Highness's lunch was ready. As the man left the meeting room, Leon thought about his story. The guy realized that the history of their worlds was slightly different. Unlike his world, which was overrun by demons, here each gate has a theme and a task. The Earthlings had to fight monsters, but they had clear goals and a better chance than Leon's people. The guy guessed that this would help Earthlings prepare for what might come next. It was as if a giant blacksmith struck the ground again and again. It hardened the land and its inhabitants, teaching them through trials. Leona's thoughts were interrupted when the association employee returned to the meeting room. The man came in with a tray in his hands, smiled, and said that the food was ready. The employee placed a plate in front of His Highness, and Leon froze for a few moments. However, afterwards, a look of displeasure appeared on his face. On the table was a seasoned, thick broth that had been simmered for a long time, and crispy kimchi, and this dish was called seolyeongtang. For those who did hard physical labor on the land, Solantan was like food for the soul. The familiar taste was even more enticing, but Leon struggled to gather his saliva. The guy frowned and asked the employee what kind of food it was. The man replied that the dish was called Seoleong Tang, and it was said to be food for the soul of ordinary people. Leon lost his temper and hit the table, breaking it into pieces, asking by what right they were denigrating the valiant name of Lionheart. The boy said that he now sees how a kingdom called Korea honors a person from another kingdom. Leon was a king from another world, a messenger of the gods, the keeper of the Holy Grail, and the owner of the Holy Sword and Holy Spear. The employee tried to say that they didn't mean to humiliate him, but the guy wasn't going to listen and ordered him to get out. Leon was the embodiment of 300 years of history from another world, so he couldn't take such an attitude so lightly. The guy believed that all this was happening because people did not have proper faith. The education of the stupid peasants was the duty of the royal family. Even after he returned to Earth, Leon still remained the Night King. After some time, the staff of the hunting association were finally able to find food that the king agreed to eat. Jinsu spent a long time trying to understand how Leon realized that chicken and jjajangmyeon were common people's food. Haru was at least pleased that the king had agreed to eat the steak with a glass of red wine from the 1993 vintage. Chansu told the girl to go to Leon first since the guy showed the greatest favor to her. At their first meeting, the king actually praised the girl for being very brave. Haru couldn't argue for long and was eventually sent to the new meeting room where Leon had been transferred. The girl entered the room and apologized from the doorway for interrupting the meal. Leon had already finished by then and immediately recognized the girl as the swordswoman he had first met. Unlike other employees, the guy treated Haru more loyally and invited her to sit down. The girl carefully put her hand behind her back and gave a sign to the observers. After taking a closer look at the cameras, the staff realized that everything was going well. Haru asked the king if he liked the food, and he replied that he felt the chef's diligence and graceful execution. Leon decided to make it clear that his complaint was not about the taste of the food, but about the manners they showed towards the king. The guy said that a representative of another country should be greeted appropriately, as this directly shows the country's prestige. The girl began to apologize, but Leon quickly changed the subject, saying that he had already been told about this world. The king asked if demons really appeared on this earth as well. Haru immediately pulled herself together and replied that that was exactly how things were. The girl's mission was to get the Hunters Association to recruit Leon. At the very least, they were obliged to settle this man in their country. Haru said that if the king didn't mind, the Korean government would take care of him from now on. In the 21st century, the job of intelligence agents was to recruit survivors. Even if they have to promise huge support, they must not allow Leon to go to other countries. The king replied that in order to settle in this world, he must be given the duties to go to the battlefield. Leon said that as a noble knight, he must fight. Haru immediately became happy and invited the king to join their hunting association. However, Leon said that as a king, he cannot fight under the flag of another kingdom, so he wants to create his own squad. Haru froze for a few moments, unsure how to react to this. At that moment, the girl had no choice but to nod. After leaving the meeting room, Haru immediately asked what the management thought about this. Chansu said that they had no other choice as they could not let this man go to another country. Haru was very angry that they had to bow down to Leon, and it was all because of the big guilds that made the job difficult. Suddenly, a siren sounded throughout the building. Changsu took out his phone and saw a warning that there had been a breakthrough in the Konam Plain dungeon. The guy said that if a breakthrough occurred in the underground at the site of the grain storage facility, food production could be suspended. Haru remembered that there should have been an S-rank hunter from the Phoenix Guild there. Chansu expressed his concerns that the guild might be pursuing their own personal goals, and that they needed to be stopped. Even though the door was soundproof, Leon could clearly hear all the sounds coming from behind it. The boy realized that something bad had happened, because the underground breach was polluting the soil and the crops were stopping growing. Leon raised his hand and tried to use his abilities, but he couldn't find what he needed. The guy wondered if everything would really be okay. Leon's memories took him far from human civilization. He was returning to the world in which he had lived for 300 years. Leon remembered a large castle with gray domes reaching into the sky. The silhouette of a girl in a green cape appeared before him. Leon could only hope that all was well with Demera. Meanwhile, the situation in the fields was getting worse. The harvest had already begun to wither under the force of the opened gates. The large orange gate seemed to suck the life out of this world. S-rank hunter Li Enwang, the head of the Phoenix Guild, calmly watched all of this. Chansu quickly arrived at the scene with Haru and demanded to know what had happened. The guy guessed that Phoenix had deliberately provoked the dungeon breakthrough. Yanwan did this only because the Soul Hunters Association did not respond to his demands. Throughout this year, the Phoenix Guild has been constantly requesting tax exemption on the income generated within the gate. They received a lot of income from the gates, particularly from magic crystals, materials, and monsters. Now they want to be exempt from paying the 1,000,000,000,000 tax. Chansu couldn't believe the guild reacted like that to their request being denied. Haru stepped forward and demanded that Enwan close the gate immediately, as it could be very dangerous for the crops. The guild leader said with a grin that he understood this, but his squad had suffered greatly, so they could not attack. Envan said that they would try to close the gates within 24 hours, but they were not promising anything. Haru got angry and said that this could lead to pollution of the plain, but the man only started laughing even harder. Envan said the girl was acting very childishly and had probably forgotten what happened at last year's draft. At that moment, Leon came up to them and said that they were all somehow vulgar and old-fashioned. Haru turned around in fear and screamed Leon's name in fright. The king looked at her sternly and said that he allowed the woman to call him only by his title. Envan didn't like the interruption in the conversation and wanted to sort things out with Leon, but Leon quickly ordered him to shut up. The king asked how such a low-class person dared to speak to him. Yanwan became even more angry at these words, because he was one of the best hunters in Korea. The man summoned flames into his hand and was about to strike, but Haru ordered him to stop. The girl said that Leon was a survivor, after which Envan's face immediately changed. The guild leader bowed and introduced himself to Leon with a smile on his face. Envan was being polite, but the king passed by and said that he would not repeat himself twice. Leon turned to Chance and demanded to know everything about the gate. Chansu and Haru were very happy that the king was going to help them. The girl said that when a dungeon breaks through, a huge number of monsters burst out. They pollute the land and crops cannot grow in these areas. Haru said the Konam Plain is an important area for grain production, so the situation is critical. Leon listened to her carefully and asked what was the solution to this problem. Haru replied that the pollution needed to be cleared and the dungeon cleared and destroyed as quickly as possible. Leon asked if the contaminated soil and the widening of the gates were really a problem. The king ordered the girl to gather her forces. Leon said that tomorrow, at the end of the raid on all sorts of small things, the king would come out in person. Haru was delighted, but it was too early, since the guy said that he had no right to conduct military operations on foreign soil without permission. Leon said that first he needed to get permission from their king. The guy said that everything has its own legal process and rules, so he must follow them to continue to be called a knight. Leon told them to immediately send a report to their king, and Envan thought that the guy was even worse than himself. In the end, the Hunters Association had to call the president personally. Having received permission to act, Leon put forward a list of things he needed to the association. Late at night, the staff were finally able to gather everything they needed. Haru approached Leon with a straw doll in her hands and asked where he was going to use it. The guy said that the valuable land was contaminated, so they had to clean the soil. However, Haru didn't remember how the straw doll could help them. Leon walked up to the barn and, looking inside, asked if these were the people who made the dolls. One of the things the boy demanded was a straw doll, which would be made by a woman who had experience in childbirth. Leon came closer and told all the women to show him the dolls they had made. Thus began the doll competition, which took place in the middle of the plain. Leon looked at the first doll with disgust and said that it was impossible. The guy destroyed the thing and said that such a metaphysical monster cannot be called a doll. One by one, Leon threw the items aside, calling them a disgrace. The guy was very angry at women who couldn't give him what he wanted. Many dolls turned to dust, and even Haru's doll was thrown away. The only thing that caught Leon's eye was a doll created by an 89-year-old woman. The king happily accepted the doll and asked how many children the woman had given birth to. The old woman replied that she had 12 children, and Leon immediately called her a true patriot. The king kissed the woman's hand and said that if he had the opportunity, he would send her a knight with a medal. Having finished with the pleasantries, the guy took the doll and went to perform the ritual. The king placed a table in the field and placed a doll and a lit candle on it. Leon sat down next to her and said that the conditions were met, after which he activated his power. A small portal formed in the air, from which the Holy Grail appeared. Leon carefully took the cup and addressed the mother of the fertile earth. The boy said that the people of this land were offering her a harvest doll. Leon placed the cup on the table and directed his blessing power into it and asked it to accept the gift. Within a few moments, the bowl began to fill with water. At first, it was unnoticeable, but then the water began to splash in the vessel. Haru watched in surprise as the thicket filled with water on its own. The night sky began to gradually brighten. The sun rose over the horizon and illuminated the Holy Grail with its first rays. The red light of dawn colored the clouds overhead. The repeating day was about to begin. However, today it was no ordinary sun that rose. Under its rays, the water from the sacred vessel shimmered with a golden glow and floated through the air in gentle streams. This morning will be a special beginning for this world. Enwan said that water droplets penetrate inside the doll. Soon, the doll rose to its feet and greeted Leon. The boy bowed and greeted Mother Earth. The sun lit up the sky, and the goddess of life and fertility, Demera, appeared to them in the form of a small doll. On this day, under the rays of the sun, the deity descended to this earth. The earthlings looked in surprise at the king, who handled the doll so submissively. Demera said that this new land is also being invaded by demons, causing the soil to be polluted. Leon confirmed her words and pointed out that there was not even a deity on this earth. Looking at Enwan, the boy said that the dirty, low-grade pigs were polluting the goddess's view. Demera said that ignorance and greed cannot be called sins, but they are called mortal life. The goddess turned to Leon and asked what he thought about it. The king replied that the incompetence that roamed among the swordsmen might be covered with glory, but the right to rule was sacredly enshrined in law. Leon promised to make duty and power equal, and to teach the ignorant and lead them along the righteous path. The king vowed to strive until a new pantheon was built on this land. The doll extended her hand to Leon and asked if he had asked her for something. At some point, the king saw not a doll, but the hand of his goddess. Leon told Demir that free people on this earth suffer from evil energy. The boy understood that this was not the goddess's responsibility, but he asked her to heal and cleanse this land. The doll smiled and said that Leon would always be her priest. Water began to flow from the doll's hand, and Demera said that the soil of this world was not part of her body. However, she wanted Leon to spread her deity and replace this arid land with her body. Demera said that it was then that everything on this earth would become his support. As soon as a drop of water touched the polluted ground, a stream of light rushed into the sky. From this place, a golden glow began to spread, coloring the wheat. People watched what was happening in shock, afraid to move even once. Leon turned to the earthlings and told these ignorant and unlearned fools to see and feel this. The king said that this world will move only with the deity. Within moments, the Konam plain was painted golden. The entire harvest was resurrected under the power of the goddess Demera. Even those ears of corn that seemed never to be restored obeyed the goddess. Leon said that it is the sacred duty of those who are given life to be fruitful and multiply. The sky seemed to reflect the ashen glow of the field and was colored in yellow hues. Leon said that this fertile land is proof of the eternal promise. However, there were also those people who were not happy with what was happening. Envan plucked a few ears of grain and squeezed them tightly in his hand. The man told people not to be deceived, as crops grown by magic are poison. Leon looked angrily at Envan and said that this harvest was blessed by the goddess, so he did not dare call it poison. The guild leader grinned and said that it was nothing more than a straw doll. Leon said that ignorance is forgiven only once, so Envan should stop defiling the goddess with his puny tongue. Seeing the king's warning look, Envan shuddered. The man couldn't believe that because of one survivor, his oil painting would turn into soap suds. Envan couldn't leave it like that. He wanted to tear this impudent mask of lies from Leon's face. The man stepped forward and said that they still needed to check the ears of grain, as it was the crop that people would eat. Envan said that he is nominating an appraiser for his own independent assessment. One of the man's men stepped forward and said he would begin. The guild member directed his power at a small area of the cleared field. Magic gradually spread and produced results. However, the further the guy went, the more worried his face became. The final assessment revealed that the field was filled with blessed seed rice of rare quality. The guy said in shock that this rice is so rare that it can cure stage 3 diseases and even cancer. Chansu and Haru had no doubt that the crops were safe, but they were very surprised by their abilities. Leon watched silently as people became convinced that the crops were safe. Chansu asked someone to immediately go to the local manager's house and bring a pot. While his subordinates were carrying out his order, the sky had already turned blue. The day came into its own, and the golden fields began to seem endless. After some time, the subordinates brought a cauldron for cooking food from a neighboring house. Changsu prepared rice porridge from the blessed ears of corn and read about its properties with amazement. The guy noted that such food can be compared to a tonic that costs 3 million won. Haru ran up to her colleague and said that it was truly amazing, but Changsu told her to finish her portion first. The girl tried to remain calm, but she couldn't hold out for long. Haru asked if Chansu had ever eaten beetles grown in rice fields. Judging from the manager's expression that the answer was negative, the girl said that she ate the bug and received buffs. Chansu began to understand that the goddess's blessing touched not only the crops, but all living things on this earth. Hunters immediately began catching bugs all over the field to get the buff and enter the gate. The morale of the Hunters Association's strategic team has increased. Demera turned to Leon and said that her role was over, so she should slowly return back. The king bowed and said that he always thinks about and cherishes the blessing given by Mother Earth. The goddess asked permission to scold the guy one last time. Demera asked Leon to never go hungry again, wherever he went. The goddess would like her blessed knight to want for nothing. A few moments later, Demera's spirit left the doll and it fell onto the table. Leon looked at the doll, deprived of the deity's spirit for some time. Haru carefully approached the king and wanted to ask him about what happened. Leon asked if there really was no deity in their world, but the girl could not answer this question definitively. The king said that righteous life and peace are harmony with the deity, so people should listen to this carefully. Leon said that now the soldiers were full and could enter the gate. A guild member approached Envin and said that if things continued like this, their plan would be ruined. The guild leader was very angry that his plans were ruined by some survivor. Without Leon, the government, which had suffered great losses and was left in a hopeless situation, would have granted their request. Envin thought that it would be better if the survivor did not survive beyond the gate. This thought firmly settled in the man's head, and he began to think about how this could be accomplished. Envin turned to his subordinate and said that the last time they attacked the gate was to close it. The guild member said that their condition worsened in the middle, but they were going to move on. Envin said that although Leon has a blessing, during a fight he is most likely nothing. The guild leader was confident that the hunters who entered would be defeated, and their faith in Leon would fall. Monsters inside this gate cannot be destroyed by normal means. The system sent a notification that the dungeon breach had begun, and the punishment was death. The dungeon has a time limit for all creatures inside the gate. Upon entering the dungeon, the hunters found themselves in a dark cave. Leon was reluctant to move forward, assessing the situation. The guy carefully observed his surroundings, remaining at the rear of the detachment. The hunters moved forward, carefully examining the dungeon. Chansu led the squad deeper, covering himself with a large shield. Leon suggested that most gates would close if a quest was completed or a boss was defeated. The guy said it wasn't that hard to fight the boss one-on-one, but Haru didn't mention that they usually do it in a group. Leon soon came across a skeleton and assumed that these were the remains of the people who had tried to clear the dungeon before them. Haru said that this is the peculiarity of this dungeon. The girl said that usually the number of monsters in the gate decreases as the number of monsters defeated increases. However, skeletons, zombies, and even demons in special cases will respawn infinitely as long as the boss monster is alive. Leon assumed that all this would only end when they defeated the boss. Haru said that this dungeon is most likely controlled by a necromancer who commands skeletons. After some time, the system sent a notification about the time limit of 3 hours in which to defeat the Dullahan. A moment later, a terrible roar was heard, which made people cover their ears. Changsu cursed and said that Enwan should have warned them about this. Leon remained calm while Haru looked forward in fear. Dullahan held his head in his hand and looked at his new opponents. The monster was a headless horseman who commanded the dead. Under his leadership, 100 skeletons moved towards the new arrivals. There were so many monsters that one of the expedition members asked the leader if potions should be distributed to the people. Chansu ordered the potions to be divided as much as possible in order to withstand this attack. The leader learned from Manshik that at the moment there were 30 archers and 2 magicians in their squad. Chansu ordered everyone with sniper skill to engage the monsters in the back rows, and those with shields to hold back the advance. The skeletons, led by Dullahan, slowly approached the people. Chansu stood in the center as one of the main shield players. One of the skeletons had already chosen him as its target and was about to strike. The force of the blow was so powerful that the floor beneath Chansu's feet broke. Only now did the boy realize that the monsters were stronger than he thought, and the orange gates were indeed different. However, Chansu did not lose hope, since even these monsters were not that strong for him, a B-rank tank. The boy pushed the skeleton back and struck it with his hammer. A few moments later, Chansu felt the effect of the spell on his back. The boy had never seen simple skeletons have advanced spells of such a rank. Chansu had to get their attention to distract them from the rest of the squad. It worked, and the mages redirected all their attacks at the squad leader. A glowing charge erupted from the pentagram created by the skeleton. He rushed into the ranks of people and struck straight at Chansu. Although the guy looked battered, he was fine, as his equipment was as durable as it was expensive. A moment later, Dullahan himself appeared next to Chansu. The guy tensed up but prepared to fight back against the monster. Dullahan rode calmly on his horse next to Chansu and stopped. A second later, the guy felt a strong pressure and saw a flash of light. Chansu didn't even have time to realize when Dullahan struck him. The guy flew several meters and crashed into a wall. The shield fell from his hands, and now Chansu was trying to start breathing again, although his chest was pinched from the blow. Haru had been in the rear the whole time and let out a worried cry. One of the sorceresses of the squad approached the girl and said that they must save Chansa. Each detachment always had reserve forces. They were needed precisely for such cases. Haru looked at Leon and remembered how he defeated the great demon with one blow. The girl turned to the king and asked him for help. Leon looked at the girl appraisingly for a moment. It was clear that the boy was a little angry, and he said that the king should not take part in such a small battle. The guy said that earthlings should look for ways to strengthen their honor. Leon said that asking him to participate in such a battle was very rude both to him and to the goddess. While Haru was trying to understand the reason for the king's behavior, the sorceress asked the girl what they should do. Haru was very upset that Leon was not going to help them even in such a dangerous situation. The girl understood that the guy was not interested in anything except Dullahan. Haru took out her sword and said that she would take care of the boss while the others should support their comrades. After this, the girl rushed forward. Her main target was the Dullahan, so she didn't waste her energy on the skeletons. The girl jumped, pushing off from the head of one of the skeletons. In an instant, Haru was above Dullahan. The monster seemed to pay no attention to her actions. The girl struck a blow that flashed across the entire dungeon. As soon as the light faded, Haru realized that she had failed. Dullahan parried her blow in an instant, thrusting forward his broadsword. The girl tried to hold on so that the monster would not start pushing her aside. She had to do everything to separate Dullanaka from the others, but the head that appeared in front of her face confused her. The boss threw his head in her direction, and it stopped right in front of the girl's face. Haru soon realized that Dullahan was trying to block her view so he could strike. The girl immediately tried to jump back, but it was too late. The Dullahan struck a blow that sent the girl flying into the wall. Haru sat up, trying to clear her throat, and thought that it would be even better this way. The girl heard Dullahan moving towards her. Haru was already glad that she had managed to separate the boss from the others. Dullahan thought that the girl would no longer be able to resist, so he raised his sword to strike. However, Haru jumped up and said that her range of skills was very wide. A moment later, a fiery explosion illuminated the cave. The Dullahan began to wave his sword in panic, trying to drive the flames away from himself. Haru realized that she had succeeded in carrying out her plan, after which she gripped the sword in her hands tighter. The girl moved quickly towards Dullahan, intending to strike from a blind spot. However, this time too, Haru's attack was blocked. Dullahan managed to hold his broadsword in front of him again. Haru leaned to the side slightly and noticed from the boss's stance that he was about to strike back. The Dullahan swung his sword, pushing the girl aside. Haru fell to the ground from the blow and cried out in pain. The next moment, there was a clapping sound. Leon applauded Dullahan and said that he was a noble knight in life, since he could easily wield a sword with just one hand. The king apologized for confusing such a great knight with a mere undead. Leon said that he gave Dullahan the right to challenge him to a duel. The guy said there was no need to hurt his soldiers. Leon proposed to end this battle with a noble duel between two knights. Haru looked at the king in shock as he challenged the boss. Chansu was also distracted from his task, not understanding what Leon had planned. Even the skeletons under Dullahan's control froze in place. For a moment, the boss seemed to think about his words. Soon, Dullahan raised his head in Leon's direction, indicating that he accepted the challenge. The skeletons immediately began to carry out their master's orders. They stepped aside to allow Leon to pass to the Dullahan. The boss dismounted, and the king said that he was indeed an honorary knight. Leon summoned his sword and said that Dullahan could lay his head aside. The guy understood that fencing the boss involved using two hands, so he should free his hands. Haru turned to Leon with concern. The girl said that if Dullahan's head was not cut off, he would not die, and therefore the dungeon would not close. Leon looked at Haru and asked if it was really that important. The girl looked at the guy seriously and said that this was the most important thing. Meanwhile, Dullahan listened to Leon's words and handed over his head to the skeleton. The king told Haru that it didn't matter, as a knight's honor determined the outcome of the battle. After that, the people stood behind Leon, and the skeletons crowded behind Dullahan. The king gripped the sword in his hand and formally introduced himself to his opponent. Dullahan didn't have the head to introduce himself, but he heard the king's words. The boss took the same stance and prepared for battle. As soon as the fight began, Dullahan rushed at Leon. The guy stood in his place and seemed not to be about to defend himself. The Dullahan came close enough and raised his two-handed sword to strike. The collision of steel against steel created a bright flash. Leon continued to stand, and not a muscle moved on his face. The guy easily blocked the blow of the wielding sword with one hand. Leon turned his hand sharply, throwing his opponent's sword aside. After that, the boy lightly struck the armor on Dullahan's chest with his sword. Leon looked at his opponent and said that it was the first time. For a moment, Dullahan remained motionless, as if trying to comprehend what was happening. After a few moments, the boss jumped aside. After this, Dullahan made another attempt to strike. The boss was about to launch a sweeping attack so that Leon wouldn't have the strength to parry it. The people watching this cried out in alarm. However, Leon still stood there and said that Dullahan was not standing steadily. The guy delivered one precise blow that slammed the boss into the ground. People didn't understand what was happening, because they were sure that Leon would fall under the Dullahan's attack. Only Haru watched the fight with delight. Only the girl realized that the moment the sword touched Leon, he changed his center of gravity and performed a transverse movement. The girl didn't even have the courage to ever try it. Leon lightly touched the Dullahan's armor again. The guy said that this was the second time and ordered the boss to take up position again. Haru understood that this ability was only possible because Leon possessed terrifying power. Meanwhile, Dullahan tried to remember how long ago it was that he had been treated like a knight and challenged to a duel. This is most likely a trick to overcome difficulties, and anyone would think so if they heard the suggestion to dismount from their horse. However, Dullahan still decided to give in, since Leon definitely aroused his interest. The guy's appearance and stance were like those of a veteran who had been on countless battlefields. The sparkling eyes that chase honor and glory attracted Dullahan. The boss launched another attack, but this time Leon blocked it without any difficulty. Every time he collided with the guy, Dullahan lost his balance and could not handle his own weapon. Leon touched the boss's armor with his sword for the third time. Dullahan saw in the boy exactly the kind of honor that all knights desire. Leon was the kind of knight king to look up to and challenge. Dullahan did not want to use the magic he had as a necromancer because he was a knight. For him, the only honor was a direct crossing of swords without any magic. That's why Dullahan tried to strike Leon time and time again. The boss wanted to cross swords with this man again and again. Dullahan was like this in a past life that he had long since forgotten. In that life, he wandered the world as a noble knight and fought with glorious knights. This time, the great sword fell from Dullahan's hands and flew to the side. As the sword pierced the ground, Leon said that this was the 10th time. The boy noted that Dullahan's swordsmanship was becoming more and more sophisticated, indicating that his memories were returning. The boss thought that Leon was the man who brought back the glory days of the past to him, a fallen spirit. The boy asked Dullahan if he intended to continue this fight. The boss turned towards the skeleton guarding his head. The monster immediately understood its master's command and moved towards him. Dullahan patted his head and then picked it up. The boss said a lot of time was spent on the slaughter. Dullahan couldn't even remember how many times the battles had been repeated without a drop of honor. The boss got down on one knee and thought about how his damned journey could end. Dullahan believed that there was no greater honor than such an end to his journey. After which he offered his head to the winner. Leon said that he was very glad that the knight was able to restore his honor. The boy placed his hand on Dullahan's head and said he would pray for him. Leon said that the god the knight believed in would give him peace, but if there was no such god, his goddess would lead him to the Garden of Eden. The guy said that one day they would meet again at the Feast of the Gods. Leon said that the light would be with him, after which the dungeon was filled with the sun's glow. Gradually, the darkness that had enveloped Dullahan's head began to dissipate. The hand, enveloped in dark magic, began to cleanse itself, revealing a pure and strong male hand. Under the mask of Dullahan was a noble knight who was glad to rest in peace. The light from the dungeon burst out beyond its boundaries. Soon the glow disappeared, as did the gate. A long time has passed since the Korean Hunters Association team entered the dungeon. For some time, the expedition members could not recover from the shock. Haru and Chansu were surprised that it actually ended in a duel. The moment the dungeon was filled with sunlight, the boy and girl froze in shock. Chansu guessed that it was something like holy powers, which is why all the undead disappeared. Haru said that since Leon had such power to begin with, he should have used it right away. The king at that moment approached them and said that if he did this immediately, the noble knight would meet an inglorious end. Leon said that honor comes from actions, and actions come from the will, and Dullahan showed his essence through his actions. The guy walked past Haru and Chansu and said that since the battle was over, they should get something as a reward. Dullahan's sword, cloak, and magic ball did indeed appear near the dungeon. Haru and Chansu immediately realized that these things had tremendous magical power. The magic ball attracted people's attention the most. However, Leon did not share their joy at the awards. Chansu wanted to sell the ball, but the king broke it and said that it should be thrown away. Once the shell was damaged, the ball ceased to be valuable and lost all its powers. Everyone present froze in shock and didn't know what to say. Leon looked at the ball with disgust and said that such things only caused problems. After some time, the task was completed, and the king was taken to his temporary place of residence. 4 days have passed since Leon returned to Earth. During this time, he managed to fray all the nerves of Haru, who was assigned to him as an assistant. A lot happened in such a short time, which is why the girl was very tired. At first, there was a bit of a commotion because Leon had to pay taxes. The boy said that it was not proper for a king to count coins, so he was not going to do it. Then new believers were accepted in order to establish a deity on this land. However, Leon demanded too much from people who wanted to convert to the faith. People could not pay all the taxes and expenses, let alone give 90% of their harvest as a religious tax. Leon didn't like that people thought about themselves first and not about faith. Haru tried to smooth things over and said that the blessed rice was highly appreciated. She told the field owners that they were willing to offer 150 million won for 80 kilograms of rice. People immediately began to calculate how much they would get if they sold 1/10 of all the rice. The biggest problem was Leon's place of residence, as he demanded the most luxurious bed, works of art, and servants. Haru ended up trying to get a room in a 5-star hotel until 2 in the morning. The hotel agreed to make concessions and furnish the apartment, but the girl still had to beg Leon to go to bed. That is why things are now such that Haru is in the service of the king. This morning, the girl came to Leon's apartment to deliver breakfast to him. The guy sat relaxed in the chair and asked if Haru had had breakfast. Having received a negative answer, Leon said that the girl should not starve. After a while, Haru placed a variety of different dishes on the table. The girl immediately felt an appetite, but she decided that she would eat a sandwich or something like that later. As Haru was about to leave, Leon told the girl to sit down. The girl was delighted to think that the guy had decided to share his meal with her. Haru sat down at the table next to the cutlery with a satisfied laugh, but Leon quickly brought her back down to earth. The guy looked at the girl angrily and said that he asked her to cut the ribs so that they could be easily eaten. Haru froze and asked if he really hadn't offered to eat with her. Leon asked in what country a king and a commoner dined together. After some time, the king finished his morning preparations. Today, Leon and Haru had to go to headquarters, as the Hunters Association had decided to provide grants and subsidies to the king. The girl said that even if it was not as big as the royal palace, they would take Leon to a place where he could live. The guy said that he couldn't ask for too much since he was a guest, so he entrusted this concern to the girl. Haru once again decided to raise the topic of distributing the spoils, but Leon again told the girl to handle it herself. However, the guy said that he liked the coat, so he would like to keep it for himself. Soon the car pulled up to a tall building. In this place, the association rented an apartment for Leon. Haru said that this place is next to the Hunters Association and there is a helipad on the roof, so it will be very convenient. The girl really hoped that this time Leon would be satisfied with the apartment. There was a sculpture next to the entrance to the building that the guy didn't understand at all but didn't comment on. The guy and the girl walked into the main hall. Haru was immediately greeted by a man in the room. The girl knew that their movement today was confidential, so she asked who he was. The man introduced himself as Director Park Jung-chan of the Dujon Group, which deals with Dujon's future products. The girl immediately realized that a representative from such a large company was not just waiting for them under the guise of a coincidence. Director Pak immediately turned his attention to Leon. The man already knew about the survivor who was being recruited by the Hunters Association. Director Pak smiled and extended his hand to Leon for a handshake. However, he still did not understand who he was dealing with. Leon looked at the man with disgust and asked what right an ordinary merchant had to shake his hand. After this, the conversation with the director quickly ended, and Haru led the king to the apartment. The girl explained that all services, including room maintenance and cleaning, were already included in the rent, which had already been paid. Haru tried not to show that she was worried about the situation that had happened in the hall. The girl's salvation was that Leon decided to ignore Director Pak. Haru didn't understand why the man had come to them in the first place, but Leon said that all merchants only wanted one thing. The guy assumed that Director Park was just chasing profit. The girl immediately remembered that Leon could create blessed rice. Due to the emergency situation, information was not properly controlled. The internet broadcaster took advantage of the situation and filmed the events. Although the association recommended that the video be removed, the man posted it online again. The girl immediately realized that this was the work of the same person. Director Pak watched the same video and was still indignant. The man called Leon an impudent savage and was very angry. Dujon's company was conducting some clinical trials, and now the director was demanding a report from the employees. They had already conducted a test on rats and were thinking about moving on to human testing. Assistant Director Pak said they found the owner of the field to get as many seeds as possible. The woman said that in that place a half-dead dog came back to life, and people were cured of chronic inflammation and runny nose. The assistant said that all the villagers were cured of minor illnesses and serious chronic diseases by eating this rice. The company was unable to obtain clinical trial data, but these facts were directly confirmed. They would have succeeded if not for a daring survivor who considered Director Pak a simple huckster. The assistant said that they had to get to this guy no matter what. The director understood that they would have to meet again, but it was only the memories of what had happened that made him angry. The man said that Leon still didn't understand who he was dealing with. The director said that all the survivors were just savages who came from a distant civilization. The man decided to give Leon a culture shock. Returning to Earth, Leon set himself 3 goals. At first, he wanted to spread the faith, since there are many gods and followers on Earth. But there is no truly important holy power. A person must have faith in God and spread His mercy. The idea that diseases and pollution of the earth are a punishment is wrong. To use holy powers, it is necessary to spread the new faith and increase the number of followers. Leon then planned to reconstruct the Holy Grail Knights, as there was no similar unit in this world. If the guardian of the Holy Grail, the lion-hearted one, is a demigod, then the Knights of the Holy Grail are the living saints who rank just below him. They are the Knights of the gods, using sacred laws as well as the fear of all demons. The final goal was the complete eradication of evil from this land. Spreading the faith, restoring the deity, training the Knights of the Holy Grail, all this stood before Leon and his duty. The guy wasn't afraid of any difficulties because in any case, he had to do what he was supposed to do. Leon was relaxing in his apartment when Haru came to visit him. The girl said that there was someone who had asked for an official audience. Leon replied that he would listen to the man since he was maintaining order. After some time, representatives of the Dujong group came to the apartment. The company representative thanked Leon for allowing the audience. Haru watched the proceedings with a smile, knowing that the new arrivals were following the proper etiquette. Leon glanced at the men without much interest. The king immediately recognized the merchant he had met in the hall. Director Park was not happy with this situation, but tried to hold his own, saying that he had brought a gift for His Highness. At his command, assistants brought a large metal suitcase into the room. The director asked the king to accept this gift, and was sure that Leon would be very surprised by the contents. The man was sure that once he tried it, the king would not be able to stop and would be forced to order goods from him. Leon didn't even order the suitcase to be opened. The boy said that out of mercy, he would accept this gift. The director tried to maintain a smile and invited Leon to at least take one look at his gift. The king said it was too much trouble to explain etiquette to them, so he ordered Haru to open the suitcase. Unlike Leon, the girl was in anticipation. She walked up to the suitcase and lightly touched its handle. The lock clicked and the suitcase began to open on its own, turning into a shelving unit. As soon as the girl saw the contents of the suitcase, she was speechless. The director was pleased with Haru's reaction and expected the same from Leon. The man presented the king with the latest weapon that his company was proud of and invited Leon to choose the one he liked. Haru immediately recognized the swords as unique weapons, made by craftsmen directly under the guidance of the guild. The director turned to Leon and said that in the future, all of this would be useful to him, since he was going to be a hunter. Haru was shocked to see a weapon in person that was extremely difficult to obtain. Leon, however, did not share the girl's joy and asked where he was supposed to use such a low-level weapon. Director Park and Haru were extremely confused by the king's words. Leon asked how the famous sword could be created without bathing it in the energy of the stars and receiving the blessing of a deity. The king said that the weapons presented were intended only for hunting animals. Director Park was completely at a loss, as he considered his weapon to be the best in Korea. The man did not understand how drying in the sun and praying could improve the sword. Leon said that the director did not inspire confidence, but Park immediately said that it was a misunderstanding. The king said it was common for merchants to try to promote their wares wherever possible. Leon summoned his sword and said it was like using a cow cleaver when you need to slaughter a chicken. The guy said he agreed to test the swords provided. The director had no doubt that his swords would break the old sword and said that he would very much like to see it shine. The man offered Haru to choose any sword and strike. The girl was at first confused, as she didn't know what she would have to check. Haru looked back at the king to see what he wanted from her. Leon didn't look at the girl, but nodded slightly, urging her to action. The girl approached the shelf and carefully examined the swords. Haru made her choice quite quickly. She waited 4 years for the moment when she could hold Master Park Jinchul's sword, Dawn, in her hands. The girl wanted to understand whether this sword had really been tested for 10 days under the scorching sun of a special gate. Haru asked the king if she could really do it, to which Leon replied that it was too late to ask when she was already holding the sword. The girl came closer and stood next to the king to strike his sword. In an instant, under Haru's power, the sword was engulfed in scarlet flames. Even despite this, Leon remained calm and held his sword with only one hand. The girl had already seen the king's abilities, so she wasn't worried about harming him. Haru warned of the attack and struck the king's sacred sword. In an instant, the sword shattered into tiny pieces. Haru could never have expected this. This time, even Director Park froze in place, not believing what had happened. The holy sword remained intact, while the Dujong Company's sword was shattered into pieces. Leon tossed his sword, causing it to disappear, and said that it was just a waste of time. The king proposed to shorten the audience time to 3 minutes and urged the director to hurry. The man still couldn't come to his senses, as Dawn was the most powerful sword they had managed to create in their company. The director tried to say something, but his words were confused from shock. The audience was drawing to an end, and Leon decided to hurry it along. Finally, Director Park bowed his head and said that he would like to obtain a patent for the rice seeds. Leon asked again, and then the man hastened to say that they would pay for it. Director Park gave the rice a value, but decided to deliberately underestimate it so that the king would not understand the true value of the blessed rice. Leon asked if Dujong's group really wanted to buy the seeds with money. The man thought the king had been caught and pointed out that Leon would have to sign the treaty. According to the terms of the deal, only Dujong will be able to distribute this rice. Director Park's stream of words was quickly interrupted by the king. Leon became angry and asked how this man dared to blaspheme. Leon was very angry that the merchant dared to insult the deity. The king's inner strength pressed down on the people in the room, making them feel suffocated. Director Park took a step back and watched the survivor with fear. The man had the impression that he was standing in front of an enraged lion, ready to pounce at any moment. Leon called Director Park a stupid man who showed his sin. The man could no longer bear the pressure and fell to his knees. The director said he really didn't understand what he had done wrong. Leon waved his hand and said that one couldn't be so ignorant and forgetful. The king reminded that the harvest that the man wants to take grows from the land blessed by Demera. Leon said that this was a blessing bestowed by God on the peasants, so that they could then plow and cultivate their fields. This is not something that can be bought with money, as the tribute must be paid through gratitude and subsequent faith. Leon said that Pak decided to mislead people in pursuit of shady profits. The director was so frightened that he didn't even dare raise his head. Leon asked how the man was going to profit from the sacred gifts if he did not practice religion. After some time, the king released the man and his men, but Haru did not know if they had done the right thing. The girl said that the director on Pak was an influential person, but Leon insisted that this man could not harm him in any way. The guy changed the subject and asked if Haru had completed his assignment. The girl smiled and said that this time Leon would be tested to pass the measurement tests. Leon did not like this, as he believed that it would look like a humiliation of the king. Haru froze for a moment, then asked why the king wanted to go to the Hunters Association. Leon said that he needed to find some useful warriors, and to do this he would personally test them. The king said that even if they couldn't come to an agreement about it, Haru should do everything to make it possible. The girl had no choice but to take Leon to the headquarters of the Hunting Association. Today, some hunters arrived at headquarters to re-evaluate their rank and see their progress. Independent hunter Gu Taisong also arrived at headquarters and met his old acquaintance. The guy met an older man named Kim Do-han, who was the head of the department. Do-han asked if Taesung really came for a rank reassessment. The man said that the hunter had been working hard lately to increase his rank. The manager suggested that the guy give up this idea and join his team. Taesung was very upset because even the untalented eventually reached C rank, while he had been at D rank for 10 years already. Do-han said that such a diligent person could quickly become an ace, but the mining team is not as bad as the guy thinks. Taesung was not going to give up on his path because he had a family to provide for, so he tried his best. Suddenly, the boy's thoughts were interrupted by Do-han's voice, who said that a foreigner had come to their headquarters. Taesung glanced at the man who entered the building and guessed that he might be from Europe. Looking at Leon, Do-han said that he looked like a royal person. The man immediately decided to come up and introduce himself. Believing his assumptions to be correct, Do-han addressed Leon in English. The king looked over his shoulder at the man and said that slaves should not talk whenever they wanted. These words completely killed Do-han's desire to get acquainted, and the smile disappeared from his face. When Taesun approached the frozen man, he said that the stranger had learned Korean in a strange way. Leon was heading about his business, but at some point he froze. Taesung felt as if the foreigner's gaze was piercing him right through. Leon looked at the guy carefully, as if he were a strange object. At some point, Do-han noticed that Taesung started shaking and looked strange. The man asked the boy if anything hurt, but Taesung couldn't answer. His breathing seemed to be spiraling, and it felt like something very large was pressing on him. At that moment, a girl came out of the office and shouted out Gu Taesung's number and name. Having met the guy's gaze, the employee told the guy to go to the second office. Leon continued to stare at Taesun until he disappeared from sight. The king was looking for the strongest, but none of those present were worthy warriors. Leon noticed that the people who came to test were mostly low-level hunters or newly awakened newbies. Soon, Leon himself was asked to go to the 9th office. The guy thought that it was impossible to be satisfied the first time, so it was worth waiting. Entering the office, Leon saw several men standing next to a strange device. The employee looked at the form again and asked the guy for his name, but he ordered him to address him as Your Majesty. The man was a little confused, but decided not to argue. The employee walked over to the desk and asked Leon to touch the measuring device so they could perform the test. The guy came closer and looked at the device doubtfully. Leon looked at the device for a while, but was in no hurry to fulfill the request. The staff understood who they were dealing with, so they were in no hurry to rush him. To avoid looking at the king, the employee again directed his gaze to the questionnaire. However, he soon heard Leon call them all stupid people. The king said that commoners could not judge the honor of a knight, nor could they judge the instrument they were asking him to touch. Leon said that only noble knights and gods can judge knights. The guy said that he came here to find a suitable warrior, but here too he was disappointed. Leon said that he refused this test and asked what the next test would be. Upon learning that the next test was taking place at the gate, Leon said that he would enjoy watching everyone go through the test. After some time, all the examinees passed through the gates of Seoul Station. The escorts immediately inquired about the hunter's condition to ensure that no one had become ill during the trek. Taesong knew that some gates were left behind after being cleared to gain profit from them, as happened with this gate. To change the grade, the guy must show activity at least in this current practice test. Taesong noticed that there was a guy and a girl on his team who didn't yet know where they were. The guy immediately realized that they were still not experienced newcomers. There was also an elderly man in their team, over 60 years old, who, like Taesong, was moving up to C rank. The boy glanced back warily to make sure that another person had arrived with them. At that moment, a foreigner, whom Taesung had seen earlier in the waiting room, walked through the gate. The guy assumed that the foreigner was a complete newbie since he came for an inspection at such an age. Leon lowered his glasses and grinned, and Taesung wondered if everything would be okay. After some time, people moved away from the gate. The most senior member of the squad suggested that everyone take turns introducing themselves to determine their positions. Taesong introduced himself first and said that he had been working as a private soldier in the dealer position for 10 years already. The boy and girl turned out to be brother and sister, who only awakened this year, and their names are Taehoon and Nayeon. Taesung immediately realized that he was facing newcomers who had not yet decided on their positions. The brother and sister noted with enthusiasm that they have been attending special courses for 3 months already. Taesung decided to continue their acquaintance and asked how the old man had come to this test. The man said his name was Gante and that he had been hunting for 5 years, but had only recently awakened. Taesung immediately appreciated the old man's skills, thinking that his glove-shaped weapon was not very effective. The guy spent a long time trying to gather his courage to ask questions of the foreigner who had been watching him for a long time. Taesun asked if the guy knew their language, but Leon didn't answer for a long time, thinking about something. After some time, Leon said that he would not take part in the battle, since the sword could not be used for other purposes. Taesung was stunned again for a while, and he began to suspect that the foreigner had somehow learned the language strangely. After some time, the performance was over and the detachment went into the forest. In this test, they had to hunt 50 kobolds. The organizer said that gnolls might occasionally appear on the field, but if there was danger, the overseer would enter the fight. The man wanted the examinees to be calm and focus on their skills. As he walked through the forest, Taehoon looked around with interest, but Taesun still couldn't calm down. Even when they met, Taesun noticed that Leon didn't even bring any weapons with him. Nayeon immediately liked the foreigner, so she offered him her bow. Leon looked at the bow appraisingly, and the girl said that he could use it and give it back after testing it. However, Nayeon didn't notice how the guy's face changed. Leon threw his bow down hard and said that knights do not use ranged weapons because they are meant for cowards. Everyone present was shocked, but the one who was most worried was Taesun, who didn't like the guy from the very beginning. Taesung was very worried that he might fail this year too. After some time, the guy decided to take the initiative in the squad. Taesun suggested that the squad go and hunt in a certain place. Everyone was not against it, as they trusted a person whose experience was much greater than theirs. Taehoon ran up to the guy and said that there was a settlement nearby, so there should be a lot of monsters there. Taesun replied that their force was not that numerous, so they should not rush into invading the settlement. The guy said that if the monsters surrounded them, they would not be able to retreat. Taesun decided it would be better to attack the kobolds living in the cave and set fire to the nearby leaves and grass to create smoke. The guy said that this way they would be able to lure the kobolds out of the cave and successfully attack them. The newcomers were amazed by Taesun's knowledge, but the boy himself could not be happy about it. The guy spent a long time studying all types, strategies, and methods to move to a new rank, but only got into this gate. This time, Taesung was definitely going to get promoted because he couldn't stay at his rank for so long. Lost in his thoughts, the boy didn't notice how the squad suddenly fell silent, but he came to his senses when Taehoon began to speak in a trembling voice. At some point, the squad came across a kobold wandering through the forest. Taesung stepped forward and blocked Taehoon's path, telling him to wait. The monsters had already sensed them and were preparing to attack. As soon as the kobolds headed towards them, Taesun drew his sword and ordered Taehoon to put up his shield. The squad prepared for an attack, and the monsters began to advance. At first, everything was quite simple and did not cause any inconvenience to the examinees. Taehoon's spirits were lifted and he easily killed the kobolds, calling them stupid creatures. The guy said that if the monsters continued to attack directly, it would be very easy to stop them. However, at that moment, Taehoon completely relaxed, but immediately heard Nayeon's worried cry. The guy turned to the girl and did not notice the monster that jumped on him from the tree. Taesung turned to his side just as the kobold knocked Taehoon off his feet. The monster was about to grab the guy by the throat when he was pierced by a sword. Taesun pulled the sword out of the monster and told Taehoon not to get distracted, because these creatures may be stupid, but they are very fast. Taehoon couldn't take his eyes off the monster for a moment. Nayeon supported the squad from the rear, killing kobolds with arrows. Old Man Gante also entered the battle using his gloves. It seemed like it wasn't at all difficult for him to defeat monsters and still remain completely calm. Taesun looked at this from the side and encouraged the guys, saying that there wasn't much time left. After some time, all the monsters were killed. Taesung stood at the head of the squad and praised everyone for their good work. Taehoon apologized for making a mistake, but the guys supported him, saying that not everything works out the first time. Taesung said that Nayeon dealt with 2 of the kobolds, but it was mostly Gangtae who protected them all. The guy once again praised everyone for their work and thought that they would be able to complete this task. At first, Taesung was very worried, but now he saw that they were not a bad team at all. However, the foreigners still remained on the sidelines of battles and discussions, which caused inconvenience. At some point, the squad's members couldn't stand it anymore and asked Leon why he wasn't doing anything while they were fighting. The boys approached the supervisor and asked if this could be done, and he replied that they would take this aspect into full consideration. Taesung relaxed a little, hoping that the foreigner's actions wouldn't affect him. Soon, the detachment gathered to move further towards the cave. On the way, Taehoon and Nayeon collected the herbs needed for the fire. After some time, the squad came to the cave that Taesun had told them about. The guy said that they should stick to his plan. The squad spent a few more minutes collecting more dry grass and using it to block the exit from the cave. The boys crumpled it tightly so that the fire would not spread further than necessary. When it came to setting the fire, Taesung seemed to begin to doubt his actions. Leon approached him and asked if they really thought this was the best solution, but Taesung didn't want to take moralizing from him. The king didn't like the boy's answer, so he said that he shouldn't be forced to ask twice. Taesung said he had used this method 3 times already and it had always been successful. Leon said that the guy's experience is superficial, so you shouldn't rely only on him. Taesung became angry and asked what a young man like Leon could know about real experience. The guy didn't wait for an answer and simply set fire to the dry grass. Taesun stepped back a little and told everyone to get ready, as kobolds would soon be crawling out of the cave. All the other boats in the squadron prepared for battle. It became noticeable how Taehoon started to get nervous when he saw the monsters approaching. Within a few moments, the kobolds began to run out of the cave with weapons in their hands. Immediately seeing the reason for the disturbance of their peace, the monsters rushed at the people. Nayeon gave the signal to act and began shooting at the kobolds with her bow. For some time, the guys managed only with the help of long-range fighters. Ganti could also attack from a distance by throwing rocks at monsters. A smile appeared on Taesung's face as he thought that his method was not wrong. The guy encouraged his teammates, saying that at this rate they would deal with all the monsters. Taesun intended to gather a sufficient number of kobolds here and catch several gnolls on the plain. However, all of the guy's plans collapsed the moment he heard a roar from behind him. A gnoll captain was making his way towards them from the forest. This monster was considered the de facto gate boss of Seoul Station and was ranked above C tier. The gnoll captain was already very close to the people. Taesung didn't know what to do next. Having spotted its target, the monster roared. Nayeon got scared and called out to Taesung, hoping that the guy would tell them what to do next. Taesun quickly came to his senses and said that he and Taehoon would deal with the gnoll captain. Meanwhile, Grandpa Ganti and Nayeon must continue to kill the kobolds that emerged from the cave. However, Taesung knew that for an awakened D rank, fighting a gnoll captain would be tantamount to suicide. The guy could only hope that Taehoon would at least be able to hold out for a while. However, as soon as the newcomer got closer to the monster, it became clear that he was too afraid. Taehoon noticed that the creature's attention was mostly focused on him. The monster roared and rushed towards the guy. Tears welled up in Taehoon's eyes and he was shaking with fear. Taesun immediately realized that the guy was overwhelmed by the impulse, but he tried to shout to him. The monster had already swung at Taehoon, but the stupor did not allow the guy to even try to repel the attack. The guy couldn't even answer Tayson, as fear completely paralyzed him. The Knoll captain struck the shield, sending Taehoon crashing to the ground. Tayson screamed, trying to bring the guy to his senses. However, Taehoon only slowly tried to crawl away, not taking his eyes off the monster. Tayson drew attention to the association employee, who did nothing, although he said that he would intervene in case of danger. Meanwhile, the Knoll captain was already very close to Taehoon. Tayson understood that if things continued like this, the guy could die. Tayson could no longer wait for a miraculous rescue. The guy rushed forward to try to protect Taehoon. The only thing that could help them at that moment was the shield lying nearby on the ground. Tayson picked him up and ran towards Taehoon. The Knoll captain had already raised his sword over Taehoon's head. The sword came down and collided with the barrier, causing a loud sound. When the dust settled a little, the monster saw that the blow had hit the shield. Tayson raised his shield over his head and covered Taehoon, who was lying on the ground. The guy was holding on with all his might, and only adrenaline kept him going. Grabbing the shield with both hands, Taesong tried to throw the opponent's sword aside. The boy was able to deflect the blow, causing the sword to hit the ground. This made the monster angry. The Knoll captain roared and raised his sword again to strike. Taesong raised his sword in front of him again, but now he wasn't sure he could block this blow. The guy hoped that Taehoon would come to his senses and fight back, thanks to which they would be able to hold out a little longer. Before the monster could strike, Taesong heard that it wasn't such a bad indicator. Leon stepped closer and managed to stop the Knoll captain's attack with 2 fingers. The king looked at Taesong and told him to try again. The guy was on his knees and couldn't believe what was happening. Tayson thought he had heard wrong and asked Leon to repeat it. The king told the boy to raise his shield and look the monster straight in the eyes, because if he parried one blow, he could parry the second. However, Taesung was still in shock after Leon stopped the monster's attack with 2 fingers. Leon let go of the Knoll captain's sword and tried to convey the information to the boy, while even the monster itself froze in place. Tayson screamed and asked if Leon really didn't understand the danger they were all in here. Leon shouted back at the boy, saying that he didn't even understand what an honor the king had shown him by guiding his actions. The king said that Daesung should be grateful for the guidance from the Holy Grail Knight, rather than argue with him. Tayson gradually began to give in to Leon's pressure, feeling that he was to blame for something he didn't realize. The guy looked at the monster, who was so shocked by Leon's behavior that he stopped attacking. Now the Knoll captain's attention was completely focused on the new target. The monster decided to attack Leon himself, who was standing next to him. The king stopped arguing with Tayson and turned his gaze to the creature. Energy began to surround the king, and he said that the mad dog had completely lost his fear. The Knoll captain felt the power emanating from the boy and growled inaudibly. Taesong noticed that the monster began to shake with fear. The guy decided that this was a good chance to attack. Seeing that Tayson was approaching him, the monster immediately came to his senses and struck the shield. The guy was thrown to the side, and he thought that the blow almost knocked the shield out of his hands. Leon called him a fool and said that there was no need to try to block a monster's attack with force just because he had a shield. The king told Taesong not to go for a frontal attack, but to use his weapon and wait for the right moment to strike. Leon said that one should not be confident that one can succeed using only defense. The king taught Taesong that his opponent was not frightening, but a living organism that breathes, thinks, and learns. The guy got angry and, turning to Leon, asked what he wanted from him. The monster immediately struck. The king kicked Tayson in the leg, causing him to bend slightly and avoid the attack of the monster, who wanted to take advantage of the moment. A couple of severed strands of hair fell from the boy's head, and he realized that this blow could have killed him if not for Leon's intervention. The king ordered Taesung not to be distracted or to denigrate his talent, but to realize his potential. Leon was confident that the boy would be able to improve his skills. For a few moments, Taesung wondered what talents the guy was talking about. Taesung believed that he had no unique skills, since he was just an eternal D rank who accidentally became awakened. The boy looked at the Knoll captain and couldn't imagine how he could defeat him. Taesung understood that the missing talent could not be revealed through words of support alone. However, Leon's confidence spurred the guy on, and he decided to fight to the end. The monster moved to attack again, raising its sword to strike. Tayson roared along with him, preparing to block the blow with his shield. The guy put all his faith and hope into the fact that he would succeed. The sword touched the shield and slashed across it, leaving a deep scratch. Taesung dropped to one knee, but still managed to deflect the blow. The guy looked at his opponent's sword and realized that he had managed to repel the attack after all. Taesung smiled and happily said that he had achieved success. However, at that moment he received a punch in the face. The guy was so happy that he had managed to parry the blow that he completely forgot what Leon had told him. The monster took advantage of the moment and struck with his fist, causing the guy to fly to the side and fall silent. Leon tisked and asked how Tai Sung could have missed such a simple punch. The king said that the boy still had a long way to go. This year, Tai Sung remained in D rank. After the test, Leon was called into the manager's office. The man guessed that the survivor immediately determined that he was not an ordinary person. Leon said that such a warrior could not be hidden. Hunters Association Chairman Oh Kan-hyuk removed his mask and said that even the disguise did not help him hide. The chairman said that this time Leon was personally involved in the assessment, but was he able to achieve what he wanted? The king replied that he was not particularly pleased with the results, but at least he was able to think of a candidate for the position of head of the warriors. Leon decided to tell Kan-hyuk right away so that he wouldn't worry about him leaving for another country. The chairman nodded his head and said that this struck him as odd, as he felt that he had shown impatience with the king. Kan-hyuk was still impressed by how Leon dealt with the C-rank monster. Once Taesong's fight was over, the king turned to the monster, asking why he was still standing there. Leon snapped the Null Captain's neck with 2 fingers. The chairman smiled and said that the king dealt with the monster as if it were a toy. Leon said that such a non-entity was not even fit for a warm-up. The chairman said that they were ready to provide any assistance if the guy decided to create his own guild. The man said that at present there is no easier way to gather people than fame. The chairman believed that it would be very difficult to replace glory with power now. Kan-hyuk told Leon about the gate that turned red due to Jungju's failed attack. For a year, no one was able to clear this place. This gate was ruled by a monster that was painted red. To close this gate, Leon needed to take or destroy the precious wisdoms. A fighter tank guarded these gates. We are transported back a year to the time when the KRR Guild's first raid on the gates of the Jeonju Sports Complex took place. A squad of experienced fighters was sent on the mission. The squad was led by a captain named Hansu, a man with black hair and dark eyes. Captain's mate Hoel approached Hans as soon as they entered the gate. For some time, the squad looked at the view of the city that opened up before them. Hansu said that the civilization here was more developed than the earthly one. The archer of the Soen squad suggested that this was the future world, but the captain said that there was no such concept in martial arts. Hoel suggested that they had entered cyberpunk, causing the captain to suggest that they should reconsider their battle strategy. The assistant said that the hunter's tactics usually involve raids on a small number of strong enemies. Hansu looked around and suggested using one of the nearby buildings as a base. The building was quite tall, making it well suited for reconnaissance. Soon, the squad climbed to the upper floors of the building and Hoel began to inspect the area. After the inspection, the assistant informed Hans that he had not been able to notice any people or monsters nearby. The captain was interested in where the fighter tank could hide. Hansu found it strange that in such a big city they couldn't find a single soul. Although the captain was pleased by the fact that they did not have to face the army of the dictatorial resistance. After some time, Hans ordered all members of the squad to gather. The captain said that even though they had entered the gate, they still did not have enough information about the fighter tank. The man ordered to keep his ears open and conduct reconnaissance in order to make maps. Hans was about to say something else, but a beam appeared from the side of the destroyed wall of the building, killing him instantly. The first few moments after the incident were filled with silence. Hoel was closest to the captain, which is why he was completely covered in his blood. The squad members still couldn't recover from the shock, because just a second ago, everything was fine. Following the shot's trajectory, Hoel discovered the sniper's robot. The guy saw that the robot was about to continue firing, so he immediately ordered the squad members to take cover. The next moment, a series of shots rang out. The building was rapidly collapsing, so some members of the squad did not make it in time and died under the rubble. Hoel couldn't help everyone and only watched as his comrades died. The guy was shocked that even Hansu, who was an A-rank hunter, was unable to react to the threat. Hoel hid behind a column next to Soen, who said she knew where the robot was but couldn't see it because of the dust. The girl said that the floor in the room could not withstand it any longer, so Hoel gave the order to retreat. The building was rapidly collapsing, making it impossible to stay in it any longer. Hoel said that they needed to sort out the situation first, and then they would return to collect the captain's body. The guy gave orders to Soen to go first and check the safety of the exit. Approaching the exit, the girl reported that she did not feel any signs of the enemy's presence, so she could go out. Soen was the first to run out of the building, after which a strange sound was heard. The girl immediately stopped and her whole body turned cold. Soen felt a tickle on her neck and reached out her hand. After a few seconds, the girl realized that she was surrounded by the finest metal threads. The next moment, the girl's body fell apart. Hoel stopped at the exit of the building and froze in shock. He saw Soen's body and the wire stained with her blood. The guy couldn't understand when the enemy had managed to stretch this wire across the entire city, because when they entered the building, it wasn't there. Hoel ordered the squad to cut the wire as they needed to escape by any means necessary. Having cut the first few threads, The guy told me to put mana into the weapon to make it faster. Hole could only guess how many opponents they had encountered and how long they had been tracking them. Meanwhile, the robot lurked on one of the neighboring buildings and kept a close eye on its victims. He quietly descended, taking advantage of the fact that the detachment was distracted by the stretched wire. Once in the right position, the robot extended one of its mechanical legs forward. At the same moment, another wire appeared, moving rapidly. Hole only noticed her approach at the last moment, so he didn't have time to inform the team about it. As if on command, all the threads came to life and collided with the ground, creating an explosion. After the explosion, the shouts of the crew could be heard for some time. However, after just a few moments, there was an oppressive silence. Hole was in severe pain and could barely breathe. Looking back, the guy saw that all his teammates were killed, and he himself was left without his right arm. Hole understood that he would not survive, but he really wanted to at least see the one who had destroyed his entire team. The guy screamed loudly, and after a few moments saw a silhouette moving towards him. The robot, resembling a large mechanical spider, moved slowly towards him. Hole looked at him and couldn't believe that this robot was that very same tank destroyer. The robot was intelligent and had preserved memories of its creator. He remembered the voice of the girl who attached the mechanical limbs to him. Thanks to its limbs, the robot could fight even if it ran out of ammunition. Hole shouted that all the members of his squad had died because of this destroyer. The next moment, the robot released the wire from its limb again. He barely moved, but the steel threads twisted like a web in the wind. In an instant, Hole was cut into pieces. The creator gave the order to her invention to protect the city at all costs. After several failed raids, the gate was closed and its level was raised to red. We returned to the present time. Attempts to close the gates resumed, but this time squads with the best hunters were brought in. The Mage Tower squads were hunting for the gate's knowledge, while the Golden Lion Guild was supposed to receive a reward of 60 million won. These guilds rarely worked together, but dealing with such a strong opponent was not easy. They decided to team up to increase their chances of winning. One of Korea's top 10 guilds, Golden Lion, led by Hwang Geum-chul, entered the gates of the Jeonju Sports Complex. His deputy, Hwang Yeonha, and 47 other people went with him. They were joined by a member of the Mage Tower, Gil Taesong, and 48 of his fighters. Additionally, Han Haru, a member of the Korean Hunters Association, was sent along with them. However, the girl was sent not as a representative, but as an escort. Haru was in the rear and served Leon, who was listed as a +1 person. Based on experience from previous expeditions, the team decided to stop outside the city to prepare for battle. A camp was set up in a remote area overlooking the city. Two large groups of guilds were meeting and developing a plan of action. Haru was next to Leon, who had settled down away from people and was drinking tea. The girl said that she was very worried that everything would go badly. Haru thought it would be much better if everything was resolved without Leon's intervention, but in that case, he wouldn't be able to show himself. The king replied that it would indeed be better this way, because if he did not interfere, it would mean that the task was not difficult. Leon asked what the role of a king was, and the girl suggested that a ruler should rule. The guy said that this was indeed the case, but someone else could handle it. The person who doesn't have many shortcomings can become king. Haru suggested that in that case, the king should stand in the vanguard as the king of knights. Suddenly, the girl remembered all the times Leon had participated in battles. Each time, the guy stood behind the troops until the situation became critical. When no one could stop the monsters, Leon intervened in the course of events. Now Haru understood what the title Lionheart King meant. Leon confirmed her thoughts and said that it meant the last stronghold. The boy said that the king's personal intervention in the battle meant shame for the knights. After all the knights have admitted their defeat, the king must step forward. This indicates the seriousness of the situation the squad finds itself in. Leon said that this time too, he would most likely have to intervene, because these people were too weak. The guy sighed and said that he really missed his glorious knights. Haru said that this time everything would be different because they had S-rank Hwang Geum-chul and a mage in their squad. Leon said he couldn't deny that they were quite strong for normal people. The girl shuddered when she looked at the king again. Leon said that all these people don't know what war is. The guy could already hear the threat creeping up on them and said that the outskirts had been safe until now. Leon said they were overconfident, just because of the 3 times they had experienced it. The king believed that the people had acted too rashly in thinking that they had figured out the monster's pattern. Haru immediately realized that Leon was on guard because the threat was too close. The king said that they should learn to behave flexibly depending on the situation, not according to a template. Leon had long noticed a creature called the Yacht Spinner. It circled the buildings around the camp and studied its opponent. A few moments later, there was an explosion. In the past, when the city was invaded by enemies, Spinner's creator activated the device. The girl said that she had very little time left. Before her death, the creator gave Spinner one last order. She wanted the robot to destroy all the intruders who were invading the city. At this moment, Spinner began firing at the enemy from a high-rise building. People did not expect an attack, so they began to run in different directions in search of shelter. The guild leaders gave orders to retreat. The shelling soon ended. Spinner scanned the area and found that the people were scattered into 3 groups, hiding behind buildings. The robot changed its weapon to a laser gun. Spinner began a targeted barrage capable of destroying buildings. The squad members could only watch as powerful shots destroyed the buildings behind which their comrades were hiding. They didn't know what to do in such a situation. All they could do was hope that the charges wouldn't reach them. Soon the volley stopped, and a large crater formed in the center of the buildings. The survivors looked out from their shelters and looked at what had happened in shock. Many members of the squad were buried alive in the ground, destroyed by the force of the impact. Spinner moved through the buildings and found that the actions taken resulted in a 23% loss of unidentified intruders. A few moments later, Gumchul found the robot and entered the fight. The man raised his huge hammer to strike. Gumchul delivered a powerful blow to one of the robot's front limbs. The mechanism was damaged, causing internal pressure to build up. Spinner immediately changed his priorities and set out to eliminate the unidentified life factor. However, this only brought a smile to Gumchul's face. He shouted to his deputy, named Gumsu, to get into action. The girl awakened her powers and jumped from the building towards the robot. Enha struck the robot and shouted for the captain not to call her that again. The force of the impact sent Spinner flying downwards and hitting the ground, causing an explosion. Before the robot could rise, he felt a force that constrained his movements. A white glow enveloped Spinner, pinning him to the ground. Mage Guild Taesong also entered the battle and said that he would continue the attack in the same spirit. The robot performed an emergency clearing of overloaded wires and reported and discovered that the radar system was not working. Due to the malfunctions, the robot decided to activate limited resources. Spinner launched the equipment inside the city. The robot's main target was Taesong, as he was assigned a threat level of 3. After a few moments, Spinner was able to break free from the magician's pressure and began to run away. People started chasing after him, so the robot activated its weapon. Shots rained down on the pursuers. Taeson activated the distortion field and ordered everyone to gather together. The boy concentrated his magic to create a barrier. After a few moments, all people within a certain radius of Taesong were covered by a golden dome. The bullets bounced off the dome, providing complete protection to the people inside. Even armor bullets bounced off the force field. Taeson said that he invented this field specifically for the meeting with Spinner, but he was extremely sorry to use it now. Meanwhile, the robot stopped and quickly analyzed the risk factor. Watching the field from the side, Spinner was able to count the scores and the trajectory of the bullets. By identifying the weak points of the force field, the robot was able to break through it and kill the man standing next to Taeson. The magician was shocked by how quickly Spinner was able to analyze the angle of curvature of the bullets. Meanwhile, the robot did not hesitate and began firing at the required points. The bullets hit the dome and, despite the curvature of their trajectory, hit their targets. One of the squad leaders ordered Taeson to immediately turn off the distortion field, since it was impossible to predict the point of impact. The magician warned that he would now remove the fields, and immediately after that, everyone should run. Daesung started the countdown, and Gumchul and his squad prepared to run. When there was 1 second left before the field was removed, the man saw something. Before the people could start running, Gumchul ordered everyone to freeze in place. They were already surrounded by a very thin wire. Only now did the rest of the squad discover her and realize that if they had run, they would have died instantly. People couldn't understand when the robot managed to install so much wire. Meanwhile, Spinner took out his electric gun and took aim. He needed time to build up the charge for the shot. Taeson immediately understood what the robot was about to do, but there was nothing he could do. They all came together from behind the field, but it was a big mistake, as now they were trapped. Meanwhile, Spinner had accumulated enough charge to fire. The robot wanted to activate the projectile launch, but a sharp sound stopped him. At that moment, people also heard the sound of hooves. All the squad members turned around in surprise, not understanding what was happening. A white horse without a rider was running towards them. The stallion ran up to the wire and bit through it with his teeth. The horse gnawed its way through and calmed down only when a human hand touched it. Leon stroked the animal and said that he had not seen his old ally for a long time. The guy quickly climbed into the saddle. Leon tugged on the reins and approached the group of hunters. People parted for him and watched him go with uncomprehending glances. Leon stopped his horse and looked at Spinner. The king turned to the robot and said that it was a fearless attack in the face of enemies who outnumbered him. Leon expressed his respects on behalf of King Lionheart. The guy said that he would grant Spinner the honor of fighting him in a duel. There was silence for a while. Gumkul and Taisung looked at Leon in shock and thought he was crazy. The king communicated with the robot as if he were a human. The squad members couldn't believe what was happening. For a few moments, Spinner froze in place. However, he soon began adjusting the timing of the high-speed weapon and prepared to destroy the target. Leon meanwhile prepared for battle and took out a large spear. It was many times larger than the holy sword he had used in the previous battle. Leon ordered his horse to charge. The stallion's eyes filled with fire and he suddenly took off. At that moment, Spinner gathered enough energy and fired. Leon shouted that the knight would not fall to a cowardly ranged weapon. The king moved towards the approaching projectile without a shadow of fear or doubt. The projectile cut through the air at enormous speed, and the blast wave destroyed everything in its path. Leon held out a cross-shaped spear in front of him, in the manner of a knight's tournament. A moment before the collision, a divine glow began to emanate from the king. Gathering his energy, Leon put it into his spear and deflected the projectile. The Holy Knight's power tore the projectile into pieces and rushed towards the robot. In an instant, the robot's gears and limbs flew in all directions. In the blink of an eye, Yacht Spinner's highly functional AI computations stopped working. The phenomenon that happened right before my eyes defied logical explanation. Leon stopped and said that the robot was stronger than he expected. Spinner estimated that the knight was holding an ancient spear, which, due to its mass, had limitations in terms of its striking power. After analyzing this, the robot decided that a normal shot would be enough to kill Leon. But this was a mistake. 3 seconds before the impact, a weak shell formed around the organism, different from the one previously recorded. Having defended himself from the impact of bullets and faced the expected range of the firearm, the threat was eliminated. Leon only needed 1 second to repel any threat. The knight simply jumped out of the collision zone. He was not stuck in the process of confrontation and containment. It was a skill that all Holy Grail knights could use with ease. It was a miracle of humanity's most powerful superweapon, a law imposed on the world. Holy law of protective barrier from arrows. Any ranged attack was inapplicable to the knight. Leon didn't have to put in too much effort to defeat his opponent. Once the dust settled, the guy slowly approached the robot. Spinner tried to make a logical analysis of the situation, but due to the damage, it was impossible. The robot could barely move, and electric shocks emanated from it from damaged mechanisms. Turning his attention to Leon, Spinner raised his threat level to S level. Since the battle was a losing one with the existing damage, the robot's computing system decided to leave the battlefield. Before Leon could get too close, Spinner released smoke around himself. The king didn't understand what was happening at first, so he just stood and waited. When the smoke cleared, Leon realized that the enemy had decided to leave the battlefield. At this time, Spinner quickly returned to his base. The robot remembered how his creator had told him to protect this place and not let anyone get close to it. Spinner began analyzing and repairing the damaged parts. The robot counted the remaining ammunition but decided to dispose of it due to the damaged firearm. After doing the math, Spinner decided to use 657 rounds of homemade ammunition. The robot also detected an imbalance in the use of damaged ammunition. The threat level was raised, leading Spinner to conclude that enemy forces had acquired a new biological weapon. The robot began to adapt to the upgrade. Periodically, Spinner's memories flashed with the image of his creator, who thanked the robot for protecting the city. After some time, the complete strategic modernization was completed. Spinner was ready to continue his mission. Meanwhile, we are transported to the gates of the Jeonju Sports Complex in the city center of Block B. After the robot escaped, the squad decided to split up to find the damaged boss. A small detachment roamed the city streets and was ready to confront the enemy at any moment. After a while, they noticed Spinner's gun 250 meters ahead. The squad captain ordered the long-range fighters to carefully climb the opposite building. The others were supposed to wait in place, but at that moment, a strange sound was heard behind the guy. The captain turned around to see that all the members of his squad had been cut to pieces by wire that appeared out of nowhere. Just a few moments ago, he himself had walked down this alley, and there was nothing there. At some point, the captain felt like the robot was behind him. The guy turned around sharply, getting ready to hit the robot. However, the sword only cut through air since there was no one behind him anymore. The captain was absolutely certain that the robot had just been behind him. A moment later, the boy felt something tickling his face. The wire appeared in the blink of an eye, and the captain did not even have time to understand or hear it. Like his crew, the captain was cut into pieces. Spinner conducted an analysis and recorded the destruction of 5 unspecified organisms. As the robot emerged from the shadows, a hiccuping sound came from the alleyway. Spinner turned around and saw the hunter running away in fear, screaming that he didn't want to die. The robot soon conducted an analysis and determined that the hunter posed no threat. Only this helped the guy save himself from death. The hunter ran out of the alley and found himself in a large square, but tripped over the curb and fell. Meanwhile, Spinner continued to slowly follow the guy. The hunter begged not to kill him, but the robot seemed to have no intention of doing so. The guy froze, hiding behind one of the many monuments. Spinner walked up to the lawn and stopped next to the white monument. The robot seemed to be trying to say something, pointing at the tombstone. In his memories, his creator stood in this place. The girl stood in this place and said that soon she too would be locked here like other people. The creator said that she would forever remain a part of this city. But will Spinner stay here? Based on the results of the logical analysis, a decision was made to eliminate the intruder, but the robot changed the data. Spinner made an autonomous decision and forcibly changed the logical priority. The hunter heard voice signals from the robot and began to assume that he would not be touched. The guy looked at the robot with confusion as it turned around abruptly and left the square. The hunter was brought to his senses by a voice that came from behind him. Seeing the head of the Magician's Guild, the guy said that the robot was apparently tired since he did not kill him. The boy thought that Spinner saw Tayson approaching and decided to retreat rather than engage in battle. After a few moments, the hunters began to examine the square and noted that it resembled a cemetery. This place was much cleaner than all other areas of the city. Meanwhile, Spinner moved around the city as if searching for one specific target. Taesong, in turn, noted that the cemetery was very creepy, so they should leave as soon as possible. They didn't know that Spinner retreated only because his main goal was to protect the citizens. He had to do it, even if they were dead citizens. Spinner soon returned to his base. The robot analyzed that there were 49 enemies left, and among them was a factor with a threat level of 5. Spinner was analyzing the possible outcomes of the battle, but soon a man appeared in the room. Peeking out from behind the door, the intruder said that he now understood where the robot had been all this time. The man assumed that during the time they had not seen each other, the robot had had a good time with the other robots. Leon was able to find Spinner's secret lair. Leon was a man who extolled chivalry. It would not even be an exaggeration to say that he is the embodiment of chivalry. The guy couldn't stand cowardly raids and was looking for only fair fights. Leon asked Spinner if he had finished tidying up the technical equipment. The robot sensed the threat and immediately rushed to attack. Although Leon strove to adhere to strict rules of combat, his opponents did not always fight fairly. However, even so, this was not a reason to renounce knightly dignity. Leon was the embodiment of the unbreakable knightly will. Thanks to such temperament, the guy became stronger, and thanks to such will, he was chosen. Leon said it was unreasonable of him to expect honor from the machine. Spinner quickly analyzed the situation and decided to open fire with the 60mm cannon. Shells rained down on Leon, but he stood his ground. The robot soon realized that it was useless. Leon was protected from arrows by a weapon called the Great Law. The robot considered the same anomaly of physical phenomena. Spinner jumped up and began to conduct a refraction trajectory analysis. The robot moved quickly throughout the room, examining the barrier from all sides. Within moments, Spinner had identified several refraction points and opened fire on them. Leon watched what was happening with a smile. When the bullets were very close, the guy put a charge of energy into his leg and hit the floor with it. The concrete floor immediately began to move, and its debris shielded Leon from the bullets. Spinner dropped to the ground and crept up to the place where the guy had stood just recently. There was silence for a few moments, and the robot beeped questioningly. However, just a second later, a spear was thrust into the ground next to Spinner. The robot barely managed to jump back, avoiding damage. Everything happened so quickly that even Spinner had a hard time keeping track of Leon's actions. Within a few moments, the spear was back in the hands of the knight, who was sitting on his faithful ally, the white horse. Leon's gaze was blazing, as if he was going to destroy everything in this world. Spinner sensed the threat and quickly began to retreat. In an attempt to defend itself from Leon's attack, the robot opened fire again. However, no matter how hard Spinner tried, all the projectiles flew past the target. The robot's calculations were going wrong, and under no circumstances could it reach its goal. Leon stopped and watched carefully as Spinner retreated again. The boy turned to his horse Stallion and said that they wanted to play hide-and-seek with him. The robot's analysis system returned an error, but it continued to dart from side to side. Spinner tried to identify his opponent's weak points, but it was all in vain. Leon's patience soon ran out. The boy spurred his horse and rushed after Spinner. Leon followed the robot step by step and tried to touch him at every opportunity. The robot constantly changed its trajectory, but everything remained the same. For the first time, Spinner was faced with the fact that he did not understand something. The robot needed time to analyze the situation, but Leon followed him. Spinner didn't understand how an organism could have such speed. Soon, the robot's attention was drawn to the pole. The spinner caught its mechanical paw on him. In an instant, the robot changed its trajectory. Spinner did the calculations and decided to launch a wide-area attack. Leon immediately gave the command to Stallion. The horse prepared for a direct collision. A second before impact, Stallion jumped over the robot. The guy landed and turned around. The horse braked sharply, but still continued on for a few more meters. Stallion snorted, but Leon just chuckled. The guy noted that it was not a bad reception. Spinner tried to take advantage of the opportunity to do a quick analysis. The weapon turned on the robot and prepared to open fire. Stallion rushed forward at that moment. Spinner took up a position high above the ground and began firing. The horse easily maneuvered between the shells, rapidly approaching the enemy. Spinner increased the speed of his shots to the limit. Empty homemade cartridges rained down in a continuous stream onto the concrete streets. Stallion successfully carried his rider through a hail of shells. The robot tried to climb as high as possible to increase the distance between itself and its opponent. At some point, several shells hit the wall of the building, causing an explosion. Large pieces of the building fell on Leon's head. The boy ordered Stallion to move on. The horse immediately found a good position and jumped up, pushing off the falling debris of the house. Stallion leaped into the sky, rushing toward Spinner. Soon, Leon found himself above the robot, taking a comfortable position. The sun peeked out from behind the tall buildings and illuminated the white horse and its rider. Meanwhile, Spinner remained in the darkness of the buildings. The robot counted its ammunition and then decided to open fire with all 68 remaining shells. The gun took aim at Leon. The next moment, a hail of shells rained down on the guy. The robot felt that Leon would not be able to set up the barrier this time. The barrier didn't actually appear, but the projectiles hit the guy's body and bounced off to the side. At that moment, Spinner realized that all his attempts were useless. Leon shouted that he would do it in the name of the Lionheart. The guy got close enough and struck. A loud sound cut through the space. The spinner shot down like a comet and exploded upon impact with the ground. The robot was torn to pieces, but its thought processes did not stop. The spinner suffered critical damage and the task limit was exceeded. The robot again remembered the voice of its creator. The girl said that what was locked away should never see the light of day again. After this, Spinner initiated the self-destruct process. To get rid of the enemies, the robot started detonating objects throughout the entire territory. Leon looked at what was happening in shock. Soon after, an explosion rocked the city and a mushroom cloud shot into the sky. When Spinner first woke up, he was in a storage room that smelled of oil. One of the employees gave him the order to go out to defend the city and carry out his task. However, before the man could leave, he was killed by poisonous tentacles. Giant, slimy tentacles began to creep into the vault. Soon, the entire monster appeared from behind the wall. Within a few moments, the creature was killed. Spinner was given a goal, and he accomplished it. The robot moved further and further into the city, eliminating danger in its path. Spinner's top priority was supporting his allies. Many robots like him took to the streets of the city to clear it of the threat. At the same time, a group of spinners headed to the city and destroyed the enemies, thereby becoming heroes. The story of super robots saving a city from a hopeless situation was just a good fairy tale for citizens who had lost faith. Spinners became symbols of hope and iron knights. Soon, robots began to be modernized and improved. They were able to fight against increasingly stronger opponents. Now they defended the city under the leadership of the commander-in-chief. Day after day, they defended the city, giving everything they had. They knew no fear of the enemy and moved forward rapidly. However, all this continued until what they were protecting disappeared. Before her death, Spinner's creator asked for the protection of this city. At that moment, the last battle robot received its final order. Therefore, no one could even get close to the thing that he so carefully guarded. He carefully prepared for the emergence of new opponents. Spinner studied the city and set his traps to play into his hands. He defended the city from anyone who dared to invade his domain. When there were no enemies, Spinner sat in his lair. He prepared new ammunition day after day in case new enemies appeared. This continued over and over again, moving in an endless circle. However, the clash with Leon was his last. The knight approached the robot and said that the shield and arrow's blessing still worked. The guy looked to the side and discovered what was his target. The room contained a dark sphere that radiated power. Leon realized that this was what Spinner had been so desperately trying to protect. This sphere was the main target of the gate. Leon immediately realized that this was the Stone of Wisdom. The guy took out a sword and said that this is not something that should exist. Leon caught movement behind him and felt pain in his leg. The robot, with the last of its strength, released a web and wrapped itself around the boy's leg. Leon looked at Spinner and asked how long he had been guarding this place. The guy wondered how long the robot had been fighting alone. Leon said that all living beings who lived in this city should thank Spinner for his service. The knight addressed the robot as a robot deserving of respect. Leon raised his sword over the Stone of Wisdom and said that Spinner's task had been successfully completed. The boy lowered his sword onto the stone, causing a bright flash of light. Divine energy was pouring through the walls and roof of the building. Soon, the force broke through the concrete roof and shot up like a star. This light colored the sky golden. Gradually, the light began to fade, revealing Leon standing with his back to Spinner. The Stone of Wisdom was destroyed. Leon looked at Spinner again and told him to rest in peace. Before the robot's consciousness completely faded, he heard the voice of his creator thanking him. At this point, the task was completed, and Leon returned to the headquarters of the Hunters Association. The boy was asked a lot about the destroyed Knowledge Stone, which is why he asked if the leader was really so unhappy about it. The leader just smiled and said that the stone had become Leon's complete property from the moment he killed Spinner. The king said that there was no need to be so disappointed about the stone, because it was poison. Leon said that this stone was created by the evil of wisdom and poisoned to tempt people. The boy believed that it was the devil's thing. The head of the Hunters Association winced at these words. Leon said that at first it grants one wish, but later demands a fee, akin to taming a beast with food. This object seduces people with thoughts of eternal life. Leon said that it doesn't take long to lose your humanity and turn into a demon. The king asked if similar things had been found, to which Kanhek said that he would immediately report it to the government. Leon said that the best solution would be to destroy all the stones. However, the boy was worried that they might already have fallen under the influence of demons. Soon, Leon and Kanhyuk arrived at the laboratory. Several scientists were busy with their own affairs and did not pay attention to the new arrivals. Kanhek said that Spinner's remains are kept in this place and are completely safe. Scientists conducted experiments to study technologies of another dimension. First, they started by studying the external parameters and recorded all the data on the card. Leon didn't ask permission and walked up to the platform where Spinner was. Kanhek asked what the boy was going to do with the robot. Leon said that Spinner was a noble knight, so they should hold a funeral and pray for him. The guy called upon the Holy Grail and said that first they needed to bless the robot. Leon carefully took the cup and filled it with divine power, calling for Spinner to rest in peace. The king called the robot a faithful knight and poured the golden liquid from the vessel. When the liquid hit the metal body, it seemed to melt it. The dark laboratory room was filled with a bright glow. As the light began to fade, all eyes were on Spinner. After a few moments, the robot began to move one limb. The laboratory staff were very scared. Leon, however, watched without a shadow of fear what the robot was about to do. The Spinner started making squeaking sounds. Metal claws emerged from holes on the top of the robot. Leon felt the energy of divine power radiating from Spinner. The robot had no power source, but divine power was able to create a miracle. The robot's claws began to sort out the mechanisms on their own. They unfastened the necessary parts and put together something new. The robot restored itself piece by piece. From the remaining elements, we got a small robot. The creation of the Spinner has completely moved into a small metal ball. Leon took out his sword and said that only the goddess could choose the one who would serve her. The boy swung his sword, causing Spinner to flinch. The next moment, Leon thrust his sword into the floor. Divine energy began to envelop his body from head to toe. No one dared to interfere. Everything that was happening was new to them, so it was impossible to look away. Spinner himself also closely monitored Leon's actions. After a few moments, Leon opened his eyes, which were shimmering with a golden glow. The boy pulled the sword out of the floor as the weapon turned completely golden. After that, Leon cut through the space around him with one blow. The space seemed to begin to collapse, spreading out in golden cracks. When the field was broken, the image of the goddess appeared before the people's eyes. Leon looked at her and did not dare to look away. Kanhek couldn't believe his eyes. All the laboratory staff and the chairman of the Hunting Association fell to their knees. Everyone present felt that the girl from the bright light was not human. She was a divine creation, incomparable to anything. It was the first time people saw Leon bow his head to someone. The boy bowed and greeted the goddess with a smile on his face. The goddess greeted her first knight and asked what kind of creature was in front of her. Leon smiled and introduced Spinner to the girl. The guy said that he was a role model and worthy of the goddess's patronage. A few moments later, the girl said that Spinner had not complied with her demands. In her opinion, the robot did not prove his nobility and did not dedicate his glory to her. Leon said that as the goddess's first knight, he would ensure that Spinner was a great knight who could be a worthy king. A smile appeared on the goddess's face, and she decided to trust her subject. Leon looked at the goddess with a slight smile. The girl said there was no need for further consideration. The goddess extended her hand forward and said that there was one thing she had to be sure of. The girl asked if the Steel Knight from another world would follow the light, singing of justice, and join her knight's army. The Spinner swayed slightly and chirped in agreement. The goddess said that he was full of nobility and knowledge, but his heart was pure as a child's. The girl asked the Steel Knight to help Leon stop the evil in this world, and then she would bless him. Spinner turned to Leon as if asking his permission. The guy smiled and nodded his head in agreement. Spinner immediately turned back to the goddess. After moving the locators on its head a couple of times, the robot froze. After a few moments, Spinner began to chirp. However, none of those present understood what the robot was trying to convey to them. Spinner launched a language template signal hack and installed a language module. The goddess waited patiently for the robot to be able to tune in to conversation. Spinner began to speak incoherently, but they all added up to the fact that he agreed to serve the goddess. A smile appeared on the goddess's face again. The girl spread her arms and blessed Spinner. The robot froze in place, waiting for a miracle to happen. The goddess said that as long as Spinner faithfully serves her first knight, she will grant him her patronage. A beam of light appeared out of nowhere and rushed straight towards the robot. Leon bowed his head in respect for this action. Now Spinner stood before the light and justice and became a Knight of the Grail. Spinner became the first knight of his kind. Meanwhile, things were unsettled in the U.S. Magic Tower. Sherman asked the great creature for forgiveness for failing to carry out his orders. We find ourselves in the office of the head of the Magic Tower, Reynold Sherman. The magic ball had completely taken the man under its control and was now disappointed that Reynold had not completed his task. The tower leader said that Leon's appearance was a big surprise for them. The ball exclaimed that the man was polluting his ears with his useless excuses. However, after a few moments, it became noticeable that the ball began to get nervous. The magic vessel ordered Reynold to turn on the news immediately. The tower's leader immediately ran to get the remote control and turned on the TV, again kneeling in front of the ball. The main topic of today's news was Leon, the Lionheart King. As soon as the magic ball saw a familiar face, it began to shake. The tower's leader was at a loss for words, as it was the first time he had seen the master so frightened by something. The ball shouted that it was washing its hands and was not going to do anything, after which the glow disappeared, and the ball turned out to be empty. Reynold grabbed the empty ball in his hands and tried to shout to the master, but he did not answer. The man was very concerned about what was happening. However, no matter how hard he screamed, the stone never made a single sound again. Meanwhile, the Korean Hunters Association continued to be in turmoil for some time. Kan-hyuk informed Leon that they would register Spinner as a guild member. The man warned that it would be difficult to do this right now, but the king said that it did not matter. At this point, the conversation ended and Leon and Spinner left the laboratory. The robot turned to the king and beeped questioningly. A few moments later, Leon began to cough and black liquid came out of his mouth. The advancement of the Grail Knight in lands devoid of divinity took a lot of the boy's strength. Spinner touched Leon's leg as if asking if it was his fault. The guy said that he was just too weak in this world. The goddess said that Leon was not to blame for this, since it was she who was absent from his side. The boy replied that no one could blame the deity, so he asked the goddess not to say such things again. The girl said that she was grateful to Leon for his loyalty. The goddess insisted that the blame lay with her and the other gods who had not come to this world earlier. After these words, Leon's soul became uneasy. The goddess helped the boy to heal and told him to believe in his gods and wait for them. At this point, Ariana ended the conversation and returned to her world. The girl turned to the gods, her brothers and sisters. The goddess said that they should help their follower. On the day King Lionheart turned 121, the world ended and only one knight remained. He released all the divinity into the world around him and directed it into his own heart, causing the gods to enter him. They watched as the king slew monsters for the next 180 years. The gods allowed one man to bear the burden of the whole world. Therefore, all the gods of the pantheon are indebted to Leon. When the four of them gathered at the round table, the goddess Demera asked what the king's condition was at the moment. Ariana replied that her knight had exhausted himself, so he was in bad shape. Another god slammed his hand on the armrest and asked how the appointment of one Grail Knight had such a profound effect on Leon's body. It was the god of war and fire, Pidos, and he was very unhappy that King Lionheart was now so weak. Ariana ordered him to calm down and reminded him that Leon had fought for them for more than 200 years in a row and won. Pidos shouted that he knew this very well, and that was precisely why he was angry. But not at the guy, but at himself. For a while there was silence in the hall, which none of the gods dared to break. Life looked at its feet, as if everything that was happening was its fault. Ariana broke the silence and said that 180 years had already passed. The goddess said that it was their time to act, so her brothers and sisters must help her. The girl could no longer watch her knight suffer in pain. The god of steel and crafts, Heto, raised his hand and said he had an idea. The man said that they should do the same as life in the fields, and bless something connected to them to bring faith. Peitos asked if Heto was really proposing to do missionary work. The man replied that people in that world communicate through something called the internet. Heto suggested using the internet to his advantage and spread faith among society. Peitos asked why Leon himself hadn't done this before, to which the man replied that during the knight's lifetime, the internet was not yet known. Ariana reminded that last time it took Leon 20 years to understand the reason for what was happening. A smile instantly appeared on Heto's face. The man said that their new Knight of the Holy Grail would help them with this. Meanwhile, the Korean Heroes Association was in turmoil again. One of the employees approached Chance, asking if it was okay to show this on the internet. Chansu came closer, and it took him a few moments to understand what was being said. The man immediately saw a tab with a video from the Blessed Fields. The video was released on the Pantheon's official channel and encouraged people to believe in the goddess Demera. At the moment, the channel was broadcasting live. Office workers and farmers were compared and looked down upon. The video promoted the blessed rice, which was said to change lives. The author of the video offered to learn more about the God that exists in this world and who actually exists. In the comments, people didn't believe that this channel was run by a real person, as the quality was very high. The association staff assumed that the channel belonged to Leon, but Chansu doubted that the king would go to YouTube. All the employees started thinking about who could have done this, but they couldn't come to a clear conclusion. Chansu was more interested in whether these videos were clickbait or if it was all true. The man couldn't understand what the channel's author was really up to. Chansu headed towards the exit and said that he would go out for a short while. The man said that he was going to meet Leon. By this time, night had already fallen on the street. Leon was relaxing after a long day in his penthouse. In one of the rooms of the penthouse, work continued unabated. Spinner was actively typing something on his laptop. After some time, the robot completed creating the description. Once everything was ready, Spinner pressed the button and began loading the materials. At that moment, the door to the room opened. Haru peeked into the room and asked if Spinner had cleared out her laptop. The girl came closer and asked what the robot was doing. Spinner said he comes up with a name and creates annoying advertising. The robot has already completed the first phase and is now moving on to the second, hacking the network. For a few moments, Haru froze as she didn't understand anything Spinner said. The girl was very poor with computers, so she decided that the robot was just playing. A couple of days later, we find ourselves in the fields of Naju. The fields housed a temporary branch of the Pantheon Guild. Chansu ran into the building and told Leon that the video needed to be destroyed immediately. Haru looked at her boss in surprise, not understanding what had happened. The girl decided to calm Chansu down and offered him some barley tea, which Leon liked so much. The chief accepted the drink and drank it down in one gulp. Wiping his mouth, Chansu asked who was uploading all these videos to the Pantheon channel. Leon turned his gaze to the man and said that Spinner was in charge of the channel. Haru pointed to the robot sitting off to the side at the computer. But Chansu couldn't believe Spinner was doing that. Meanwhile, the robot continued to quickly type on the keyboard, not paying attention to the guest. Leon asked what Chansu meant by destroying the video. The man said that the rice grown in the fields of Naju was completely different from what was usually grown in their world. This rice heals any disease, so people who learn about these properties will definitely come for it, but not with good intentions. The fields of Naju will be overrun with thieves and there will be no way to control it. Chansu said that once the food industry authorities allow planting, the association will do its utmost to help Pantheon. Leon agreed to these conditions, saying that the association would still operate according to its own rules and algorithms. However, the king said that there was no need to worry so much about it. Leon said that divine crops cannot be stolen by anyone. Chansu didn't understand how the guy could be so sure of this. An incident occurred that same night. The golden rice field without sunlight was no different from an ordinary field. Under cover of night, several cars arrived at the fields. The mercenaries received an anonymous order to save the seeds from Naju's field and burn all the crops. The mercenaries were hesitant because the field was described as incredibly valuable, but no one was guarding it. The group looked at the field where the wind was blowing. Despite their doubts, the mercenaries decided to act as instructed. The mercenaries were the Snake Squad, an association of demonic people from the Korean branch of the Hitman Group. People began to wander around the field, collecting rice seeds. Following the collectors, mercenaries with canisters followed and watered the field. At some point, one of the men in the squad flinched, noticing something ahead. A squad member warned the commander that there was a man ahead. One mercenary stepped forward, drawing his sword. However, as he came closer, he discovered that it was not a man standing in the middle of the field, but a scarecrow. A hat and coat were placed on a haydoll, which in the darkness created the impression that there was a person standing in the middle of a field. The captain scolded his subordinate for making noise. A member of the squad said he definitely saw the scarecrow move, but the captain replied that it was just the wind. However, as he passed the scarecrow, the squad member continued to look at the doll. It seemed very creepy to the guy. At some point, a noise was heard behind the squad, causing everyone to turn around. Just a few moments ago, the field was empty, but now it was completely filled with scarecrows. Some dolls even had pitchfork-shaped weapons on their backs. The captain continued to insist that there was nothing unusual about this. The man said that they needed to determine the direction of the wind in order to burn as much of the stock as possible, and they would take the grain from the storage. The squad members tried to ignore the dolls that seemed to surround them on all sides. Soon, all the canisters were emptied and collected in one pile. The captain ordered to collect some seeds for himself and wanted to assign 2 of his subordinates another task. However, some time passed, but the subordinates still did not respond. The captain asked the rest of the squad where the boys had gone. One of the mercenaries said that he and another member of the raid were following him, but now they are nowhere to be seen. At some point, the captain began to sweat, noticing something strange. The man said there was something wrong with the scarecrows standing behind them. The squad didn't have time to notice how the dolls seemed to surround them from all sides and became much closer than they had been just a minute ago. The captain was trying to figure out what was going on and didn't even notice how one of the scarecrows had snuck up behind him. Hearing a rustling sound behind him, the man quickly looked back. The scarecrow loomed over him, making his head almost invisible. When the scarecrow bent even lower, the captain saw a funny face drawn on it. However, this frightened the man even more. The captain turned sharply and struck the scarecrow, cutting it in two and attracting the attention of his subordinates. The man shouted that these scarecrows could move. As if on command, the dolls stopped hiding and began to approach the mercenaries. All of the heads had funny faces painted on them, but the weapons in their hands completely contradicted what was painted on them. The squad members began to panic and ask the captain what they should do now. No one understood how the monsters could have ended up on this field, since there was no entrance to the dungeon anywhere. After some time, the dolls severely beat the squad, but some were able to find a way out to the road. The mercenaries said that they had never seen anything like this in the gate. The captain thought that they were in such a hurry that they took almost no one with them. The man initially thought the assignment was very strange, but now he really wanted to find the anonymous customer and deal with him. While the captain was thinking about what to do next, one of the mercenaries pointed somewhere to the side. Not far from the road, there was a silo where grain was supposed to be stored. The captain immediately noticed that there were no lights on in the windows, which indicated that there was no one in the room. The man immediately imagined how his group could get rich if they stole the rice. The captain ordered his subordinates to transfer as much rice as possible to the cars. The man believed that scarecrows only attacked in the field, so they were completely safe indoors. The captain was the first to move towards the storage facility, leading the people behind him. However, as soon as he stepped onto the straight road, something clicked. A moment later, there was an explosion and the man was thrown into the air. The squad members froze in place, afraid to take a step, but tried to shout to the captain. Lying face down on the ground, the man asked why there were mines there. The mercenaries looked ahead and, from the unevenness of the field, realized that the owners had buried mines around the storage facility. One of the mercenaries asked who came up with this idea, but all he heard in response was a beeping sound. A small robot approached them from the side and said that the recording of authorized people was confirmed. One of the mercenaries immediately realized that this robot was the boss of the Jeju Gate. Spinner scanned the people and announced that he was beginning the destruction process. For some time, the sounds of fighting continued to echo across the field. By morning, everything had become quiet, filling the air with the sounds of nature. Spinner caught and tied up all the trespassers and rolled them to the Pantheon's temporary base. The mercenaries have already regretted agreeing to this task. The captain suffered the most as his leg was broken. Next to the thieves, there was a sign with rules of conduct in the fields, where the most important point was that thieves die. After the arrest of the Demonic Human Association, the value of the Pantheon and the blessed rice skyrocketed. The spinner became the embodiment of the algorithm, thanks to its abilities directed in the right direction. Leon began to promote the Pantheon in order to sow the new rice harvest. But even here, there were some minor incidents. At one of the meetings with famous people, the king again began to point out the differences in status between him and the reporters. Ultimately, thanks to Spinner and Leon's actions, the entire internet was talking about Pantheon. Leon put the newspaper aside and asked if the gods had really invented this. Now it seemed to the guy that they were even better accustomed to the modern world than he was. Leon was distracted from his rest by Haru's voice, who said that she had important news. The girl said that although the rice's evaluation results have not yet been released, each pack costs nearly 230 million won. Leon thought about it and said that rice should be made cheaper. The guy said that demand determines the price of the goods, but because of such a high price, the farmers will not be able to afford it. Leon insisted that God's mercy should be available to everyone. The king had previously met with the president and insisted on preaching religion to farmers. However, the man noted that he must remain neutral on the issue of religion. Despite this, Leon has gathered enough believers that he should have enough power for the Lionheart and the army. Haru couldn't help but worry about the boy's health, as she had already witnessed him become ill. The girl reported that she was able to reserve the Yellow Gate as Leon wanted. However, Haru was worried that capturing the gate with the people chosen by the king was impossible. Despite her words, there was a smile on Leon's face. The guy was confident in his own strength and in the strength of the people he chose. Leon said that they would see what happened next. Soon, familiar faces began to gather at the headquarters of the hunting association. Taesung was invited to the meeting and met team manager Kim there. The man said he had come because the president of the Hunters Association was gathering all the helpless hunters together. Taesung said he was also surprised when he received the message about the gathering. He saw many familiar faces in this hall, but none of them were strong hunters. The boy looked around the room and noticed his brother and sister, who were taking the final test with him to increase their rank. Soon, Haru appeared in the hall, and everyone immediately recognized her. The girl had the highest result in last year's conscription. Taesung didn't pay attention to Haru and continued to look around. Soon, the arrival of His Majesty Leon Dragonius Lionheart was announced. Taesung immediately turned his gaze to the man who entered and recognized him as the foreigner who had been tested with him. Even that day, the guy realized that Leon was an unusual person. However, he could not even imagine that the guy could be from a completely different world. Meanwhile, Leon crossed the hall and approached the podium standing in the center of the stage. The king glanced at the arrivals and greeted them. Leon said that he invited everyone here because he was looking for soldiers to join his guild, Pantheon. The guy said that those who were qualified and had proven themselves, as well as people who had survived the training, would be suitable for him. Leon said that he would grant such people the honor of joining his army. One of the association's workers stepped forward and said he would talk about the entrance exam. Turning on the screen, the man announced that the test involved clearing the Yellow Gate at Samjong Station. At this moment, panic broke out in the hall, as all the hunters believed that they were about to be sent to certain death. Taesun watched silently as the hunters reacted, understanding that such a reaction from them was expected. The color can be used to understand the level and difficulty of the gate. The most difficult gates were the black ones. The red gate was similar in difficulty to the one with Spinner as the boss. Following them were orange gates, like the one in which Leon met the Headless Knight. Next came simpler gates in yellow, green, and blue. Considering that the gate where Taesung took the test was blue for A, C, and D rank hunters, the yellow gate was certain death. The hunters were furious, but the organizer tried his best to calm them down, saying that passing the test was not mandatory. Many hunters said they didn't even intend to get involved with it and then left. Taesun watched this and wondered if they really wouldn't be stopped. With each passing moment, more and more hunters decided to leave the meeting. None of the organizers tried to stop them, either by force or by word. Soon, the hall fell into complete silence, and only 14 people remained in front of the stage. Leon looked at them for a while, remaining silent. Then the king pointed to a guy with black curly hair standing at the edge. The guy immediately became nervous when the survivor himself addressed him directly. Leon asked why the hunter decided to stay. The guy tried to remain calm and said he assumed there must be some meaning to all of this. Leon asked each hunter in turn the reason why they remained in the hall. Everyone had their own reasons. Some stayed with a friend, some were curious about what would happen next. Soon it was Taesung's turn. When Leon asked the guy the same question, he froze. Taesung understood that Pantheon was a guild created by someone who was, by definition, an S-rank hunter. The boy replied that he didn't think Leon wanted to send them to certain death, so he stayed. Leon smiled and said that Taesung was in a good mood and very energetic. The king came closer to the edge of the stage and reminded that he had come here to recruit soldiers. Leon said that a soldier's main duty is to obey. The soldiers were to accept the knight's orders and trust the knight's honor and strength, rather than doubt them. Leon said that was all that was required of the soldiers. The king smiled and said that he would demand complete obedience. Leon pointed to the left and said that they would enter the gate immediately. The knight ordered the hunters to take some of the weapons and finish their preparations. Soon, the detachment approached the yellow gates of Samjong Station. The hunters were dressed in armor, and Haru walked from side to side, checking their readiness. Manager Kim said the gear was very heavy, but worth it. Taesung looked at the shield he was given and thought that he was an attacker, not a defender. Hunters of such C and D ranks have never held such expensive items in their hands. Taesung looked forward where Leon stood at the head of the line. The hunters were fully armed, while the knight wore no equipment. Taesung decided to address Haru, who was passing by at that moment. The boy asked why His Majesty was not wearing armor. Haru thought for a few moments, then said that Leon's skin was stronger than his armor. Taesung turned his gaze back to the king. All the boy could think was that they should be safe if Leon really was that strong. Soon, the squad entered the gate, and Taesung was convinced that his judgments were wrong. Leon quickly lost his temper and started killing monsters. The hunters were afraid to even move, seeing the mood their commander was in. The knight's eyes burned, and he shouted that these creatures were ungrateful warriors who crawled on the ground and would meet their death here. Leon raised his sword and said that this was unshakable justice. We are transported back a few hours, to the moment when the squad had just entered the gate. The territory was rich in mountains and forests. The hunters soon realized that they would have to fight in the open air. A message came from the dungeon system that the new arrivals were mercenaries from the outer lands. On this great plain, a war continues between two tribes, and the newcomers must choose a side and win. This dungeon was a group quest, so the hunters all had to join one of the sides. One of the squad members was interested in which side it would be more profitable for them to fight on. Suddenly, a hunter shouted, pointing to the side, saying that monsters were approaching them. The squad's entire attention immediately turned to the approaching enemy squad. The squad was led by an orc who rode on a giant monster that resembled a boar. The boss gave a call to his warriors. The orc waved his left hand, which held an axe, to the side. The monsters immediately began to scatter in different directions, surrounding Leon's squad. Haru grabbed her sword and waited, the knight ordered. Having surrounded the detachment of people, the orcs dismounted and came closer. The chief orc said that this was the territory of the Battle-Axe tribe, so the humans invaded their lands. The hunters were worried, but did not dare to answer. Haru turned to Leon, who was beside himself with anger. The girl asked if they should start the quest now, to which the knight replied that they could do whatever they wanted. Spinner, sitting on Haru's head, beeped, and the girl thanked Leon. A system window opened in front of the girl, and she turned to the monsters, taking on the role of negotiator. Haru said that they were mercenaries from distant lands who came to receive a reward for helping the tribe. The orc said that he had already heard about them from the head of the tribe, so he invited them to go with them. Haru quickly glanced at Leon, who was about to explode in anger at any moment. However, the knight, as he had promised, did not resist and went with his squad after the orcs. Soon, a large stone arch began to appear ahead. A group of orcs and hunters approached the gate. The people were stopped in front of the gate, and the chief of the orcs looked at the hunters, saying that they looked weaker than he expected. The head of the Battle-Axe tribe was called Kartakarak. The orc called on the people to join the Battle-Axe tribe, because the greater the war, the more noble the death. The monster said that the winner of the war would take everything, and at that moment, Leon's patience came to an end. The knight said that he was not going to listen to this for another second. Forces began to burst out of Leon's body, and he asked what kind of nobility they were talking about. The guy said that a beast like an orc has no right to dream about such things. Kartakarak was furious that the mercenary dared to insult him. However, Leon did not expect an attack and immediately cut off the head of the orc leader. Taesung watched what was happening in shock. Leon shouted that all orcs were just worms that crawled on the ground and would meet their death here. Taesung realized that this task would be very difficult for them, since Leon couldn't stand orcs. During his life, the knight killed 8,769,653 orcs and earned the nickname Orc Slayer, becoming a legend. As soon as Kartakarak was killed, the orcs went berserk. They immediately recognized the mercenary squad as an enemy and attacked. Taesung stood in the front row as a defender, but his lack of experience in this position made him sluggish. Leon turned to the squad and ordered them to raise their shields and form a circle to repel the attack. Taesung immediately came to his senses and quickly removed the shield from his back. The guy understood that their squad consisted of D-rank hunters, so they simply wouldn't have the opportunity to stand up to the orcs. One of the orcs raised his axe above the shields, preparing to strike. Taesung was very worried about whether they would be able to survive this collision. The blow of the axe landed right on the guy's shield, but he didn't move. Taesung looked forward in surprise, trying to make sure he had managed to block the blow. A moment later, a system table appeared, notifying that the squad was provided with the support of the Lionheart's aura. The system began sending numerous notifications about the enemy's status and the status of the Legion's hunters. The notifications also noted that the Legion members' levels were too low, making most support points unavailable. Taesung thought that Leon's support was beyond the pale. The knight ordered to raise shields, push back the enemy, and look for opportune moments to attack. Soon, the hunters began to advance forward, and periodically attackers appeared from behind the shields, killing the orcs. This way, the monsters couldn't get too close. The hunters felt confident in their actions thanks to Leon's support. At some point, one of the orcs turned to the god of warriors. Leon lost his temper and asked how these monsters dared to call upon the gods. The guy raised his hand up and created a portal. Leon ordered the Legion to cut out the orcs' tongues, take their heads, and humiliate their false god. The knight summoned Stallion to the battlefield. There was a loud roar, and dust rose into the air, blocking the orcs' view. They tried to understand what was happening, but at that moment, Leon appeared from the fog and killed several orcs. The boy mounted his warhorse and rushed into battle. Stallion rammed his chest and hooves into the orcs standing in his way. The horse broke through the ranks of orcs, following the orders of its master. Having run to the other end of the squad of monsters, the farthest from his people, Leon stopped. The guy crossed his arms and again formed portals next to him. Soon the handles of the weapon fell into Leon's hands. The knight began to pull them out of the portal, looking at the orcs with burning eyes. The boy took out his sacred sword and spear and prepared to attack. Leon looked at the orcs defiantly and said that he would kill them all. The sounds of the battle continued to echo across the fields and forests for a long time. As the night deepened outside, the last orc was defeated. The members of Leon's legion stopped to rest after a long and grueling battle. At that moment, Leon raised his sword and demanded a solemn cry from the soldiers. The knight said it was a worthy victory. The hunters tried to keep Leon's spirits up, but their strength was running low, so their reaction was not very lively. Haru approached the knight and distracted him from the hunters. The girl decided to ask why Leon did this. The guy asked if he really needed a reason to kill the orcs. Haru replied that the dungeon's mission included helping one of the parties. Leon said that he would rather throw himself into the cauldron of hell than help the orcs. The boy believed that these monsters did not deserve an ounce of respect, because their very existence was evil. Leon said that even if the orcs were brave, their beastly energy could not compare to knightly honor. The boy ordered the girl not to treat them like people, since orcs are just disgusting creatures. Leon's face showed how negatively he felt about these creatures. Haru didn't dare contradict him, but she concluded that Leon was clearly a racist. The girl tried to rectify the situation and said that somewhere in the world there might be good orcs. Leon only chuckled at these words. The guy said that Haru should understand one simple thing. A good orc is a dead orc. Orcs had a long history not only in Leon's world, but also in the world of Earthlings. When the gates opened on the Earth, countless orcs came to the Earth. People were hospitable to them and met them, trying to establish contact. However, the orcs had no intention of peacefully coexisting with another race. The monsters could not adapt to earthly life and even became demonic people. So the orcs became a problem even on Earth. Having finished clearing the first orc camp, Leon and his team moved towards the enemy tribe. Upon arriving at the scene, Leon, Haru, and Spinner separated from the main squad. The robot approached the water and said that if the task were carried out here, then the complete destruction of the monsters was possible and very effective. Leon and Haru wore headscarves because of their hair color, and the knight said he would leave it to Spinner. The robot reported that it had started rebooting the kernel. Soon, the generated power was operating at 99.9%. The reboot completed successfully, causing the system to fail to shut down. This was followed by wear of the fuel rod and the fusion of the nuclei began. When the job was done, Spinner turned his back to the pond. Opening the rear compartment, the robot dropped a capsule containing radioactive waste into the water. Haru said it looked like excrement, to which Leon asked her not to say such dirty things. The girl asked if what they were doing was really normal. Haru asked if it was against the knight's code that they contaminated the river with radioactive material to kill the orcs. Leon looked at the girl seriously, as if thinking about her words. However, after just a few moments, a grin appeared on his face. Leon turned to Haru and Spinner and ordered them to listen to him carefully. The guy said that fighting these monsters is not a battle or a war, but rather like destroying animals. Leon asked what hunter would care about honor while chasing an animal. Meanwhile, the battle between the two orc tribes continued. An orc named Groktar and his squad destroyed another squad of enemies. The orc killed the enemy squad leader with one precise blow to the head. Looking at the defeated enemy, Groktar said that he had fallen with dignity, so he could go to the warrior god. The orcs decided to drink to the victory and offered the commander to drink first. Groktar took a bucket and walked to the river, which was located next to the battlefield. The monster scooped up some water, not yet realizing what awaited him. Groktar drained the bucket of water to the loud cries of his comrades. The orc did not notice that the water was poisoned. Groktar only noted the strange taste of the water, and then his mouth began to itch. The orc looked carefully at the water in the river. However, after that, Groktar turned around and walked towards the camp. The orc decided that all this could be connected with the fact that the blood of enemies got into the river. However, after some time, Groktar became very ill. A cry of pain cut through the silence of the orc camp. Groktar was sweating profusely and shaking with pain. The monster demanded that a healer be called immediately. No one came to his call, so Groktar himself crawled towards the exit of the tent. With each passing minute, the monster became worse and worse. Groktar, finding himself on the street, realized that all his orcs were in the same condition. Meanwhile, the orc healer was completely desperate. He tried all the treatments, but it wasn't a spell or a curse, so he couldn't help in any way. At that moment, a loud call to begin the battle was heard behind him. The orc didn't have time to realize when he was thrown aside. Leon raced forward on Stallion, his eyes burning with anger. The knight ordered his squad to destroy all the orcs and not let anyone go. The hunters immediately rushed into battle, happy that they could gain experience so easily. A detachment of people was rapidly approaching the gates of the orc camp. The monsters were too weakened by the poisoning to put up a proper fight. The hunters quickly broke into the camp without encountering any resistance. The orcs could only watch as death took them one by one. The monsters said that humans were too cowardly to fight them directly. Soon, the system sent a notification that the battle against the Battle Axe tribe was over. All other orc representatives became enemies of the arriving hunters. From that moment on, Leon's squad became everyone's enemy in this gate. The gate system sent a new task, which consisted of completely clearing the territory of orcs. Haru turned to Leon and told him that the gate's mission had changed. The knight smiled and said that he liked this task much more than the previous one. Leon told his squad that it was time to keep the light going. However, the knight's speech was interrupted by a loud cry from an orc. Dark energy began to spread throughout the camp. Leon turned towards the orc from whom these waves were emanating. The orc healer rose from the ground and said that it was the humans who had cursed the water in the river. The orc called them vile cowards, and how can people even call themselves warriors after that? Leon looked at the orc and said that it was not proper for a beast to speak of honor. The guy said that just looking at dirty orcs makes him feel ashamed. Leon believed that even if he gouged out his own eyes, it would be the worst sin that could exist. The knight said he would give the orc a chance to kill himself, but he clearly had no intention of following his advice. The monster said that Gokrak would never forgive people for what they had done, after which he released the dark magic of the chains. Leon clutched the spear in his hand and said that the beast wielding chains was more interesting than before. The guy immediately rushed into battle, taking on the enemy himself. Leon threw a spear at the orc, which pierced his body with precision. The monster was bleeding, but there was still a grin on his face. The orc healer said it was too late. The chains began to wrap around the bodies of all the orcs, pulling them together. The healer said that Gokrak was already on his way to them. The weather suddenly deteriorated, and the sky became covered with green clouds, while the chains, meanwhile, were intertwined into a huge ball above the ground. Haru walked up to Leon and asked fearfully what was going on. The knight replied that it was a sacrifice, which was expected from the beast since all orcs were incorrigible. As the chains coalesced into a dense black sphere, a giant hand emerged from it. She leaned on the ground next to the orc healer. The gate system sent a notification that a new hidden quest had been opened to destroy the orc god. Following the hand, a giant eye emerged from the sphere. The healer said that this hand and eye belonged to the great Gokrak. The orc god Gokrak watched his enemy closely with his large eye. Leon stood before him without a shadow of fear. Gokrak raised his hand to his eye, concentrating all his attention on Leon alone. The monster said that this creature cannot be here. Gokrak believes that the knight must be killed immediately. The monster concentrated his gaze, using his palm as a sight. A beam of green light shot out from the palm and rushed towards Leon. Dust rose into the air from the impact with the ground, causing Haru to lose sight of the knight. A few moments later, Gokrak said that the boy was being guarded by a creature similar to him. Leon was very angry that the monster dared to compare himself to the great goddess Ariana. The knight called upon the blessing of the shield with arrows. Leon asked what right a monster had to compare himself to a god just because he led a bunch of beasts. The force that overwhelmed the knight's body caused the clothes on his arm to tear into pieces. Leon spurred Stallion and ran towards Gokrak. The knight said that he could not and would not tolerate Gokrak's existence. The orc god raised his hand to strike. Gokrak looked at the man with anger and called him a lesser mortal. The monster lowered his hand and said that Leon would die in agony. The knight continued to run straight towards the descending giant fist. It seemed as if Gokrak was about to crush Leon and Stallion. Just before the collision, the knight looked into the eye of the orc god and swung his sword. A flash illuminated the space and a bright stripe appeared on Gokrak's hand. Within a moment, the glow disappeared and in its place gushed dark green blood. Gokrak roared in pain, his eye widening and turning red. The monster quickly pulled the rest of the arm towards itself. His giant palm fell to the ground with a crash. The orc god didn't understand why he felt pain, even though Leon wasn't attacking a real body. The orc healer looked in horror at the god, who was confused. Gokrak looked at Leon again, and only now realized that the knight held a holy weapon in his hands. It seemed that only now did the orc god realize who he was really facing. Before the monster stood the only surviving knight from the nightmare world he knew. You could see Gokrok's eye begin to shake with fear. A moment later, the monster said it was time to run, and immediately after that, the black sphere disappeared. The orc healer watched what was happening in shock. Finally, Gokrok said that Leon would still pay for this blatant insolence. Leon dismounted and called Stallion back, moving closer to the orc healer. The knight said that this is the best thing that a worthless person like an orc can get from God. The healer didn't understand what Leon had done to frighten Gokrok himself so much. The orc grabbed the staff and said that he would avenge his comrades. However, Leon cut off the monster's head with one swing of his sword. The orc's body fell to the ground and the knight chuckled, saying that he tried, but it didn't work. Leon said that such creatures do not deserve to live. Within a few moments, all hunters received a message that all hidden gate tasks had been completed. Taesong realized that all the participants had gained resistance to physical attacks, which was usually only available to tanks. All the hunters were impressed by the awards. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Leon's voice, who ordered that all the trophies be collected. The knight said that the spoils of war were the right of the winner, so they must hurry. The hunters immediately scattered in different directions, getting down to business. First of all, they planned to collect items belonging to great and modern warriors. Haru approached Leon from behind to ask the question she was interested in. The girl looked at Gokrok's severed giant hand and asked what they would do with it. Leon seemed to have forgotten that the hand of the self-proclaimed god was still there. Suddenly, Spinner jumped on Haru's head and Leon realized that the robot wanted to offer him something. Spinner said that a message had arrived, and then turned on the hologram. The god Heto appeared before Leon and said that he could feel a large flow of mana coming from the severed arm. God advised to use the Holy Grail to get the hand, and then they will grant him power. Leon did not doubt Heto's words and immediately summoned the Holy Grail. The knight approached Gokrok's severed hand with a cup in his hands. Leon extended the cup towards his hand and called upon divine power. Light energy poured out from the Grail, enveloping Gokrok's hand. Gradually, the limb began to glow. The hand began to dissolve into thin air, turning into a bright light. Leon grimaced as he felt that the power emanating from Gokrok's hand was truly divine-like. The knight said that the gods really did seem to like the cult of animals. However, Leon himself refused to accept beings who could not love others. The voice of the goddess Ariana sounded in the knight's head. Leon asked what prompted the goddess to turn to him before the end of the ritual. Ariana said that thanks to the orc mana, she can speak freely, but Leon faces an important choice. The goddess said that she could combine this power with the power of a sacred item, but the knight must choose what item it would be. Ariana promised that she would accept whatever Leon chose. The knight had 4 sacred objects, 3 of which were a spear, a sword, and the Grail. The 4th item was the lion heart, which he received from the goddess and which was with him all the time. Leon thought that the power of the sacred sword was quite strong at the moment. The guy was thinking about what he was using most often lately. Leon squeezed the cup in his hand and said that he wanted to pour power into the Holy Grail. Ariana accepted her knight's decision and took the cup from his hands. The power received from Gokrok's hand began to flow into the Grail. Soon, the sacred object completely absorbed the power. Leon reached out to take the Grail again. The cup slowly fell into his hand. Leon looked at the Grail with a smile on his face and said that it was quite good. Haru's voice distracted the guy from examining the bowl. The girl came up and said that Leon needed to see for himself what had happened. The knight didn't see Spinner on the girl's head, and then Haru said that was exactly what was wrong. At that moment, they heard the cry of one of the hunters, who demanded to be let go. The blood of the orcs has long since stained the earth. The hunter asked for help and looked in panic at the robot that was sitting on his chest. Spinner quickly tied the guy with wire, forcing him to remain motionless. It was clear from the robot that something had made him very angry. The hunter continued to shout, hoping that the other members of the squad would help him. However, the soldiers approached the guy, but were afraid to interfere. Spinner climbed onto the hunter again and began poking him in the side. The screams died down when Leon appeared next to them. The hunter immediately started screaming that the stupid robot had attacked him for no reason. Leon ordered him to be silent and to watch his tongue more carefully if he did not want to lose it. The hunter asked if the knight was really on the robot's side, but this only made Leon more angry. The king asked how the boy dared to address the knight inappropriately. Leon turned to Spinner and asked what happened, and the robot immediately pointed at the hunter, saying that he was a loot thief. The boy began to deny it, but the knight said that they would find out the truth after they examined his things. Leon looked at Haru and ordered her to search the hunter. The girl looked menacingly at the guy and moved towards him. The hunter panicked and asked if Haru really trusted some robot. The guy's cries soon died down when the girl discovered a package in his things. Upon opening it, Haru saw the heart of a great orc warrior, which is the most valuable loot inside the gate. The girl asked why the hunter did this because stealing trophies is a great sin. The guy started shouting that he hadn't stolen anything and that it was just a misunderstanding. However, Leon didn't even listen to him, but only swung his sword. The hunter didn't even have time to realize when his hand flew off to the side. The rest of the hunters looked at what was happening in shock. The next moment, he felt severe pain and screamed at the top of his lungs. Leon said that the laws and common sense here were far from his understanding. But in any case, the guy was a member of his army. The knight said that this meant that the hunter must obey not the norms and laws that he knew before, but the rules of Leon himself. Leon demanded that those who could not follow his rules raise their hands. In the kingdom of Leonhard, thieves lose their hands, and this is an unbreakable law. People from the modern world found this difficult to accept, so they saw only cruelty in Leon's behavior. However, all the hunters felt that their strength was rapidly growing next to the knight. The opportunity was too good to pass up, so no one dared raise their hand. However, there was one person who spoke up. Leon looked at the hunter with interest and told him to state his name. The soldier immediately took off his helmet. That man turned out to be Gu Taesung. Leon asked why the guy came forward. Taesung looked at the guilty hunter and asked if the knight could allow the thief to get his hand back. Leon asked the boy if he really wanted his hand back. Taesung was very worried, but answered affirmatively. Leon said that it would defeat the whole purpose of the punishment, so Taesung's request would negate the purpose of his punishment. The guy said that he understood this, but before that they lived by different rules and laws. Taesung said that it would be generous of Leon's side to give the hunter a chance since they had only just learned about the new rules. The knight thought about his words and then said that it made sense. Taesung immediately bowed and asked to forgive his comrade. The guilty hunter flinched as Leon took a step towards him. The knight called upon the Holy Grail and said that the boy should be grateful for having a comrade who spoke the right things. Leon took the cup and called upon the blessing of the gods. A golden liquid poured out of the grail. Leon directed it so that it flowed onto the hunter's severed hand. Gradually, the soldier began to calm down, feeling the power circulating through his body. Taesun looked in surprise as a new arm grew in place of the severed one. Soon, the guilty hunter looked at his regrown arm with tears in his eyes. Taesung had never heard of anyone in their world being able to regrow a new limb, as even S-rank healers couldn't do it. The guy wondered if this was really the kind of power that one person could possess. Even though the punishment was overturned, Leon did not forgive the hunter and said that he was losing all his rights. The boy cried and asked for forgiveness for his misdeed, but also thanked the knight for his decision. Leon turned to the rest of the hunters and told those who wanted to become part of his army to line up. The guy gave permission to take his share of the loot and leave to those who do not want to follow him. However, all the hunters decided to stay as they saw this as an incredible opportunity. Leon smiled and said that in that case they would start training right away. The knight gave the command to get ready as they had to return already. Haru approached Leon and asked what the next training would be. The knight smiled and said that the next training would be physical. Soon, all members of the squad returned to Earth. All the hunters who wanted to join Leon's squad gathered at the training ground. Manager Kim approached Taesung and asked if he was okay. The man asked the boy if he had participated in the raid on the gate, and he answered yes. Manager Kim said that it was possible to get overtired, so the guy should at least rest sometimes. At that moment, Haru appeared on the landing, immediately silencing everyone present. The girl stood a little to the side and coughed a couple of times, clearing her throat. Then Haru shouted loudly that His Majesty Leon Dragonia Leonhard and Sir Spinner had arrived. Immediately after this, Leon walked in front of the hunters, heading towards the place in the center. The spinner took its place on Haru's head, and then Leon congratulated everyone present on completing the simplest task. The knight said they were close to being considered members of his army, but there was still work to be done. While watching his charges fight, Leon discovered a number of problems. The knight said that the biggest problem was the bodies of the hunters. Leon decided to start with physical training first. The knight announced that from now on, everyone present would undergo strict training in accordance with the teaching aids. Many hunters immediately imagined a training manual for a standing army and training for middle-aged people. Leon said that training the body is training the muscles that are necessary to reach the limit and overcome it. The Grail Knight, Sir Gratus, the Giant Slayer, created a training manual for the standing army. This knight once said that a man will become stronger if he is beaten well. Leon said he thought these words were wise. The hunters immediately sensed something was wrong and began to wonder who they would kill. Leon shouted that the kingdom's defenders must be much more diligent than ordinary farmers. The knight said that Gratus taught them to cut and beat the bodies of soldiers and then heal them. Due to this, the muscles will become stronger, but their vision will also become so fast in an attempt to avoid even more blows. The hunters were already openly horrified by Leon's words. Everyone present flinched when the knight pointed his finger at them. Leon ordered them to beat each other up immediately. It was important that everyone was beaten half to death. Leon wanted every muscle in his charges' bodies to be torn to shreds and their fists to be turned to mush. When the knight said that it was possible to break bones, Tayson could not stand it and shouted that all this was wrong. The guy said that if they did that, their bodies simply wouldn't be able to handle it. But Leon had a different opinion. The knight quickly materialized the Holy Grail and placed it on the stand next to him. Leon said that with the protector of the Holy Grail, they were in no danger. Manager Kim looked at Taesung and noticed the energy flowing past his face. The wounds left from the last battle quickly began to heal on the boy's face. Leon said that near the Holy Grail, all warriors will be healed. The knight said that the cup would help them restore torn muscles and heal broken bones. Leon gave his charges 5 hours to destroy everything they saw in front of them. The knight declared that there were no allies here, so they had to take all the blows and deal them to those standing nearby. Leon promised that whoever remained standing after these 5 hours would be beaten by him personally. The knight turned and walked towards the exit from the site, handing over authority to Spinner. After Leon left, the hunters froze in place, looking at each other warily. Taesung and Manager Kim looked at each other and started giggling nervously. The spinner on Haru's head activated and said that it had detected fraudulent activity. The girl shuddered when streams of energy began to emanate from the robot. Spinner's line transformed into a whip and struck the ground near the intruders. The robot said they had to take action or the military would be used. More than the possibility of being beaten, the hunters were afraid of meeting Spinner. Everyone's nerves were on edge, but they had no other choice. One of the squad members rushed at the guy standing next to him. A big fight broke out, in which everyone got their full share of the punishment. The hunters were driven by fear of Spinner and Leon, who would certainly be more cruel to them. Tayson watched this helplessly and did not engage in a fight. The guy shouted that this was all madness and everyone had simply gone crazy. However, at that moment, Tayson received a blow to the face from someone close to him. After this, the daily lives of the hunters who wished to join the ranks of the Knights of Leon changed dramatically. At 9 in the morning, a training session of the standing army on the Gratasu drill awaited them. At 12 o'clock, the hunters were treated to lunch, consisting of water with salt and sugar. The exhausted hunters approached Haru and asked what all this meant. Leon took the floor and said that for lunch, his charges would have only water with dissolved sugar and salt. The hunters were so tired that they didn't even have the strength to argue. According to the textbook, soldiers eat what will keep them alive, and proper nutrition will be available when they become knights. At 13 o'clock, there was a tactical training session, during which the hunters studied formations and tried to stop Leon. However, no matter how hard the soldiers tried, Stallion broke their formation without difficulty. At 21 o'clock, it was time for bed. Taesung believed that these trainings came from hell itself. The hunters were able to endure this thanks to Haru's care, who brought them sweet potatoes as a snack before going to bed. This was all part of Leon's plan, but the hunters weren't supposed to know about it. Even with such a schedule, Taesung found time to train separately. Early in the morning, the guy went out to the training ground in full gear. Taesung honed his sword and shield skills. However, such a difficult schedule could not help but be exhausting. Taesung noticed that the shield was heavier than he thought, and that swinging the sword was taking too much effort. With a shield, the guy was limited in his stances, so to use a sword with such equipment, he had to practice thrusting. Taesung searched for instructional videos online and tried to repeat them. At some point, the guy was distracted from training by a person who said that he was doing it wrong. Leon appeared on the court and ordered Taesung to continue training. The knight said to adjust his stance and try the thrust again. Taesung followed the king's advice and took the right position. Leon stood nearby and watched the guy's every action. First, Taesung held his shield out in front of him, pulling his sword hand back. Then the guy jerked the shield to the side and delivered a stabbing blow with his sword. Frozen in this pose, Taesung turned to Leon, awaiting his verdict. However, Leon also looked at the guy and said that it was wrong again. The knight came closer and grabbed the shield, placing it right in front of Taesung, covering one of his shoulders. Leon said that the shield should also protect the comrade's right shoulder, so it cannot be lowered. The knight insisted that even if it obscured his view, he could not lower his shield. Leon explained this by saying that a shield that is out of place creates a gap in the defense. Taesung immediately realized that Leon's tactics involved soldiers with shields stopping enemies while the knights attacked them. However, the guy expressed his concerns that their opponents were monsters, so it would be difficult to defeat them in this way. Leon asks if Taesung really decided to teach him how to fight monsters from other worlds. The boy was frightened by the knight's gaze and said that this was not at all what he was trying to do. Leon relaxed and said that the monsters that Taesung had encountered were countless in his world as well. The knight said that all the monsters he had encountered on Earth were no match for those he had fought. In Leon's world, there were giants up to 20 meters tall, trolls with instant regeneration, snakes with many heads. There were spiders with dozens of goblins on their backs, and even dragons that could destroy mountains with a single flap of their wings. Leon said that Taesong should know different ways of hunting because he needs to be prepared for any unexpected situation. The knight believed that this was something that could only be learned in real combat. Leon asked if you would have the willpower to bring you glory if you served the gods for decades. Taeson considered the knight's words, as if only now realizing that he had a big story. Leon said that this is why he teaches his soldiers to be well-rounded, as this is what is required of knights. To increase your chances of survival, all you need to do is hone a single talent. Taeson clenched his fist and said he wanted to achieve more. Leon looked at the guy with a smile and thought that he had made the right choice, after which he asked if he dreamed of becoming a knight. Taesong straightened up and said that a peasant like him would hardly be able to become one. Leon sighed and said that there was no point in comparing his kingdom with the earthly Middle Ages. The king said that not only an aristocrat could become a knight was a man who voluntarily overcame difficulties for a good purpose. This is a man who protects people and boldly follows all the covenants of the gods and has taken an oath of allegiance to people and gods. Leon said that anyone who made a promise to God could become a knight. All you need is the courage and bravery to take this path. Leon said that this would be enough to gain his respect. Taeson looked at the knight without fear and thought that all this time he had been too biased. The hand tightened on the hilt of the sword. Taeson firmly decided that he now wanted to become a knight. We are transported to the United States, to a branch of the Magic Tower. All this time, Reynald desperately believed that the great creature would return to the magic ball again. And it happened. The creature appeared in the ball and ordered the magician to bow. The entity said that Reynald should honor it and bring offerings, but the old man noticed that the voice had changed. The creature ordered that the ball be immediately enchanted so that in case of danger it could be transported into space. Reynald asked why this was necessary, and at that moment the ball began to move with indignation. The entity said that he was not going to walk around heaven voluntarily. The ball said that his feet would never set foot on the land where that monster lived. The entity said that it would develop a plan to destroy Leon. He believed that now was the best time, while the knight had not yet gathered his army. The creature ordered to make sure that Reynald would enter the same gate as Leon. The ball was clearly not happy with what he was about to go through. The creature clearly didn't want to be near Leon ever again. Time flew by very quickly, and soon the day of the graduation ceremony of the standing army of the Pantheon Guild arrived. Haru asked if Leon was really going to enter the Yellow Gate with the soldiers who had just graduated from training. The girl asked if she and Spinner should go with them. Chansu was going to go with Leon and said that all the work would be on him this time. Meanwhile, Leon stood before his soldiers and said that they had all proven themselves after completing a 4-week training course. The knight said it was time to enter the gates and show what they were worth. The soldiers were supposed to enter the Yellow Gate and clear it. Leon said that once inside, they would have to understand what it meant to be a soldier for the lion-hearted king. The king said that inside the gate, they would encounter a deity whom they would serve. Finally, Leon gave the command to begin the mission. 49 D-rank hunters, 1 Hunter Association representative, and Leon Dragonia Leonhard entered the gate. Haru remained waiting for them at the entrance with Spinner. The girl told the robot that there was nothing to worry about, as Leon would be with the hunters. Spinner said the problem was that there were 51 people in the squad. Haru counted the number of people and asked what exactly the problem was. Spinner reported that 52 people entered the gate. The robot launched a scanner and revealed that an unidentified person was moving at the end of the detachment. Haru saw the man with the robe moving towards the gate following Leon's squad. At that very moment, Spinner jumped off the girl's head and said that emergency intervention was required. The robot rushed towards the gate. Haru yelled for Spinner to wait for her. However, the robot did not slow down and burst into the gate. Haru ran as fast as she could to get through, scaring the guards with her screams. However, instead of passing through the portal, the girl hit an invisible wall. The guards began to approach Haru, trying to make sure she was okay. The girl held her face and looked at the gate with incomprehension. Haru wondered if this was even possible. The guards also felt that the gate's mana levels were rapidly changing. Gradually, the yellow outlines of the gate began to darken. However, they soon turned red. The gate grew significantly in size, causing a strong wind to form. Haru couldn't understand what caused these changes. The girl had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Meanwhile, Leon's detachment arrived in new lands. At that moment, a fierce battle was unfolding near the medieval city. The monsters were advancing, trying to penetrate the city walls. People tried their best to hold back the enemy's onslaught. At that moment, a yellow gate appeared, through which Leon's squad passed. The hunters were frightened when they saw the demons in front of them. Only now did they realize that they had passed through a demonic gate. It was clear that this came as a surprise to Leon too. The knight said that they were in a magical space and ordered them to raise their shields and form up. The hunters immediately began to move, which greatly surprised Chansa, who had never attended Pantheon training. The soldiers moved in a coordinated manner, as if they had been honing these skills for years. Soon, Chansu found himself in the center of the turtles' formation. Leon gave the order to advance forward. Chansu thought that they would decide to retreat once it was known that they had passed through the demon gate. However, the soldiers did not express even a shadow of doubt. They took their positions and prepared for battle. From their eyes, Chansu could tell they weren't afraid at all. A notification from the dungeon system appeared in front of Chansu, listing the effects of Lionheart's aura. The demonic monsters noticed the arrival of human reinforcements. The hunters stood in an even formation, and next to them was Leon riding on Stallion. The monsters immediately rushed towards the small detachment. As the enemy began to approach, the hunter standing in front ordered to raise shields and get ready. The demonic monsters thought they could easily defeat the small squad. With just a few seconds left before the impact, the hunters prepared to block the blow. The demonic monsters seemed to collide with a steel wall. The hunters did not take a single step back, holding back the onslaught of their opponents. As the monsters approached, Chansu recognized them as demonic hounds. The man didn't understand how B-rank hunters could block the attack with pure willpower. Chansu was afraid to even imagine what the hunters had encountered during their 4 weeks of training under Leon. Meanwhile, the king ran forward and ordered his men to take a step forward. Leon gave the order to push back the enemy and attack in response. The collision with the shields caused the monsters to lose their balance and fall to the ground. While the enemy was recovering, the shields moved apart, and the monsters could see soldiers with swords in their hands. With one precise stabbing movement, the hunters dealt with the monsters. Following this, the soldiers again put up their shields and pushed back the enemy. Leon ordered to continue moving forward. Chansu moved in the middle of the formation so he could observe the progress of the battle. Soon, the man saw a demonic troll moving towards them. He was surrounded by many smaller monsters. Chansu tried to warn the hunters about the danger, but they seemed not to hear him. The man was confident that they would not be able to block the blow. The severity of the troll's blow was comparable to A-rank damage. The monster raised his hand with a club over the head of one of the soldiers standing in front. This man turned out to be the captain of the 3rd squad, Gu Taesong. The club fell on the guy's shield with a loud sound. However, Taesong did not even flinch and said that it was nothing compared to His Majesty's powerful blow. The shield glowed red hot, but withstood the demonic troll's attack. The monster roared loudly and prepared to strike again. At this moment, Spinner appeared, reacting to the mid-level event. The robot immediately opened fire to kill. The hunters looked in surprise at Spinner, who shouldn't have been there. Leon stood up in the saddle and said it was a good block. When Stallion was close enough to the demon troll, Leon jumped up and slashed with his sword. The monster was immediately cut into pieces. There was silence for a few moments. Leon looked at the monsters with burning eyes. The demonic monsters couldn't believe that the troll was dead. It was supposed to be a reverse summoning, but the monster simply died on the spot. The demonic monsters immediately realized who they were dealing with, so they decided to flee the battlefield. The kingdom's soldiers watched in shock as the monsters retreated. Tears of joy came to the soldiers' eyes at the fact that they were able to achieve victory. The captain of the royal army approached Leon and thanked him for his help. The soldier bowed to the knight as a sign of respect. A few moments later, the hunters received a new task from the gate, which consisted of destroying a great demon. One of Leon's soldiers approached him and said that they had bad news. The guy pointed in the direction where the gates they had passed through had recently been and said that they had closed. A commotion began to grow among the hunters, but Leon quickly calmed them down, ordering them to remain silent. The knight walked to the place from which he came from his world. Leon looked at the wasteland for a while and wondered what it all meant. Spinner approached the guy and said that an unexpected incident had occurred, an invasion by an unknown person. Leon turned to his squad and asked if anyone could explain the situation. Taesong stepped forward and said that they had encountered a changing gate. In other words, this is a phenomenon where the difficulty of the gate increases sharply, and it is impossible to exit until it is completely cleared. Leon knew that this couldn't be a simple coincidence. The knight said that their plan had not changed, but Taesung said that they would have to fight the Demon King. Leon said that he destroyed 2 Demon Kings and more than 30 great demons. The knight asked if Taesung really doubted his abilities. All the other hunters said that Leon really had a lot of experience fighting demons, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Leon thought that right now he couldn't guarantee victory over the Demon King. However, a knight must be decisive and reliable regardless of the situation. The hunters simply had to rely on their faith in themselves and their faith in Leon. The sky was overcast and the sun did not break through the clouds at all. The winds walked across the rocky terrain of this world. Meanwhile, Reynold held the magic ball in front of the hologram to show him what was happening. The entity in the ball couldn't help but laugh at the fact that Leon had actually become weaker. Reynold said that in that case, they could have already moved closer, but the ball categorically refused. The entity said that it had no need to interfere, as there was a creature that the succubus demons had been working on for 100 years. One day this being will awaken as a demon king. When this happens, Leon will face death at his hands. The demoness was waiting for this moment. This time, the gate led Leon and his squad to the peaceful kingdom of Sparrow, which boasts a 1,000-year history. It was this kingdom that was forced to face an extremely dangerous situation. The demons continued to attack the city and destroy it. Only the castle was able to stand, and all the survivors took refuge behind its walls and clutched at the last ray of hope. At this point, Tayson finished his story, saying that this is the plot of this gate. Leon listened to him attentively, but he did not quite understand what this story meant. The knight admitted that each gate had its own special context. Taesong said that this gate is different because there is a time limit. Dungeon breakouts usually occur when the monsters inside the gates are neglected. However, when the time limit appears, the gate closes until the task conditions are met. Leon thought about Taeson's words for a few moments. Having come to a decision, the knight turned to Chance, who was sitting next to them. Leon said he had not planned to intervene, but due to the current situation. But now new circumstances have arisen. The knight asked if the association would object if he and Spinner decided to intervene in this situation. Chansu smiled and said that the association president had already taken this possibility into consideration and given his consent. Leon calmed the joy of his subordinates by saying that there was something else that needed to be known. The knight asked what they all thought about the hidden mission. Chance didn't like Leon's tone, so he asked what he was going to do. The knight's gaze was serious, and he declared that he wanted to kill the Demon King. After some time, it was decided to go to the provided rooms and rest. Leon was left alone, and after a while said that the troll's demonic energy was insufficient. The king held the Holy Grail in his hands and said that with such a quantity, one could only contact the Pantheon for a short time. Leon placed the cup on the table as the demonic troll's energy filled it completely. The boy placed his hand on his heart and called upon the goddess Ariana. When the girl responded, Leon asked if everything was okay with them. The goddess asked the guy if he felt anything strange in the gate, to which he received a positive answer. Leon said that it took him a little while to detect the foreign energy inside the gate. Ariana replied that it was not easy to feel, but she wondered how deeply this dark energy had seeped into this world. Leon said that it must be a demon king or a being with a similar level of power. Ariana said that a being with such power must have a stronger energy. The goddess told Leon that another deity from the Pantheon wanted to convey something to him. Ariana turned to the girl standing next to her and said that Plu wanted to explore this world because she was interested in what was happening. Leon immediately understood who they were talking about and said that in that case, they needed energy for its descent. Ariana said there was no need to remind the knight how to do it. Leon agreed and said that there was a more effective way. That evening, Leon was summoned by the ruler of the Kingdom of Sparrow. A coachman arrived for the knight and his entourage and delivered him to the castle gates. The carriage door opened and Leon came out into the street. The guy's face was serious, as if he expected unpleasant events. Along with him came Tayson, Chansu, and manager Kim as servants. The head butler, Farko, a man with gray hair, came out of the castle and greeted the guests. The man said that he would serve them to the best of his ability and asked them to follow him into the castle. The halls and corridors through which the butler led the guests were large and austere. Tayson couldn't collect himself, constantly looking around, amazed by the decoration of the castle. Leon noted that the owner of the palace had excellent taste. Farko said that Sparrow's palace tells the long story of their kingdom. From the time of the first Queen Flora to the current Queen Beatrice, the castle has been transformed. Farko said that this castle had survived many queens. Manager Kim was surprised by this story, and then Tai Sung suggested that there was a matriarchy in this kingdom. At that moment, Leon's face changed and he became extremely dissatisfied. The knight said that his servants, with their manners, could only gossip about the royal family like peasants. Leon apologized to the butler for the ignorance of his subordinates, saying that if it were not urgent, he would not have taken them with him. However, the butler took the situation calmly and said that such things happen. Soon they reached the reception hall. Leon and his companion stood at the large door and waited until they were invited to go inside. The guards opened the doors, saying that the queen was waiting for them. Leon was serious, but something was bothering him. The reception hall was well lit due to the giant window. The queen sat on a throne behind a transparent fabric niche, and her subordinates stood in front of her on both sides. The nobles lined up on either side of the path leading to the throne. Next to the queen on the pedestal was a man with black hair, and his clothes marked him as an aristocrat. To the left of the queen stood a gray-haired man in armor, indicating that he was the commander-in-chief of the troops. A man with black hair walked down the stairs. Leon stepped forward, leaving his entourage a few meters behind him. The aristocrat looked at the boy skeptically and asked if he had taken part in the battle in front of the palace gates. The man unrolled the scroll and said that he was the royal chancellor, Duke Archeum. The chancellor said that he had decided to grant Leon the title of knight for his services during the last battle. The man began to read out the queen's order, but Leon was not going to waste his time on it. The knight passed by the chancellor and said that before that, he would like to greet the queen. Leon approached the pedestal and noticed how the commander-in-chief moved. The man looked at the knight, as if warning him not to come any closer. The chancellor ran after Leon and said that although he had accomplished several great deeds, an outsider could not approach the queen. Leon's subordinates agreed with the man, but did not dare move. Taesong was only worried that the commander would not lose his temper because the chancellor was yelling. The queen watched silently from behind a screen. Leon's patience soon ran out. The guy said he couldn't stand it anymore. Leon addressed the queen directly and introduced himself, saying that he was King Lionheart. The boy said that he would do what was necessary, even if the ruler thought it was rude. The chancellor completely lost his temper and began shouting even louder than before, ordering the commander-in-chief to immediately remove Leon from the hall. However, the man fell silent as soon as the knight's hands grabbed his head. It was clear that Leon was extremely angry. Feeling pressure on his head, the chancellor froze in place. Leon's subordinates decided to intervene and tried to stop their captain from acting hastily. However, the knight had no intention of listening to them, and the next second he wrung the chancellor's neck. Leon's subordinates couldn't believe what had happened. They couldn't even imagine what this could turn out to be for them. Leon acted so quickly that no one had time to react. The knight wrung the duke's neck as if it cost him nothing. As the chancellor's body fell to the floor, the queen's guards pounced on Leon. However, the knight did not pay any attention to this, as something continued to irritate him. Leon grabbed the chancellor's left hand and tore it off, greatly disturbing those present. The queen's guards pointed their swords at the knight and asked what it meant. Leon did not take his eyes off the chancellor and asked how much longer he intended to hide his true face. The knight asked if he really thought he could escape the gaze of the lion-hearted king. Leon demanded that the demon immediately reveal his true nature. Suddenly, the duke's seemingly dead eyes looked at the knight. The queen's guards had not expected this, and now their attention was completely turned to the duke's body. A few moments later, the duke's body, like a mask, fell to the floor, completely empty. A demon that looked like a giant praying mantis appeared before Leon. As if on cue, among the aristocrats there appeared more people who began to turn into demons. They tore apart their clothes and human shells, revealing their true form to everyone present. Panic broke out in the reception hall, and the guards no longer understood who they should fight first. Only Leon remained calm throughout this whole situation. The knight ordered everyone to stop panicking. Leon ordered them to gather and fight together against the monsters. While the boy was giving instructions, the demon was about to strike him, taking advantage of the fact that the victim was not looking at him. However, the monster was sorely mistaken, as Leon was able to stop its razor-sharp paws with 2 fingers. For a few moments, the demon froze in place. Leon was angry at being interrupted and immediately ripped the monster's paw off. With his own paw, the knight chopped off the monster's head. The commander-in-chief did not leave the queen's side for a single step, so he could observe what was happening from the side. The man realized that demons were hiding inside the palace as well. Panic arose among the aristocrats, as they had no weapons with them, so they could not defend themselves. The commander-in-chief realized that Leon could be trusted, so he himself rushed into battle. The man cut down the monsters one after another. Despite his age, the commander-in-chief was still one of the strongest knights in the kingdom. The man appeared next to his subordinates and said that demons had entered the palace. The commander-in-chief gave the order to kill all the monsters and not to let anyone out of sight. After this, the security seemed to come to their senses and began to act more cohesively. For some time, the hall was filled with the sounds of people shouting and steel blows. Rather, all the demons in the reception hall were killed. Leon looked at the last monster he had defeated and made his holy sword disappear. The boy turned and looked at the queen, who still remained motionless. She seemed neither interested nor bothered in the least by what was happening in the hall. Leon was about to approach her, but the commander-in-chief's sword pressed against his chest, blocking his path. Leon said he understood the man's loyalty, but in such a situation, the royal family should not be a priority. The commander-in-chief said that he was loyal with all his soul only to Her Majesty the Queen. Leon's subordinates were surprised by such loud words. Leon said that was reasonable, but not in this situation. With just a light flick of the sword, the knight caused the commander-in-chief's sword to pierce the ceiling. Despite all his strength, the man could not hold his weapon in his hands. Leon said that as king, He had the right to ask questions and pass judgment, so the commander-in-chief should know his place. The man said that the queen was not in a position to make decisions, so all powers were transferred to him. Leon looked at the commander-in-chief with suspicion. It was clear that the man himself was not happy with what was happening. Leon said the palace was filled with distorted energy. He advised the commander-in-chief to hurry and destroy all the demons that had entered the castle. The man was confused and asked if the situation was really that critical, to which Leon replied that the king was not lying. The commander-in-chief asked Leon what he wanted to do, and he replied that he wanted to gain command over all the troops. The boy looked at the queen and said that he wanted to get all the powers in order to eradicate all evil. Leon promised to take on this problem since the queen was currently powerless. The queen didn't respond to this, but the guy took this as consent. After some time, Leon and the commander-in-chief called the city's inhabitants together in the central square. Leon announced that he had been given full power. The knight reported that among the townspeople there were several people poisoned by demons. The boy was sure that the demons' plan was to start a revolution while infiltrating the palace. Leon said that there was no reason to worry, because he had a way to distinguish poisoned people from normal ones. The knight said that he would now tell and show everything. A few moments later, a boy and a girl were tied up at Leon's feet. The bound people were very worried, which greatly frightened the townspeople. Leon said that all who are not atheists or infected must enter the flames to prove their innocence. People were scared and didn't want to take the risk of going into the giant fire. Leon said he would make an example of them, then threw the captives straight into the fire. The townspeople thought the guy just wanted to kill them all. The guy thrown into the fire immediately began to burn and scream in pain. People retreated back, afraid of ending up in the fire just like this unfortunate man. However, soon the townspeople began to notice something strange. The girl Leon also threw into the fire was fine. She stood in the middle of the flames, but was safe and sound. People came closer, trying to understand where the scream was coming from. But soon they saw the guy's body. The outer human shell burned in the flames, revealing to the townspeople the image of a demon. Leon said that it was a holy flame that burned only those who had evil in them. The knight said that people should give thanks and shout out the name of the god of war and fire, Pedos, as they walked through the flames. However, the townspeople were still not sure that the flames would not touch them, which began to anger Leon. The knight drew his sword and ordered everyone to immediately enter the flames before he himself sent them to the next world. People were more afraid of Leon than of the flames, so they all immediately ran to the fire in despair. For some time, the street was filled with people's screams. The number of people in the central square dwindled, and soon only the demons who did not dare go into the fire remained. Leon covered his nose with his hand and said that their stench was everywhere, but he would put their souls to rest. The demons took on their true form and said that he did not know his place. However, Leon was not going to listen to them and shouted that he would kill them all here and now. The knight's voice was so loud that the demons' ears hurt. Leon was very angry and was going to destroy everyone around him. The knight called demons worms that feed on people's emotions. What angered Leon most was that the monsters dared to pretend to be humans and gather in groups. The boy promised that they would all die in agony, and their desperate cries would echo throughout the world. The demons thought Leon had gone crazy, but the feeling that they had messed with the wrong guy never left them. Meanwhile, Reynold took refuge in the mountains and watched what was happening from the side. The man stood in front of the system screen with the ball in his hands and said that the penetration plan had failed. Watching Leon get angry, the ball couldn't stop shaking with fear. The entity had already met the knight once, but he still had nightmares. By the next day, Leon had dealt with all the captured demons, but left one for demonstration. The knight called the people together again and declared that there was nothing more to fear, since as long as he was alive, the demons could no longer harm them. Leon said that monsters were causing trouble among people, but there was nothing to worry about now. The demon tied to the pole laughed, looking at the frightened people. The bat-like monster shouted that this would not be the end of it, because all humans must be destroyed. However, Leon didn't let him finish, hitting him on the head with the edge of his palm. The demon immediately fell silent as the knight struck his head. Leon told the people to look at the beast that was the cause of their fear. The knight said that it was the demons who caused their illnesses, hunger, and discord within the family. Leon blamed the monsters for all the mortal sins and problems in the city, but the demon looked at him as if he had nothing to do with it. The demon wanted to object, but the knight quickly silenced him by tearing off one of the horns on his head. The residents doubted the veracity of Leon's words, but believing that demons were to blame for everything was easier than admitting their own guilt. Soon, all the townspeople were looking at the demon with anger. The monster wanted to object, but Leon tore off his second horn. The knight told people that demons are creatures that bring various misfortunes into their lives. Leon also blamed the monsters for the fact that because of them, there is no true faith on this earth. The knight materialized a burning stick in his hand and said that the god of war had created a sacred flame especially for people. Leon pointed to a red-haired guy in the crowd and told him to come up to the podium with him. A few moments later, the young man was already standing next to the knight, holding a burning stick in his hands. Leon ordered him to punish the demon with sacred fire until he fully atoned for his sins. The boy began to doubt, but the knight asked if he really felt sorry for the demon. The red-haired man was more afraid of Leon than the monster, so he immediately said that he hated monsters because they killed his father. Full of confidence, the boy approached the demon and picked up the stick. The monster looked at him and said that if he touched him with that stick, he would even find him in the bosom of a unicorn and kill him. Leon hit the monster again, knocking out several of its teeth, and told it to stop making faces. It was clear that the demon already regretted ending up in the same dimension with the knight. The red-haired guy, on the contrary, was filled with anger, and he hit the monster on the head with a stick of holy fire. The fire did not kill the demon, but it caused him unbearable pain. The monster looked at Leon and began to curse him. However, the knight was not going to tolerate this directed at him and finished off the demon before the holy fire did. Meanwhile, the demon of pleasure and debauchery, Balters, sat tied up in the dungeon. He became a demon 34 years ago and tortured and corrupted countless people, but he never imagined that he would end up like this. The monster was distracted from his thoughts by a light metallic knock. Spinner walked up to the camera and beeped. The demon hoped that he would be able to corrupt the man who would guard him. Seeing a small robot in front of him, the monster couldn't understand what to do next. Spinner beeped again and then demanded information. However, this made the demon laugh, and he asked if they really thought he would listen to some piece of iron. Spinner concluded that hostage number 14 was uncooperative. At that moment, 3 people appeared in the dungeon. They were dressed in steel armor, and in it they were immediately recognizable as members of the Pantheon. At first, the demon was frightened by the appearance of so many people. However, the monster soon decided that it would be much better if they killed him, because then he could come back again. At that moment, the soldiers brought something glowing into the demon's chamber. The monster looked at the glowing basin in the soldier's hands and asked what it was. Spinner reported that the basin contained water with a 15% content of holy water. The soldier placed the container on the floor, causing the demon to flinch. Spinner jumped onto the side of the basin and said that cooperation was acceptable behavior. The robot said that water would help them get all the answers. The demon tried to pull away, but Spinner had already grabbed him by the throat with a tourniquet. The robot pulled the monster to the basin and dipped its face into a solution of holy water. The soldiers watched the events with the same bloodthirstiness as Spinner. After a few seconds, the robot released the demon and he raised his flushed face and began to scream. The monster began to scream that no one dared to treat him like that, because the consequences would be serious. However, Spinner once again concluded that the demon was uncooperative, and then plunged its head back into the basin. The robot seemed to be enjoying this immensely and repeated the action over and over again. Soon, even the soldiers began to worry about the demon's life. Balters asked what they wanted to know from him anyway, but Spinner again took this as a refusal to cooperate. For a long time, the demon's screams could be heard from the dungeon. The monster's face turned very red, and overall, he looked very exhausted. Spinner did the calculations and analysis of the demon's words, and concluded that even more information could be obtained. However, Balters did not know what his prisoners could say when they gathered, so he did not know what else could be said. Spinner advised that the hostage's life was in question because there was no way to obtain the necessary information. After these words, the demon wondered whether he should even try to hide the information. Remembering the past torture, Balters smiled and asked what else they would like to know. After collecting the necessary information, Spinner returned to the inn and told Leon everything. Having reproduced all the results of the interrogations, the robot said that the information from different sources coincided by 89%. Leon said Spinner did a great job. Twirling his glass of wine in his hand, the knight asked what was happening to the imprisoned demons. Spinner said they were all destroyed by maintaining 127 decibels for 14 seconds. Leon smiled and said that was not bad. The knight said that the song of justice was always a delight to his ears. However, Leon's joy did not last long. At some point, the knight's body was pierced by pain and disappointment. Leon broke his glass, causing Spinner to panic. After a brief analysis, the robot discovered that the knight's heartbeat had increased and that chest pain was making it difficult to breathe. Leon was filled with anger, which resulted in physical pain. The knight jumped up, knocking over the chair he had just been sitting on. Leon said that he could not accept that these creatures were alive and still breathing the same air as him. Spinner suggested that immediate destruction be carried out. Leon said that this was an excellent plan, so they must urgently eradicate the cause of evil. The king jumped out of the window with Spinner, smashing him to pieces. Robots never felt tired, so they didn't need rest. The lion-hearted king was also filled with energy. The force that was erupting from Leon's body caused his clothes to begin to tear. The king took off, and Sir Spinner followed him. Leon said it was time for a merciless night. Meanwhile, Reynald, along with the entity in the ball, was trying to figure out what to do next. The sorcerer descended to the demons at the behest of the entity. Sensing a human in their ranks, the demons immediately surrounded Reynald. The sorcerer asked the entity if this was normal, and the ball told him to ignore them. Reynald tried not to look around as the monsters scared him. Soon, the sorcerer was ordered to stop. Reynald saw before him an 8-armed demon who asked him how he dared to enter his lands for fun. The demon said that this man had no idea what fear was. The sorcerer froze in place, trembling with fear as he felt the thick energy of evil filling the air. The entity from the ball said that before them was the great demon of debauchery and pleasure, Androgyne. The demon looked at the ball and said that he felt a lack of common sense and core. The Androgyne immediately recognized that the ball contained a goblin who had achieved unexpected success. The entity said that he had an offer that the demon could not refuse. However, Androgyne took his words as an insult. The demon loomed over Reynald, who held the orb in his hands, and told them to know their place. Androgyne said that the Goblin Lord and most of the great demons were dead, so they were on different levels. For a few moments, the entity in the ball was silent. However, afterward, the goblin said that all the demons of this world also had one foot in the grave, so they should not be so arrogant. The entity was certain that in the Great Ascension 180 years ago, not only its master had died, but also the master of the Androgyne. The goblin said he knew what kind of merciless creatures lived below. 180 years ago, the 5 evils united for the first time in order to seize power over the world. However, the result was too terrible. 3 demon lords met a terrible enemy. The demonic army fled in fear, not wanting to die so early. They were powerless against the enemy that this world presented to them. They all remembered Leon, who was blessed by the gods and was invincible. The mere sight of this night inspired fear in all monsters and demons. What added to their fear was that Leon genuinely loathed them. During that time, more than 10 million demons were killed. The goblin from the ball said that he was the only survivor from this place. The Androgyne asked if the goblin really knew what had happened there. The entity said that the demon is just an animal, ruled only by instincts. The goblin reminded that he had come to Androgyne with an offer he couldn't refuse. The demon agreed to cooperate, as he dreamed of sending Leon to the very depths of hell. The goblin asked if the rumors were true that the androgyne was currently carrying out a mission from the most prominent demon. The demon replied that it was almost complete, and even if the target did not survive, it would still remain only mortal. They spoke of a queen who had been worked on by demons for a long time. The androgyne said that the end was near. After some time, Reynald and the entity left the demon's domain. The goblin said the odds of winning were 7-3, with androgyne having a better chance. Reynald asked if they could increase their chances if he, as an S-rank sorcerer, entered the battle. However, the entity once again said that they would not interfere in this fight. The goblin said that now they should go to the Dead Reapers near the palace. The entity assumed that Leon knew of their power. Soon a monster came out to them and Reynald asked the goblin who it was. The entity said they found one of the Dead Reapers. However, the strange thing was that the monster looked beaten and seemed as if it was about to burst into tears. At that very moment, the entity ordered Reynald to hide immediately. A second later, a red sphere appeared with a bright thread trailing behind it. The thread wrapped around the Dead Reaper, knocking him off his feet. Reynald and the goblin were terrified. In an instant, the Dead Reaper was hanging upside down from the tree. Reynald noticed another monster crawling towards them, as if begging for help. He was desperately trying to escape from someone. Reynald pressed the magic ball to himself and cast an invisibility spell on himself. At that moment, the sorcerer and the entity heard a voice that they wished they had never heard in real life. Spinner quickly tied up all the Dead Reapers and hung them from the treetops. Leon walked with him along a forest path, and all his clothes were torn. Spinner speculated that there were still survivors, as the last monster was looking at someone. The goblin immediately became frightened and asked Reynald if he had hidden them well. When Leon came closer, the sorcerer asked the entity how this happened, since they had not heard a sound from the other side of the forest. The goblin replied that this was the law of silence of the Grail Knights, which allowed even the sound of hooves to be completely muffled. The entity understood that the knight had used divine law and killed all the demons in the forest. Leon stopped in front of Reynald and said that there was an unpleasant energy coming from this place. It seemed that the sorcerer and the goblin were ready to die right there from these words alone. Leon leaned even closer to Renaud and said that it was coming from here. At that moment, Spinner beeped, which distracted the knight from examining the area. The robot reported detecting movement further into the forest, indicating that there were still survivors. Leon looked again towards the area with strange energy and decided to follow Spinner to its coordinates. As the knight and the robot moved further and further into the forest, Renaud and the goblin were afraid to move or make a sound. They waited until Leon's presence was no longer felt. Renaud removed the cloaking spell from them and collapsed to the ground, whispering that they were almost caught. Leon and Spinner returned to the inn towards morning. On command, a basin of water and a towel were brought to the knight. Leon stood in front of the window and washed away the traces of the battle. The guy was already familiar with the demons of debauchery and pleasure and knew perfectly well that they only indulged their dirty desires. However, something still bothered him about this whole situation. Leon didn't understand why so many of these demons had settled in this particular gate. While hunting, he and Spinner even encountered high-ranking and elite demons. From this one could conclude that the great demon was also here. However, the presence of such a large number of demons of debauchery and pleasure had no explanation. At that moment, a female voice was heard behind Leon, saying that the smell of blood was too disgusting. The knight shuddered and turned around, thinking that he had not even noticed the guest's appearance. The girl said that Leon was most likely tired and would like to rest. The guest had long platinum hair and a mole under her left eye. Her eyes were pink, and Leon unmistakably recognized her as the queen. The girl smiled and greeted the knight. The queen asked if she could address Leon that way, or if she should call him the lion-hearted king. The knight closed his eyes and thought that the girl was beautiful. Leon picked up the shirt from the chair, noting that the queen reeked of debauchery for no apparent reason. The knight understood that she was the cause of this war, since she in herself personified the fall. The girl extended her hand and said that her name was Beatrice Aligier Sparrow. Leon took her hand and, as etiquette dictates, introduced himself in return and kissed the back of her hand. The knight thought that this energy emanating from the girl had not been noticeable before. The queen said that Leon should not be so worried about her appearance. The girl said that she just wanted to greet the man who saved her kingdom. Leon said that now was not the time for night visits from such a noble maiden. The queen's mood changed, and she looked strangely at the knight. Beatrice hugged herself and said that she was being watched. Leon became worried and asked who could be watching the queen. The girl clenched her hands tighter, as if not daring to tell the whole truth. However, she still decided to admit that the commander-in-chief and his knights were constantly by her side. Beatrice said they were keeping an eye on her and keeping her locked up. Leon thought that the commander-in-chief did not seem like the type of person who would betray. Beatrice grabbed the guy by the hand and said that they had very little time, but she would like to ask him for something. Leon replied that before making a decision, he needed to hear the request itself. Beatrice approached Leon and asked him to kill the commander-in-chief and his knights. The queen promised that if this request was fulfilled, she would give Leon her kingdom. For a while, the room fell silent. Beatrice stepped forward and rose on her toes. The girl asked Leon to check the underground floors of the castle. Beatrice said that the commander-in-chief was hiding something there. At that moment, the sound of heavy footsteps was heard in the corridor. The commander-in-chief and his knights approached the door of Leon's room and called him loudly. The man apologized for the late hour and said he would come right away. At that very moment, the door to the room swung open. The commander-in-chief looked around the room with a stern gaze, as if trying to find something. However, only Leon stood in front of him, with a shirt thrown over his shoulders. The guy said it was the height of impudence to burst into the king's bedroom in the middle of the night. The commander-in-chief apologized for his behavior, but said the situation required no delay. Leon immediately understood what exactly the man in his room was looking for. The boy said that he had recently met the queen and asked why they weren't worried about her walking around at night. The commander-in-chief replied that Beatrice always behaved like that. Leon asked how the guards could leave the queen alone when demons were roaming the kingdom. The commander-in-chief said in his defense that demons do not attack at night. However, Leon did not like this and said that it was a lie. Now the guy had no doubt that the commander-in-chief was hiding something, since he was so confident that there would be no attack at night. There is no way such an ignorant person could occupy such a high position. However, Leon did not argue with the man again, as he saw no point in doing so now. The commander-in-chief turned towards the exit and apologized for his rudeness, saying that he needed to go back. Before the man left, Leon said the queen had complained about them keeping her locked up. The commander-in-chief shuddered and froze in place. The man turned his head towards Leon and replied that this in no way concerned the outsiders. After this, the commander-in-chief and his knights left the room, slamming the door loudly. Leon realized that there was still something he didn't know about this place. The guy remembered his recent conversation with the queen. Leon decided that in order to get to the truth, He would have to explore the underground floors. The knight called Spinner and the robot immediately flew into the broken window. Leon said that Spinner needed to check something. In the morning, the demon army attacked the castle again. The monsters wanted to take over the city and mock the people. They were eager to cut off their heads and force them to watch as they abused their bodies. The great demon Androgyne spurred on his subjects. The demon promised that the first person to climb the castle wall would be rewarded with 100 slaves. This further raised their morale, and they rushed into battle. However, at that moment, something was flying at them from the direction of the castle. About 10 demons were scattered in different directions. The other monsters came closer as the noise died down. A huge spear was thrust into the ground. As they got closer, the demons noticed that the spear was splashing with holy energy. The souls of the slain monsters began to rise up, unable to fight the summoning. They were drawn towards the castle, on the walls of which something was shining brightly. The Holy Grail emitted light, which attracted the souls of demons. Leon stood on the stele and held a cup in his hands. He heard the souls of demons screaming and begging for mercy. However, Leon was only disgusted by this, and he called them fallen creatures who had not known death. The knight asked what the monsters would do with the insectoid creatures that lived only by instinct. Leon put his foot on the wall and ordered them to listen to him carefully. The knight summoned his holy sword, keeping his gaze fixed on his opponent. Leon stood up completely on the ground and his sword began to glow. The knight said that he would teach the demons the value of life. He ordered them to approach, but the monsters had already lost their fighting spirit. The demons thought they saw a giant, enraged lion. In reality, they had met their worst nightmare. Meanwhile, Commander-in-Chief Ricardo descended into the castle's dungeon. The man said that the visiting king would take care of the monsters, but he now had another task. The Commander-in-Chief said that the main problem was in the seal and asked his knights if everything was all right with it. The knights said that everything was fine, but what they were waiting for never happened. At this time, Spinner, on Leon's orders, kept a close eye on Ricardo, remaining in the shadows. The Commander-in-Chief said they just needed to be a little patient. The man walked up to the canopy bed and said that centuries of hatred would soon come to an end. The Commander-in-Chief pushed the cloth aside and looked at the bed. Spinner crawled along the ceiling of the cave so as to remain unnoticed, but to see what was behind the canopy. What he saw made him think even more about what was happening. Meanwhile, Leon and his squad successfully dealt with the onslaught of monsters. The knight took some demons prisoner. However, the monsters understood what lay ahead of them and would have preferred to choose death. Tayson looked at them with some pity and saw one demon fall. The guy ran up to him to help him get to his feet. However, Taisong noticed too late that something was wrong. The demon turned into a beautiful, half-naked girl who looked at the guy shyly and asked him to untie her. However, a second later, a lecherous smile appeared on the girl's face, and she promised that she would thank him for his help. Taisung felt his mind begin to give in to this temptation. The guy had already reached out his hands to the girl to fulfill her request. At that moment, Leon activated the Legion's support, causing the girl's spell to fall off, and she again appeared before Tayson as a monster. The guy immediately hit the demon in the face. The monster looked at Tayson in surprise, who was already starting to give up. The demon asked how an ordinary person could overcome his spell. Now Tayson had experienced the demonic temptation himself and realized that he had almost fallen for it. At that moment, Leon's menacing voice was heard. The knight rode up on horseback and asked who dared to make noise in the ranks. Leon held a rope in his hand, leading a line of prisoners. The knight looked at Tayson and asked again who had broken the silence. Both the demon and Tayson looked at Leon with fear for a few moments. However, the guy quickly pulled himself together and pointed at the demon, blaming him for everything. Leon asked how dare the demon try to seduce his soldier with that horrible body. The monster was confused and began to ask for forgiveness. Leon refused to forgive and kicked the demon in the head. The other prisoners watched in horror as the knight beat their comrade to death, whose words only further infuriated him. They thought with horror that Leon was an even greater demon than all of them put together. Soon, Leon's detachment entered the city. Chansu walked next to the knight and asked if this was really all right. They returned with a great victory, but the people's reaction was very strange. Leon replied that even the lower demons easily pervert and seduce people. The war against the demons has no end, and that is why only the top brass is happy about this victory. Leon said that this is what the war against demons is like. So they must force the townspeople to deal with the demons and make them watch as the monsters' puny souls are destroyed. Chansu winced at these words, but decided that Leon knew better how to fight demons. The knight looked at the castle and said that they had returned victorious. However, Leon understood that there was no one in this place who would congratulate them. The knight saw a red light in one of the castle windows. Spinner stood by the window and gave Leon signals. The knight said that they had done a good job today. That same evening, Leon decided to penetrate the castle's dungeon. There were 2 soldiers on guard. They immediately noticed that they had uninvited guests in the form of Leon and his retinue. The soldiers immediately took up a defensive position and said that the knight was forbidden to be there. However, Leon did not listen to them, and with one kick, he neutralized the guard and knocked down the massive door. The knight turned when he heard a noise behind him. His subordinates checked to see if the guards were alive, but Leon ordered them to move forward. Soon, lit torches appeared on the walls. Leon and his retinue descended lower and lower. Chansu asked if they were doing the right thing, and Manager Kim replied that life was easier when you didn't think about it. Suddenly, Tayson, who was walking in front of everyone, stopped. The guy turned to Leon and said that he needed to see this. The rest of the team walked forward, and what they saw brought a blush to Chansu's face. Under the palace in the cave, there was a large bed covered with a canopy. Coming a little closer, they could see that there was something on the bed. Leon immediately realized that this was the secret Queen Beatrice had mentioned. The knight moved forward, saying that they needed to check. Ignoring the worried cries of his subordinates, Leon flew up to the bed and pulled back the canopy. A light gust of wind carried a sweet aroma throughout the cave. It came from Queen Beatrice, who was lying unconscious on her bed. Everyone present immediately blushed upon seeing the girl. Queen Beatrice was beautiful and seductive in her deep sleep. There was a slight blush on the girl's face. Chansu began to lose control of his actions and said that she was beautiful. All the men seemed to go crazy and moved towards the bed. Only Leon did not succumb to the spell and stood between his people and the queen. He ordered them to resist and not let the dark energy enslave them. However, the Legion's support no longer worked, and the soldiers did not listen to him. Leon immediately realized that in this case his aura would not help. The one standing closest to him was Chansu, who immediately fell under the hot hand. Leon said that in that case we would have to do things the old-fashioned way. One by one, the knight approached and knocked out everyone who tried to approach the queen. Soon, almost the entire threat was eliminated. Leon was even upset that his people were unable to overcome this spell. Leon turned, about to knock out the last remaining man, Tayson, but froze. After a few moments, a smile appeared on the guy's face, and he said that it wasn't a bad idea. Taesung injured himself to break the spell, so he remained conscious. Leon called upon the Holy Grail and told the boy to breathe deeply. Inhale through his mouth, and then exhale slowly. The knight used the Holy Grail to help Taesung clear his mind. Commander-in-Chief Ricardo watched all this from the side. The man was surprised that Her Majesty had not bewitched them. Now Leon understood what the Commander-in-Chief had been hiding all this time. Tayson finally came to his senses and looked angrily at Ricardo. Leon said that despite being in this place, none of the Commander-in-Chief's retinue succumbed to Beatrice's charms. Ricardo's knights drew their swords and prepared for battle. The man said they had simply gotten used to the effect. However, Leon immediately said that this was a lie. The knight said that the queen's energy was close to a curse, so it was impossible to get used to it. Leon said that he had encountered similar energy before. The knight immediately remembered the Lady of Pleasure, whom he had once met. Leon said that it is a force that can seduce and corrupt all living things around. However, there was something strange about this whole situation. Leon hated and wanted to exterminate all demons more than anyone. However, he didn't feel such energy from the queen. Leon asked why the Commander-in-Chief remained so unperturbed until now. The boy took out a pink petal and brought it to the Holy Grail. The petal fell softly onto the water in the bowl. Leon called upon the great goddess of dreams and death. The knight said that he, as her faithful guardian, asked for her blessing. The platinum-haired goddess responded to Leon's call. She appeared in her true form. Commander-in-Chief Ricardo stepped back, not believing what was happening. The goddess held a lantern in her hand, which filled the cave with pink light. The girl said that she would provide any support to the lion-hearted king. Leon already knew what they would have to do. The goddess emitted a bright light, illuminating the cave. Leon turned to face her and bowed. The knight introduced her as the goddess Phil, the deity of dreams and death. The girl thanked Leon for calling her. Phil looked around and said that she felt the demons of debauchery. The Commander-in-Chief could not take his eyes off the goddess. The girl was sure that demons were performing some kind of manipulation here. Phil said that in the dream, which repeats endlessly, demons perform a ritual of corruption. The girl waved the lantern and said that sleep is something from which a person must eventually wake up. Phil pointed the flashlight at Commander-in-Chief Ricardo and ordered him to show his true face. The lantern began to absorb all the feigned charms. The silhouettes of people darkened, revealing their true nature. The cave plunged into darkness, removing all masks. For a few moments, the entire kingdom was plunged into darkness. Then it was as if a thick glass had fallen before Tayson's eyes, revealing the true nature of things. The guy couldn't believe what he saw in front of him. The Commander-in-Chief had changed and no longer looked like a living person. The man's armor was unchanged, but blue fire engulfed his body. Tayson immediately recognized their appearance as Death Knights. Leon said he now understood why he hadn't noticed them right away. All this time, the knight was trying to find enemies, but it turned out that this whole world was not real. Leon never imagined that he would encounter a force capable of creating an entire world. Ricardo said that the queen should rest in peace and not worry about anything. The commander-in-chief gave the order to protect the queen and the seal. Tayson pulled his team members aside and told Leon that Death Knights were approaching them from behind. The Holy Knight looked back and saw his opponents. Monsters began to surround Leon and the goddess Phil. The knight materialized the holy sword and said that the dream and this doubt came from the queen. The aura of the Holy Knight began to fill the cave. Leon looked at the sleeping queen again. The knight suggested that if the seal were cut, this fantasy would disappear. Ricardo quickly approached Leon and swung his arm to strike. The man tried to prevent the knight from approaching the queen. Leon blocked his blow with ease. There was a smile on the guy's face as he managed to solve the mystery of this gate. At that moment, Leon noticed movement from the side. Turning his head, the knight saw another monster approaching them. The Death Knight tried to take advantage of Leon's preoccupation and strike him from the side with his spear. Leon abruptly turned his sword towards the spear and threw Ricardo's sword and spear aside. The guy said it should be a one-on-one duel. Leon asked if Ricardo really wanted to give up his knightly honor. The commander-in-chief replied that he had long ago abandoned it. Ricardo gave the signal, and the Death Knights attacked Leon from all sides. The man himself decided to stay away. Leon said that even if it was a joint attack, he would be able to stop it. The knight was filled with rage, and his body was engulfed in holy energy. Leon swung and prepared to parry the first blow. The knight was the first to attack the monster with a magic staff. Then Leon knocked the Death Knight's shield aside with one blow. At some point, several monsters attacked the knight at the same time, and the collision caused an explosion. When the dust settled, Leon's hand became visible, holding one of the monsters by the head. The Holy Knight looked like it was no trouble at all for him. Leon thought that Ricardo was really strong. After becoming undead, the commander-in-chief should have become weaker. Leon shouted that with his honor and recognition twisted, Ricardo would be unable to protect anything. The Holy Knight thrust his sword into the ground. Holy energy began to spread across the ground, striking monsters throughout the cave. Eventually, this force reached Ricardo himself, restricting his movements. The commander-in-chief was most worried about what would happen to the queen. When the earth was filled with holy energy, an explosion occurred. Ricardo survived, but was unable to stay on his feet. He couldn't believe that Leon was able to destroy their entire guard in one blow. The Holy Knight walked up to Ricardo and pointed his sword at him. The commander-in-chief looked at Leon and didn't know what to say. The Holy Knight told him to wake up from this fleeting dream. However, Ricardo was still in a state of shock. Receiving no answer, Leon raised his sword and said that since the man did not want to wake up, he could live in his futile illusion. However, before he struck, Leon froze. Something still bothered the guy. Even if Ricardo's loyalty was an issue, he was not an apostle, so the queen had no reason to kill him. Suddenly, a thought came to Leon's mind. He turned towards the bed and wondered if it could be true. Leon thought that the queen was not the villain in this story. The Holy Knight lowered his sword and ordered Ricardo to speak. Leon asked what they did to the queen. The commander-in-chief hunched over to the ground, as if it was difficult for him to talk about what had happened. A few moments later, Ricardo said that he and the devil had made a deal. Many years ago, this kingdom was already on the verge of destruction. It seemed that the queen was the only survivor. When times were most desperate, the devil came to Queen Beatrice. He said that the girl's courage was incredible, so he would like to make a deal with her. The devil offered her to accept the demons of debauchery and repeat the 100-year fall of the kingdom. He promised that if the queen did not fall into lust during all this time, then she and her people would be saved. The queen, whose kingdom was already in danger of destruction, had no choice but to accept the condition. Beatrice agreed to this, even though she knew it was a trap of the devil. In the 5th year, the number of people whose minds had collapsed due to endless pleasures and tortures increased. During the day, Beatrice had to watch demons kill people, and at night, listen to the whispers of corruptors. For the first few years, this could be dealt with. But the enemy was the archdemon of debauchery. The devil's trap is cunning and insidious, and there were no loopholes in the deal that had been made. Those who commit suicide to avoid the contract will become ghosts, and after 100 years will become servants of debauchery. The queen was driven mad as she watched her kingdom crumble while the essence of debauchery constantly tempted the queen. In his 50th year, the faithful knight could not resist his desire and invaded the queen's bedroom. That day, Commander-in-Chief Ricardo made a decision on which the queen's safety depended. The man told his knights that as living people they could not resist temptation. The only thing they could do was commit suicide. The main goal of all knights was to protect the queen and be faithful to her. All subordinates carried out the order of the commander-in-chief, and he committed suicide. Ricardo believed that even if their flesh rotted and they became ghosts wandering through the 9 hells, they had to do it. When all the knights had carried out the order, the commander-in-chief himself went after them. Ricardo believed that even if nothing could save their souls, they had to protect the queen. The man told Leon that the queen's charm did not work on those of them who committed suicide and became servants of the devil. They sealed the queen so that no one could approach her. Even this seal, created by a simple ritual, has existed for 80 years. Now Leon understood that this was precisely why Beatrice had asked him to take care of Ricardo and his knights. At this moment, their conversation was interrupted by the goddess Phil. The girl asked if Leon felt evil approaching. The knight turned his head towards the exit from the dungeons and answered what he felt. Phil's energy rushed towards the exit. She reached out beyond the city limits, as if trying to show Leon what was going on. Androgenes and his army were already standing outside the city walls. The demons were ready to engage in battle. Leon realized that Ricardo was not the biggest problem right now. The knight turned to his men and asked how much longer they intended to sleep. Hearing the commander's cry, the soldiers immediately jumped up, not understanding what was happening. Manager Kim started to look around, but was grabbed by the collar by Leon first. The holy knight ran towards the exit, pulling his men along with him, and said that they must join the battle. Phil turned her attention to Ricardo and said that they still had something to discuss. Meanwhile, the rest of the soldiers from his squad were already waiting at the entrance to Leon's dungeon. Upon seeing the captain, they immediately reported that demons had come and were attacking the city walls. Coming closer to the walls, Chansu froze in horror. There were too many demons. The man had never seen such a number before. He began to doubt that they would be able to close this gate. However, Leon was not going to give up and tried to come up with a plan of action. At that moment, one of Leon's soldiers stepped forward. Taesong stood in front of the soldiers, ready to join the battle. The guy put on his helmet and ordered his subordinates to raise their shields. The soldiers then began to carry out the order. Taeson remembered very well what Leon had taught them over the past few months. Now they had to stay in their place and stop the enemy. As long as they hold out, Leon will support them. If things go wrong, the knight will enter the battle himself. He will be accompanied by Spinner, who is also a good fighter. Spinner and Leon provided spiritual support to the squad, so they believed that they would win. Seeing a small detachment emerging from behind the walls, Androgen became angry. The demon ordered his slaves to go into the pleasure brought by pain. The monsters immediately rushed into battle. The Pantheon squad was attacked from the air by dragon-like monsters. However, the detachment stood still and waited to meet the main forces. Spinner said he was taking out hostile elements without weapons. Leon also prepared for battle, and holy energy began to burst out of his body. Just before the collision, the knight called his horse. Leon's squad encountered a horde of demons who tried to encircle them. The monsters crashed into the shields and tried to break through the squad's defense. Taesong felt that this pressure was stronger than in all previous battles. However, the boy believed that even if he could stop them, the king would help them. Taesung looked towards where Leon had been standing and his eyes widened. The guy couldn't even see the silhouette of the king as the monsters piled up on him. The squad's morale gradually began to decline. Taeson saw the monster approaching them and thought that their end had come. At that moment, an explosion was heard, which threw the monsters away from the place where Leon had previously stood. The lion-hearted king was burning with rage and was not about to give up. A stream of holy energy rushed into the sky, throwing up the monsters standing nearby. The demons began to look at Leon with fear, as there was not a scratch on his body. The reason for the power of the lust demons is their incredible numbers. Even though they are lust demons with weak combat power, receiving a buff is extremely annoying. Leon looked back to where his warhorse lay on the ground. The king said that this was a magic trick used by the great pleasure demons. Leon thought that they lacked breakthrough power. Looking at the endless number of demons, the knight wondered if he would be able to carry out his plan now. Leon closed his eyes for a few moments. However, when he opened them, the shadows, the doubts disappeared. Leon filled his sword with holy power and said that he must do it. At that moment, the king heard the clatter of hooves behind him. Leon was afraid that the monsters had managed to penetrate the city and were attacking from the rear. It seemed to the soldiers of the Pantheon that their last hope had faded. However, at that moment, a squad of Death Knights ran out of the castle gates. They were led forward by Commander-in-Chief Ricardo. As they approached the Pantheon squad, the Death Knights scattered to either side of the soldiers and rushed towards the demons. Contrary to Leon's expectations, they sided with them. The combat unit in the form of immortal knights was more than useful. They helped the Pantheon squad get some rest from the demon crush. On horseback, they were able to push the enemy back. Commander-in-Chief Ricardo dismounted and approached Leon. The knight smiled and said that the man had apparently woken up from his sleep. Ricardo said his devotion to Her Majesty remains the same. The commander-in-chief said they had already experienced many failures. Having finished with the enemy, the Death Knights stood behind their captain. Leon looked at them with a smile on his face. The Death Knights emanated dark energy, but they fought for the forces of good. Ricardo hoped that Leon and his men could turn the situation around. The lion-hearted king listened to them attentively. Ricardo said that if Leon helps them, they will put all their efforts into helping them. The Holy Knight smiled and said that in that case he should show everything he was capable of. Leon promised to live up to their expectations. The Holy Knight was a symbol of hope for many. Leon stepped forward and called upon the god of war and fire. When the entire world was destroyed by demons, the gods found their refuge in the heart of Leon. Previously, the knight had a golden glow, but now he was engulfed in red flames. At this moment, even the hunters and the queen's loyal knights were on his side. A column of red fire shot high into the sky. The demons froze in their places, afraid to come closer. People from this world were still in the role of losers. After all, it was a fleeting flame that could go out at any moment. But Leon believed in it. The knight promised that he would be with his gods even after their fall and would go with them to the stars. Now Leon didn't look like himself. His eyes became pink and his golden hair became long. The sky became cloudy from the gathering energy. The god of war and fire loomed over the human armies. Leon's appearance became similar to that of God himself. It seemed that not only his appearance, but also his behavior had changed. The demons shook with fear as they looked at him. Leon thrust the holy sword into the ground and called out his name. The knight said that he was the first standard-bearer of the greatest god of war and flame, Pitos. The Pantheon soldiers had never seen Leon in such a state before. The flames began to engulf the army of people, but did not harm them, but only strengthened their abilities. Leon asked God to bring forth the flames of war to punish the evil beings. Flames began to fill the streets, forcing the monsters to retreat. What emerged from the flames frightened them greatly. The sound of heavy golden hooves was heard. A large golden bull emerged from the flames. 2 bulls pulled the chariot. Leon climbed into the chariot and made his sword disappear. The knight looked at his warhorse and called it back. Leon thanked his faithful friend and told him to rest. Turning his gaze to the demon army, the knight summoned his holy spear. Leon said that now it was his turn to go to the battlefield. The Pantheon squad and the Death Knights, led by Commander-in-Chief Ricardo, formed up. Leon, in a chariot, led their troop and said that they were going for victory. The bulls breathed fire and reared up. The Commander-in-Chief wanted to warn Leon that it was dangerous to be the first to go into the thick of things. However, the Holy Knight did not listen to him, and his chariot rushed forward. At the command of Androgyne, the demons moved to meet him. Realizing that it would be impossible to stop Leon, Ricardo sent his men after him. The demons rode on 4-legged monsters. Leon looked at this semblance of cavalry and riders with whips in their hands and his eyes changed. The knight became angry and began to shout, thereby becoming more like his former self. Leon clutched the weapon in his hand and said that one should fight with a sword and a spear, not with a whip. As if having adopted their master's mood, the bulls became enraged. Leon activated the strongest attacker ability against the bulls. This allowed the animals to break through the first ranks of demons. The bulls easily threw the demons in different directions. Leon has not yet entered the battle personally. Ricardo watched the scene in amazement as he followed the Holy Knight's chariot. The Androgyne began to understand that this time the forces were not on his side and began to worry. Leon moved purposefully towards him, sweeping away all the demons in his path. It was like a whirlwind that threw everything around to the sides. The androgynous man began to sweat heavily from nerves. He couldn't believe that Leon had broken through the demon army without stopping for a moment. The demon ordered his subordinates to shoot at the knight with magic cannons. The little demon stepped forward and prepared to shoot. Leon applied the squad's immunity to ranged weapons and activated protection for all his allies. The Holy Knight asked if there could be honor in a cowardly long-range weapon. The collision of the magic cannon cores and Leon's powers created a large explosion. However, the Holy Knight passed through it without slowing down. Many more improvements have been applied to the Pantheon squad and its allies. The bulls rushed forward, leaving the allied forces behind. At some point, Leon noticed a shadow looming over him. Androgyne couldn't take it anymore and entered the fight on his own. Leon looked up, noticing the demon about to strike. Androgyne struck the bulls and they stopped instantly. One of the bulls was injured, causing the animal to howl. However, they continued to try to move the Androgyne, who did not give in. The demon began to look around in panic as he no longer sensed Leon's presence. After the blow dealt by Androgyne, the chariot separated from the bulls and rose into the air. Leon pushed away from her and tried to strike the demon, but he managed to dodge at the last moment. The androgyne began to tear the restraining straps from his many arms and ordered the monsters to attack the knight. Meanwhile, Leon thrust the holy spear into the ground. After this, the knight materialized a holy sword out of thin air. He challenged the demons to try to hold out against him for at least a minute. The androgyne did not understand how all this could happen because of the appearance of just one person. After Leon's appearance, the knights of this ruined country became much stronger. While the rest of the allied forces dealt with numerous monsters and demons, Leon approached the androgyne. The demon immediately realized that this was the knight who killed Lord Dotradon. Hearing this name, Leon thought for a few moments, but then he smiled, remembering the demon who walked around with a bloated lump of fat. Leon said that the creature was a pathetic pervert. The knight told Androgyne how he had torn Dotradon to pieces and promised to do the same to him. Leon pointed his sword at the demon and said that this time he would have to tear off a few more limbs. These words made Androgyne lose his temper. The demon promised that today, Leon would definitely die at his hands. The androgyne summoned a cleaver into each of his hands. After that, he threw them towards Leon. The holy knight stood in front of him with a sword and spear in his hands. Leon moved his leg back to gain a more stable position. The knight was angered by the fact that instead of striking himself, the androgyne relied on magical powers. Leon said that's why the demon is so weak. The holy knight swung and threw his spear. It rushed towards Androgyne, accompanied by a bright fire. The spear deflected all the demon's cleavers in its path. Without slowing down, the spear struck Androgyne, cutting off one of his arms. The demon couldn't believe that Leon's blow had bounced off not only his weapon, but his hands as well. The knight spoke again, causing Androgyne to flinch. Leon reminded that he had promised to tear off all his limbs. The androgyne did not have time to notice how the knight approached him. However, the demon was confident in his powers, and a smile appeared on his face. Just as Leon was about to strike, Androgyne activated the Crown of Passionate Desire. The Death Knights were familiar with this attribute, so they began to worry about the Holy Knight. However, despite their fears, Leon remained conscious. The knight lowered his sword, delivering a sweeping blow to the androgyne's shoulder. The demon looked at Leon and asked how he was able to get rid of the illusion of passionate desires. The Holy Knight replied that even the great demon of pleasure could not deceive the king. Leon asked how someone like Androgynous could deceive him then. The demon looked at Leon and thought that this couldn't be true. As long as they are alive, every person has passionate desires, so there was definitely something wrong with Leon. The androgyne realized that his only salvation would be to flee. The demon ordered his subordinates to stop Leon immediately. At that moment, one of the golden bulls ran up to Androgynous from behind and threw him into the air. The demon fell to the ground, and Leon reminded him to pay attention to what was behind him. The knight came closer and placed his foot on Androgyne's chest. The demon began to say that Leon acted like a coward because the god of war helped him in this battle. The knight agreed that it would be unfair if a third party intervened in a one-on-one duel. The androgyne began to hope that Leon would not want to sacrifice his knightly honor and would let him go. However, Leon said that he had no honor for evil creatures like demons. The knight said that for him this was not a duel, but the extermination of insects. The androgyne started shouting that this was complete discrimination. However, Leon never listened to monsters. On that day, Androgyne, the great demon of pleasure and debauchery, died. The kingdom of Spera had prospered since the time of its founder and was rich and peaceful. Queen Beatrice, like all her people, thought that this would last forever. However, at one point, everything was threatened by the invasion of demons. That day, the sky turned bloody. A horde of demons gathered at the city walls. The wise sorceress queen understood the threat to her people. She also knew that the impact of this outrageous incident would eventually spread throughout the entire kingdom. Beatrice fought on the front lines to protect her people. At first, there was hope thanks to repeated victories. Time after time, the queen held back the enemy's onslaught. However, this hope did not last long. One day, when Beatrice went outside the city to the battlefield, she saw something that shocked her. The demons did not die, but merely left their physical shells to be restored in new bodies. Then the queen realized that this was a war that people had no chance of winning from the very beginning. No matter how many battles they win, no matter how many demons they kill, in the end, they come back. The queen thought it was absurd, but she couldn't do anything about it. After some time, she came to terms with the fact that the final destruction of the kingdom of Spera would inevitably happen. When all her subjects were defeated, she remained alone in the castle. At that moment, the devil appeared to her and offered to make a deal. He offered Beatrice to accept the creatures of depravity and try to survive for 100 years. In exchange, he would stop the invasion of this world. The devil promised the queen to return everything she had lost in this war. Beatrice looked at the devil and thought that she couldn't find a better way out. The queen accepted his proposal, although she could not know for sure that she would not be deceived. Beatrice reached out to the magic ball and made a deal with the devil. She realized that she was walking straight into the demon's cunning trap. However, she could not refuse, because this was the only chance to protect what was dear to her. Since the beginning of the agreement, demons began to fill the kingdom. Thus began the repeated decline of the kingdom of Sparrow into debauchery and decay. As the demon promised, the insightful subjects and loyal knights returned to life. The proud queen stood at their head again and led them. However, at the same time, gradually, second by second, they sank into madness. Those who once fell and ended up on the side of the demons could not return again. In the end, one swordsman could not resist his desire. He reached his breaking point in Queen Beatrice's bedroom, but Commander-in-Chief Ricardo put an end to it. That day, the knight apologized to his queen and sealed Beatrice underground. Ricardo and his knights committed suicide by becoming a ghost. In this way, they could protect their queen without posing a threat to her. Beatrice spent 10 years in regret and exhaustion for what happened to her loyal knights because of her fault. Even knowing the end, there was no choice but to repeat the destruction. The queen hoped that this nightmare would end as soon as possible. This happened when Leon and his Pantheon squad came to their lands and dealt with the demons. At this moment, the lion-hearted king returned to the dungeon and laid down the crown and weapons of the demon Androgen in front of him. Spinner looked closely at the weapon and Leon assumed he liked it. The robot reported that the weapon was made of high-strength metal material, which made it useful. Leon said that these things are tainted with evil, so they can capture the soul. Spinner raised his weapon and promised to handle it. Leon said that since the robot was confident in his abilities, he would leave it to him. After this, the king looked at the crown, which still lay in front of him. At that moment, the goddess Phil appeared behind Leon and called him. When the knight turned to her, the girl asked to show her the crown he had received after defeating this evil. Leon was worried that this stolen item might defile the goddess's gaze, but she said that everything would be fine. The knight took the crown in his hands and handed it to Phil. The goddess said that Leon might not remember this, but he had encountered this crown before. Phil reminded him of how he had fought the great demons of depravity. The goddess said that these demons of lust deceive people with meaningless illusions, and this power is contained in the crown. Phil said she could try to get something out of the item. Leon said that it was a special item that was destined to disappear anyway, so he would gladly give it to the goddess. Phil thanked the knight and praised him for his work. The goddess said that the Pantheon rejoiced and thanked him for the glory and honor, to which Leon said that he had to do so. Before disappearing, Phil said that the knight still needed to say goodbye to the god of war. A red funnel appeared next to the goddess's silhouette. A few moments later, the god of war appeared from it and asked what kind of farewell this was. The man said Leon had done a good job, but Phil said he wasn't being sincere. The knight turned to the goddess of dreams and the god of war, saying that he had one request for them. Patos became curious about what request was being discussed. Leon turned his head and looked behind him. Kneeling behind him stood a squad of death knights led by Ricardo. Leon asked the gods to accept their souls. Patos said that these people lost their souls, just as they lost the ability to live and die. Phil said that the god of war was cruel, but the cycle of life and death was in her power, so he should not interfere. Patos became angry and asked which deity would help the undead. For some time, there was a silent struggle between them. Finally, Phil made a decision and turned to Leon, who was ready to hear her answer. The goddess said that beings who defied death should be punished by her, as they had gone beyond the cycle of death. At this point, Queen Beatrice entered the conversation. The girl came closer and apologized for interrupting the conversation. Commander-in-Chief Ricardo looked at his queen with concern. The knight wanted Beatrice to take care of her weakened body, but she ignored him. The girl turned to the gods as a humble queen of a ruined nation and asked to accept her loyal knights. Phil looked at Beatrice for a moment, but then said that no one would burn to accept their souls into the Pantheon. Ricardo rose from his knee and offered the queen his hand so that she could lean on it. Beatrice was saddened that her most loyal subjects could not be saved. But then the goddess spoke again. Phil said that the knights' merits covered their faults, and their loyalty made the gods proud. The goddess looked at Leon and noted that even the lion-hearted king had asked him to take care of them. Phil said there was no greater reason to agree, so she would cleanse their trapped souls and give them a chance to be reborn. However, everything was not so simple because Queen Beatrice had to make a deal with the goddess. Phil said that this was the queen's only chance to give peace to the souls of her knights. The goddess said that Beatrice should become her priestess and help Leon spread the faith. When the world that worships Phil begins to function again, the goddess will give the Death Knights a chance to be reborn. Beatrice watched decades of her people's suffering pass before her eyes, but now she realized there was still a chance to save them. Without thinking twice, the queen agreed to these conditions. Beatrice said that she would gladly become the priestess of Phil and would follow Leon everywhere. Thus, the history of the Kingdom of Sparrow came to its end. It seemed like they had lost this war, but hope was still alive. Leon walked out of the castle gates with Spinner, leading Queen Beatrice by the hand. Something near the gate caught the king's attention. Leon saw his subordinates looking at something intently. Taesong approached the king, who ordered that the losses be reported. The guy reported that most victims of debauchery and immorality recover. However, 6 soldiers of the Pantheon squad were killed. All the living comrades gathered around the bodies of their friends and mourned them. Leon walked closer and stood next to the bodies laid out in a row. The knight thought that if there were not so many losses, then his subordinates had excellent military training. Leon took out his holy sword and knelt down, saying that he would pray for them. The king turned to the god of war and fire. Leon said that these warriors died an honorable death, so he must take their souls. The knight prayed that even if there were sins in these people's lives, their military achievements would wash them away. Flames engulfed the bodies of the fallen, and their souls soared to the heavens to enjoy a feast with the gods. Leon ordered that the names and families of those killed in battle be reported, as the Pantheon would never forget their service. All the soldiers watched as the souls of their comrades flew to heaven. Leon watched them go and announced that they were returning to Earth. The door to the paradise of the gods was open, but the level of souls was too low, so they were forbidden to enter paradise. However, thanks to the blessing of King Lionheart, entry into heaven was permitted. Meanwhile, on the ground in Korea, panic arose due to the changed goals. In this unprecedented situation, the Hunters Association gathered all available hunters and prepared to break into the dungeon. A whole week has passed since Leon and his squad entered the gate. After this time, they successfully returned to Earth and brought Queen Beatrice with them. Afterwards, Leon arrived at the office of the Kanhek Association president to register the girl as a survivor. The man expressed his condolences for the deceased hunters. Leon assumed that Kanhek had already managed to watch the detailed video through Spinner. The president said it was truly a miracle that it all ended with such losses. For a few moments, the room fell silent. Then Leon looked at Kanhek and said that he would like to meet the families of the victims. His words greatly surprised the president, and he asked why he wanted to do this. Leon replied that the dead were some of their few soldiers, but Kanhyuk said that the boy could end up in a bad situation. The knight said he was not so limited that he could not understand the families of the victims, but he had to convey this information personally. Leon had something else he wanted to tell the president, and he said he was ready to listen to him. The king said to release the video and gather the hunters, as the demons would eventually invade their world. Leon said that they should have soldiers and knights by now, and Kanhyuk said that he would do his best. The man said that he would make up the next schedule and send it to the knight later. We moved to the Pantheon's headquarters on the Naju Plains. Leon sat at his desk and looked out the window at the field. The demon's movements were unusual, so the boy decided that he urgently needed help. Without thinking twice, Leon put his hand to his chest. The guy decided that this time he would have to go and look for what he needed himself. Leon used his sacred power to enter a place where people could only go after being blessed by the gods. The guy's heart was beating steadily, but it was as if he was starting to disappear from this world. Leon felt the world around him gradually changing. A few moments later, the guy found himself on the edge of the forest. Leon opened his eyes when he heard people greeting him. In front of the guy, there was a whole crowd of people waiting for him at the entrance to the castle. The gates were open and waiting for Leon to pass through them. A short girl with red hair greeted the guy. The castle was white with light blue domes. Leon greeted a girl named Anyak, who was a saint, and asked her how she was living in heaven. The girl replied that she was doing well thanks to His Majesty. As Leon passed through the gate, he saw a couple more familiar faces and realized that some of his Lionheart knights had been blessed. One of the knights stepped forward and joked that if he had known how nice it was here, he would have come earlier. At that moment, a red-haired man approached Leon, whom the knight immediately recognized as the late King Lionheart. His name was Archon, and he said that a long time had passed since Leon had last visited paradise. Leon bowed and said that he hoped he had not disturbed their peace, which caused the late king to laugh. The knight said that new souls were supposed to arrive in paradise and asked if the Archon knew anything about this. The late king immediately remembered how the 6 souls had come to them and promised the boy that they were very glad to see them. However, Archon felt that there must have been a reason for Leon's hasty visit. The knight replied that first he would like to greet the gods of the Pantheon and solve one problem. Leon said that the situation was urgent, so he should borrow the wisdom of his ancestors. Akron advised the boy to go into the forest. The late king said that he had lent Leon his friend Petelion. After some time, a magical creature with wings was brought to Leon. It was the winged horse of the late King Akron, of which he had spoken earlier. Leon flew ahead of everyone, but periodically looked at the ground. The boy thought that he too would arrive here on a stallion someday, but this would not happen before he left Offspring. Leon pulled the reins slightly, showing Petelian where to fly. Soon they began to slow down. This part of the forest was much darker, as if it held many secrets. Leon and Petelian landed and walked towards the trees. Hearing the trees whispering, the boy said they had arrived. From the depths of the forest, Leon heard a voice calling him. The boy shouted loudly, breaking the silence of the forest, and addressed the sages of the forest. Leon apologized for invading their territory by descending from the heavens. The trees began to wake up, and faces became clearly visible on the trunks. One tree said that all living creatures had long since gotten into debt. Leon dismounted and went into the forest, listening carefully to what the trees were talking about. The wise men said that they were always waiting for him, but Leon said that this was just flattery. The trees asked the boy why he had come to the paradise of the dead. Leon said he would like to meet Gunlar, the youngest sage among the trees. The trees began to move, whispering Gunlar's name. The sages slowly parted to the sides, allowing the tree to move forward. For some time, the forest was filled with the crackling of branches and the rustling of leaves. Gunlar stepped forward and greeted his old friend, which brought a smile to Leon's face. The big tree asked the boy why he had come to him. Leon approached and bowed to the sage in respect. The guy said he would like to take Gunlar's seedlings. Leon was sure that the sage had fallen into the arms of paradise without being able to plant any seedlings. Gunlar asked if it was really that urgent. Leon spoke about how his home, the Earth, was attacked by demons, and thanks to his last expedition, he learned a lot. The guy is sure that the demons noticed his existence and began to manipulate him in order to quickly penetrate the Earth. Gunlar immediately remembered how Lionheart began to rot from the inside. Even though it no longer had anything to do with the sage, he did not want the tragedy to happen again. Gunlar extended his root to Leon and said that the boy was the only one who could take things from this underworld. The roots began to twist together, forming a seedling. Gunlar handed the seedlings over to Leon and said that he trusted the boy completely. The knight thanked him for his help, and the sage said that it was a pleasure to meet his old friend again. Before Leon left, Gunlar wanted to tell him one more thing. The sage told the boy not to come here too early. Leon immediately understood what exactly was being discussed. After some time, the knight returned to the Castle of Paradise, where they were already waiting for him. Sir Gratas, Anyak, and the late king came out to the gate and asked if Leon was really going to leave. The late king asked the boy to accept something from him. Archon said that after some discussion, they would like to give something that could be useful to Leon in the future. Leon looked at his hand and saw a magical leash. The Archon was a master who could train even fantastic beasts, so he left Leon his leash. Ser Gratas stepped forward and said that it was now his turn. The man handed Leon a large, tattered book and recalled that the boy was now training his army from scratch. Leon read the title of the book and immediately recognized one of the legendary works. The men enthusiastically discussed the book, completely ignoring Anyak, who stood nearby and waited her turn. Finally, the girl couldn't stand it any longer and decided to interrupt the conversation to present her gift. Anyak handed Leon a pendant in the shape of a sword on a cord. The boy immediately recognized this thing as a holy relic that had been passed down from saint to saint, so he asked how he could accept it. Anyak said that she had already discussed this with a representative of the Pantheon, and they had given permission for the relic to guard Leon. The knight accepted all the gifts from his old friends and thanked them. Leon promised that he would use their gifts with the utmost care, after which he began to disappear into the sunlight. A few moments later, the guy found himself back at the Pantheon headquarters. The guy decided that he should discuss some matters with one person. Leon walked up to the door and knocked on it, introducing himself to the owner of the room. The guy asked if he could come in. Queen Beatrice winced at the lateness of the visit, but said nothing. Instead, the girl walked up to the door and opened it. Leon took a step back and continued to wait for an answer. Beatrice asked if the knight really wasn't going to come in. Leon kept his eyes on the floor and reminded him that the girl had never given her permission. Beatrice smiled and said that he was a very honest man. The girl walked into the room and invited Leon to come in. Beatrice walked to the window and turned to face the knight. Leon closed the door behind him and apologized to the girl for bringing her to such a squalid place. Beatrice replied that this was too much treatment for the queen of a ruined country. Leon looked down and told the girl not to worry. Approaching the window, the knight said that the divinity within Beatrice suppressed the essence of debauchery, but it could not be destroyed. Leon put a mark on the girl's hand and said that he would have to correct this balance for some time. They sat down at the table and the knight poured wine into the glasses, saying that it was a farewell drink for the deceased knights. Beatrice took the glass in her hand and said that was all she could do. The girl had arrived in this world 2 days ago, and Leon wondered if she had been able to adapt. Beatrice replied that she needed a little more time, as this world was completely different from her world. Leon raised the glass to his lips and said that there was no need to adapt. The girl looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. Leon said that they proudly obey their own laws as they remain the rulers. The knight said that ordinary people everywhere should follow the king's path. Beatrice smiled and asked if Leon had the mindset of an invader. Leon smiled and replied that it was something completely different. The guy said that if someone harms the world simply out of passionate desire, then these are the ambitious plans of an insignificant person. However, if one benefits all people with correct teachings, that is the enlightenment of the king. Beatrice realized that only by being at this level could one fight demons for hundreds of years. The girl said that with such views, Leon would have to fight not only with demons. Leon agreed with this and said that this was why he had a noble task given by the gods of heaven and earth. The knight said that he would like to invite Beatrice to join him on his journey. The girl smiled and said that she was in debt to Leon. Beatrice believed that as queen, she could not help but return the blessings of the kingdom. However, after just a few moments, the girl changed. The forces of the great demon of debauchery began to go out of control, and Beatrice again turned to Leon, but this time with a request. The girl asked to teach her the power that could destroy the demon of debauchery. Leon smiled and replied that he was ready to do anything to kill all the parasites. The boy said that his heart trembled when he saw the souls of demons being destroyed by the terrifying sacred method. Leon remembers how in his kingdom, demons were killed by boiling them in a cauldron of medicine. No matter how many times they were killed, they would come back, but they would be in constant pain. Leon asked if the queen had ever inserted an awl under the demon's nails, since that is where they scream the loudest. Beatrice smiled and said that she once skinned a demon and rolled him across a field of iron nails. Both rulers laughed and clinked glasses at this. After some time, they decided to move outside. After receiving the message, Haru immediately ran to the Pantheon headquarters. The girl thought that they would be waiting for her inside, but she stopped when she saw the king and queen in the courtyard. Haru quickly bowed and asked if they were in good health. Instead of greeting, Leon ordered the girl to pour a cup of tea for him and Beatrice. When the girl asked what kind of tea the queen preferred, Beatrice replied that she liked any kind, as long as it was warm. Leon twirled the paper cup in his hands and said that Haru would have to serve the queen for a while. The guy wanted the girl to pay more attention to her clothes and mind her manners in Beatrice's presence. Haru watched in shock as Leon and Beatrice exchanged words, as she felt they had very similar personalities. Beatrice did not argue with the knight for long, after which she turned to Haru herself. The queen said that she felt a strong fire energy coming from her and asked to show it. Leon said that Haru had been with him for some time, so she could be of use to Beatrice. The knight materialized a sword out of thin air and told the girl to show her skills. Leon picked up the sword and handed it to Haru. The girl took the weapon and took an attack stance, turning sideways to Leon and Beatrice. A few moments later, the girl's body was engulfed in fire, which passed into the sword. Haru raised her sword over her head to strike. The girl concentrated all her energy into the blade and sharply lowered it. A flash of fire raced along the trajectory of the sword. Leon was not happy with this demonstration and said that the scale was too great. The knight stood up from the bench and came closer, asking if this was related to the use of the ability, to which he received a positive answer. Taking the sword in his hands, Leon said that the weapon is swung very strongly but very briefly. The boy swung and filled his blade with divine energy. Leon abruptly lowered his sword, causing a gust of wind to appear. The force was so great that the shockwave created a furrow in the ground. Leon said it wasn't that easy, so Haru should just keep trying once a day. The guy asked Beatrice what she thought about this, and she said that she didn't know how to use fire. The girl came closer to Leon and Haru and said that fire is a force that is easily destroyed. Beatrice summoned her sword and advised Haru to put fire mana into the sword instead of simply swinging it. The queen began to fill her blade with fire, and Haru was even more shocked by what was happening. Due to the fire energy overflowing the sword became red hot. Beatrice assumed a fighting stance and said that compressed fire was not so easy to sweep away. The queen began to strike one blow after another. Red flashes remained in the wake of her blade's movements. Beatrice said that when the time came, the compressed fire must be released. The queen delivered a stabbing blow, causing a sphere of fire to erupt from the sword. The sphere flew forward at a tremendous speed, causing Haru to flinch. Beatrice smiled and said that all it took was compressing the fire to a high enough temperature. That same night, Haru came into the office and sat at the table in despair, trying to collect her thoughts. The girl had to report to the manager, buy sweet potatoes for the new interns, and find a blacksmith to sharpen the swords. Haru's main problem was taxes, as she had no idea what to do with them. At that moment, Spinner jumped out from behind the girl and asked if she could handle accounting work. The robot jumped on Haru's head and said that accounting duties could be divided to improve efficiency. Then the girl remembered that Spinner was essentially a supercomputer, which meant he could handle this job quickly. However, instead of helping, the robot began to give Haru a long lecture on bookkeeping. Spinner referred to laws and talked about how best to make calculations and what to pay attention to. The more he spoke, the more everything became jumbled up in Haru's head. Soon, the girl completely stopped understanding what was being discussed. Haru decided to interrupt the robot, and he said that if she had any more questions, she could ask him. The girl remembered that Leon had given her another task, and she asked Spinner if he knew anything about servant clothes. Haru asked if a maid uniform would be appropriate, to which the robot replied that it might be appropriate given Leon's background. The girl was delighted and said that she was worried that she might be criticized because of her cosplay. Spinner asked if he should order maid outfits based on big data. Haru agreed, thinking that she had managed to delegate at least one problem to the robot. However, the girl did not know that the big data that the Spinner was talking about was general data from an online store. The most popular product in the online store for this query was a costume for adults. For some time, everything went calmly without incident. A few days later, students from the hunting academy arrived in the city. The students, dressed in strict school uniforms, began to exit the bus. The first to come out was a guy with black hair and blue eyes named Han Suho. He was followed by student Kim Jae-hyuk, who said that the boy was watching someone too closely. Suko smiled and said that everyone does this because it's not something strange. The thing is that a few days ago, Leon visited the Hunter's Academy. Appearing before his students, the king said that he had come here not as a soldier, but to raise future knights. Leon announced that he would teach fencing, spearmanship, horse riding, and theology. One of the students said that he specialized in archery, after which Leon immediately decided to expel him. At first, the cadets were dissatisfied with the knight's arrogant and careless attitude. Leon told his students that if they studied theology, he could teach them a few simple techniques. Realizing that the cadets would hardly believe him without an example, the knight decided to demonstrate this. Leon called upon divine energy and showed his students how it could flow. No one could take their eyes off the knight's actions. At that moment, they realized that this would be one of the most unusual techniques they could be taught. Everyone fell under Leon's influence, even though he initially evoked negative emotions. At this point, the students were gathered near the bus, and Jae-hyuk said it was definitely a culture shock. At that moment, another student named Soen got off the bus and said that Leon's ability was not magic. The girl said that they cannot call it magic, leave only the result and discard the process itself. Jae-hyuk chuckled and said that he didn't expect the girl to decide to come. Soen immediately remembered how Leon had put her in her place, telling her that she should be more careful with how she addressed him. Suho was more concerned about how the girl decided to come here, being the granddaughter of the head of the Magic Sword Guild. Soyeon showed the video on her phone and asked how she could not come after seeing it. From the latest videos on the Pantheon channel, the students saw that Leon used the Great Law to change the gate. Suho picked up his phone and watched one of the videos, saying that he saw his sister Haru in the recording. In the video, the girl chopped up monsters with a fiery sword. Jae-hyuk watched the recording and asked if Suho's sister was really working for Leon now, to which he received an affirmative answer. Suho truly believed that his sister should now be doing great things. In reality, Haru received the suit that Spinner ordered for her, and when she put it on, she was shocked. The girl was outraged by the length of the dress and asked if the robot had understood her correctly. Spinner again referred to big data and said that the numbers don't lie, so she shouldn't doubt it either. At that moment, the students of the Hunter's Academy arrived at the gates leading to the inner courtyard of the Pantheon's headquarters. Suko walked ahead of everyone, so he was able to hear his sister's voice coming from behind the gate. The guy was eager to see Haru, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. When there was a knock at the gate, the girl was fighting with Spinner. The robot immediately remembered that guests were arriving today, so Haru had to meet them. The girl tried to stop the robot, but it had already grabbed the handle of the gate with a fishing line and pulled it. The gate opened, and the first thing Haru saw was her little brother's smiling face. The girl screamed and immediately tried to cover herself as much as possible. With tears in her eyes, Haru greeted the students and said that they had come a long way to come here. Suko stood there and couldn't utter a word. The guy covered Jae-hyuk's eyes with his hand, and Haru tried to explain that she didn't dress like that because she wanted to. Spinner immediately became enraged and said that the girl again did not believe in big data. The robot was tugging at Haru's skirt, but when she grabbed it, Leon's voice was heard from behind her, asking what the girl was wearing. From the king's expression, it was immediately clear that this was not the maid's costume he had in mind. Leon said that this was an indecent appearance and she should change her clothes immediately. Haru blushed and looked at Spinner, hoping that now he would understand his mistake. The robot immediately calculated the girl's mood and only now realized that he had made a mistake in choosing an outfit. A second later, Spinner announced that it was time for lunch for intern number 2, which meant it was time to serve the salt water. The robot immediately broke free from Haru's hands and rushed in a direction known only to him. Suho watched as Leon continued to lecture Haru and thought that this wasn't the reunion he was looking forward to. Meanwhile, we moved to the coast of Jeju. Red gates opened on the city streets. The Golden Lion Guild had already arrived at the scene, and the hunters were preparing to enter the gate. Gumkul talked to his assistant and said that the situation of their guild was not very good. They were previously driven away at the gates of Jeonju, so they were unable to earn money. This time, Gumkul brought 40 men with him, as they had to somehow compensate for the losses. At that moment, a man approached them and said that he hadn't seen them for a long time. Gumchul smiled and recalled that the man had been struggling for a long time after being blackmailed by the government. He asked Envin if he had been able to win the tender for the Red Gate this time. Envin replied that thanks to his hard work, there was no need to kill an innocent guild member. Gumkul realized that it was a stone aimed at him. The men looked at each other and laughed maliciously, trying to restrain themselves and not attack each other. Gumkul admitted that now their score is 5-5. However, Envan was not satisfied with this and said that his junior's guild was in great trouble. Gumkul asked who else besides them could come to the aid of other hunters. Envan got angry and said not to cross the line. The men continued to quarrel for a long time over the division of the spoils. Gumchul's assistant Yeonha sighed and asked why they continued to quarrel without reason, like little children. At that moment, a huntress from the Phoenix Guild approached the girl from behind, which greatly frightened her. The girl had black hair and dark gray eyes, and her name was Ha Yuri. Yuri said that they should all relax since they would have to work together at the gate. They will enter the gate with 3 S-rank hunters and 3 half-S-rank hunters. In this amount, the minimum attack strategy for the S-class gates below the black ones was considered. Yuri said that in this quantity there would be more than enough of them. However, the girl was too self-confident, and this became clear as soon as they entered the gate. Even Envin couldn't contain his horror at what awaited them inside. Upon arrival, they were attacked by an army, forcing them to engage in battle. Before they could be stopped, 6 people from the enemy army were killed. At some point, a tall man appeared on the battlefield. It was a knight in massive armor who said that people were very brave to decide to appear before him. Even the S-rank hunters took a few steps back, frightened by the power emanating from the knight. At the gates, Geobrig, a knight of the glorious King Lionheart, was waiting for them. The knight prepared for battle and said that he would punish them all. The quest was to save people from the massacre, and the mandatory condition was to defeat Geobrig. For a while, the hunters were in a stupor, watching the knight. Geobrig said that they were all foreigners. The knight pointed his hammer at them and asked why they had harmed the kingdom's army. Geobrig said that he would punish them for their crimes, but Enha did not want to listen to him any further. Envin raised his hand, stopping the knight's speech, and said that there was a misunderstanding between them. The man said that the knights here had launched a preemptive attack, so they had no other choice. Geobrig brought his hammer down to the ground and addressed the knight named M-Chain, saying that his impatience was ruining all their plans. The knight asked his subordinate how he could fight so recklessly in the name of the goddess. Geobrig addressed the hunters and apologized for the attack, to which Envan replied that he was glad that everything had been resolved. The hunter thought that the knight was rather clumsy with his words, which meant that everything would go smoothly. Just when Envin thought he could relax, Geobrig picked up the hammer again. The knight said that any intentions did not justify the fact that they killed 6 soldiers of the kingdom. All the hunters prepared themselves for the battle to finally take place. Geobrig raised his hammer and said that for 6 soldiers of the kingdom, he would cut off the heads of 60 mercenaries. Meanwhile, we returned to the Pantheon headquarters. Haru had already managed to change her clothes and began giving a tour to the arriving students of the Hunter Academy. Jaehek looked around and thought that there was complete chaos here, since there was no equipment or medical office. The guy was also confused by the fact that people in the cafeteria drank only water and looked very angry. At some point, Haru stopped and said with a smile that they had arrived. The students were shocked by the picture that unfolded before them. Haru pointed ahead and said that this was the army's training ground. At that moment, people on the site were beating each other up, not caring at all about their own safety. The academy students asked Haru what was going on, and the girl replied that training was currently taking place. However, the cadets were shocked by how people fought without any rules. Haru said that this training contains the great meaning of His Majesty, as the soldiers must experience it. While the girl was speaking, Jaehek began to think that they needed to escape from this mental hospital as quickly as possible. However, the guy didn't have time to do this, because at that moment Leon appeared behind him. The students immediately jumped to the sides, trying to hide behind Haru. Leon addressed his soldiers and said that cadets had come to them today to consider enlistment. The knight ordered everyone to stop training and sit down, after which Haru immediately took out a pillow. The girl laid it on the ground and invited Leon to sit on it. Haru sat down next to the king on the ground, but he told her to stand next to the cadets since she could already start practicing. It was unclear whether the girl was happy about this opportunity or afraid. However, Haru could not resist the king's decision, so she stood up and walked towards the cadets. Leon said that he would choose the best among the students and make them his servants so that he could personally teach and guide them. While the king was speaking, Suho wanted to say something to his sister, but she lightly tapped him on the chest. Haru asked if the guy could avoid contacting Leon, as she was very worried about him. Suko couldn't understand what the girl was talking about, as he didn't see anything dangerous in it. Finally, Leon got to the point and said that they would start by testing the candidate's skills. The knight ordered all the students to immediately raise their swords and fight him back. Leon said they would fight until the last man fell and warned them not to worry about getting hurt. In an instant, the knight found himself in the middle of a crowd of students. Leon quickly counted the students and said that he would hope that they would be able to at least touch him, since there were 40 of them. Haru was very worried about what was happening. However, there was a smile on Leon's face that conveyed his anticipation of the battle. One of the students didn't even have time to realize how the king ended up next to him. Leon was about to give the guy a flick and said he would be the first. A loud click cut through the air and the student flew to the side, not even having time to understand what had happened. Classmates saw that the boy was unconscious and immediately grabbed their weapons. Leon flexed his fingers and asked who would be next. The king didn't use much force, but it was enough to give all the cadets a good slap on the wrist. Some, by a lucky chance, were able to remain conscious, and one of them was Suko. Leon thought and said that their path was still long, although he was sure that many of them could become knights. Suko asked the conscious one if they had fought at full strength, to which he received a positive answer. Haru also got her flick and said it was at boss raid level. The girl recalled how the test went. She couldn't help but notice that Leon had no flaws. The knight didn't try to dodge the attacks, he simply blocked them. The students couldn't even move him from his place, no matter how many people attacked Leon. The king easily dealt with all the challengers without putting in even half of his strength. At some point, Haru decided to enter the fight and tried to attack while Leon was distracted by the other students. The girl filled her sword with fire energy and prepared to strike. At some point, Haru felt like her blow had hit its target. However, when the fire cleared, it became clear that Leon had easily blocked her sword and remained unharmed. Haru was already preparing to receive her flick and closed her eyes. At that moment, approaching footsteps were heard. Soen ran behind Leon and decided to strike. However, the knight immediately noticed her and said that it was quite good. When all the cadets came to their senses, Leon decided to continue his explanation and said that training soldiers was simple. The guy said that students should improve, but not overload themselves. But with the knights, it was different. Leon said that the first group that lasted until the end were at the level of knights of the kingdom, and the rest needed to grow. Soyeon raised her hand and said she wasn't sure about those standards. Leon said that in his kingdom, knights were divided into 5 levels. First of all, there was a knight, gaining experience, but not yet elevated to a true knight. Next came the dedicated knight, and after him the knight of war, leading the previous knights. Leon said that there were also wandering knights. To receive a task from the gods, they leave everything and wander, to go through even decades of battle and receive a blessing. Leon said that he himself was a wandering knight, and after completing the task of the goddess Ariana, he became a knight of the Holy Grail. One of the students asked if the Holy Grail Knight was the last level. Leon smiled and decided to explain what was actually meant by the Keeper of the Holy Grail. The knight said that it was a title given to the only knight of the Holy Grail who succeeded King Lionheart. Leon said that in order to have that title, they would have to challenge him. The king warned that the contenders would be destroyed without mercy. Leon said that now was the only chance to challenge him, as he was weaker than before. The king said that he was now at the same level as a Holy Grail Knight, but the students did not consider this a weakening. However, the students could not understand how powerful the Knight of the Holy Grail was. Leon thought about his answer, while in the Red Gates, Geobrig carried out his threats. All the hunters were already lying on the ground and could not move. Leon was confident that it would be difficult for the cadets to understand the true power of a Holy Grail Knight, while Envan was able to experience this on his own skin. Some time passed, and Enna finally came to her senses in an unfamiliar place. The girl sat up and realized that she was lying on a bed of hay. Enna couldn't remember when she lost consciousness or how she ended up there. At that moment, a girl with red hair entered the tent. Her name was Hilda, and she was a shaman from the Woodsling tribe. The girl called Enhu a warrior, but she did not understand what this address meant. Hilda said that she was doing this because Enha and her people wanted to protect them from the kingdom's cruel soldiers. At that moment, Gumkol looked into the tent and asked how the girl was feeling. Hilda addressed him as an honorary warrior, which confused the man, who was about to say that they were no longer being pursued. Gumkul asked what was the last thing Yeonha remembered. The girl replied that she remembered how the hunters were defeated. Enha recalled that they somehow managed to escape from the battlefield. Gumkul sighed and said that the girl had lost all her memories for that day, but that was even good. The man said they managed to escape when one of the enemy's spells failed to work. Since the enemy also had only infantrymen, it was difficult for them to pursue the hunters. However, no matter how hard they tried to hide, Geobrig was on their tail again. He chased the hunters almost to the very end, but at that moment the Woodsland tribe helped them. Gumchul said that Yeonha was hit on the head with a hammer when they were fighting the knight. Goosebumps ran through the girl's body as soon as she imagined it. Gumkul said that Yeonha should thank Hilda for saving her, as the girl had one foot in the grave for 2 days. The girl asked about their healers, and the man replied that they could not help her in any way. Hilda explained that Geobrig can cast curses that prevent wounds from healing, making it difficult to heal. Hilda placed her hand on Annie's shoulder, and only then did the girl notice the glowing patterns on her back. The healer said that this is a magical seal that helps restore health. These seals are a special skill of this tribe, and each of them had its own effect. Once the explanations were finished, Geumchul asked if Yeonha could stand up. The man said that they all needed to get together and have a meeting. After some time, all the hunters gathered in the negotiation room. The chief of the Beldi tribe said that the kingdom's army had been robbing their tribe and killing their people all this time, calling them heretics. The man told how these people flayed his people and brutally executed them. They resisted them, although they could not stop them. Beldi said that 3 other tribes had already been destroyed by the kingdom's army. Having no more hope, the tribe began to ask God for help. The goddess heard their prayers and opened the gates through which the hunters arrived. Beldi believed that these people had come to save them. Gumchul said that Geobrig was incredibly strong and was comparable to 3 S-rank hunters, or a squad of 150 people. Hilda said that Geobrig's armor could withstand the blow of a huge buffalo's horns, and even after burning, he could regenerate. As long as the knight lives, all his warriors receive the same blessing. Envin said that only Enha's gloves were able to stop the knight, but even so, she was unable to penetrate the armor. The girl said that in that case, they needed piercing objects. When Enha explained what this meant, Hilda said that their tribe had a seal with a similar property. The hunters had fang seals applied to their hands, and Envin said that thanks to this, they would be able to deal with Geobrig. Beldi said that in that case, they were ready for the next battle. The man asked a group of hunters to save his tribe from the fate of their brethren. Beldi said they would help in any way they could. Meanwhile, we are transported to Jeju Island to the Uwal farm, which breeds horses. After the academy students passed a simple test and completed basic training, Leon sent them to this farm. Many students saw horses for the first time. The farm owner approached Leon and greeted him, trying to adhere to proper etiquette. The king noted that the horses were not bad and thanked the owner for welcoming them so warmly despite the sudden visit. Leon said that they needed to find good riding horses, and the owner immediately began to tell them that he had very good racehorses. The king said that pedigree was very important, so he asked that the selection of horses be approached carefully. Having finished his conversation with the farm owner, Leon turned to the students. The king said that for a knight, his horse is a friend who will be with him for life, so it is very important to choose wisely. Leon said that from now on, each student should approach the horse they liked. The king wanted them to make contact and try riding horses. The students really enjoyed this task and immediately ran to the enclosure where the horses were grazing freely. Leon thanked the farm owner for his work, and he said that he would work as hard as he could. At that moment, Queen Beatrice approached, accompanied by Haru, who had chosen the right costume and was walking behind the girl holding an umbrella. Leon kissed Beatrice's hand and thanked her for not giving up on the unexpected trip. The king asked if she would do him the honor of allowing him to serve her, to which the girl happily agreed. Haru was forced to watch this from a close distance. Soon, the king and queen joined the students in the central pasture. The horses were grazing calmly, already harnessed, waiting for people. Leon never stopped praising the horses, and Beatrice supported him in this. The king asked the girl if she would like to go for a ride, and she did not refuse, asking what kind of horse the boy would recommend to her. Leon glanced at the animals and offered Beatrice a ride on the black horse. As the queen moved forward, the king told Haru to choose a horse for himself as well. The girl thought for a few moments, looking at the horses. The girl's attention was drawn to the snow-white horse. However, Leon interrupted her and told her to take the golden horse that was standing nearby. Haru looked at the horse and said that upon closer inspection, it was actually quite cute. At that moment, Leon saw something and completely lost interest in talking to Haru. The guy pushed the girl aside and rushed forward. Leon extended his hand and offered Beatrice to lean on it. The queen accepted his help, but Haru stood aside, thinking that such behavior was already going beyond all bounds. Leon helped Beatrice mount the black horse and led him by the bridle. Haru watched this while the golden horse chewed on her braid. At that moment, Chansu's voice was heard in the pasture, calling Leon. The man ran up to the king and said that the matter was very urgent. Chansu showed Leon, and he saw that they were being called by the president of the Kanhek Hunters Association. Chansu said this is an urgent call, so it is imperative to answer. The man accepted the challenge, and Leon saw President Kanhek, who greeted him. The king asked what had happened, and then the man asked him for help. Kanhek said that a dungeon breakthrough is expected soon. Leon replied that he was not obliged to help, as he was not an errand boy to do dirty work. Kanhek said that this matter should interest the king since they had met a knight. At this point, Leon really became interested in the case. Kanhek said that the knight from the gate said that he serves the goddess of life and fertility. What worried the association president most was that this particular knight was the boss of the gate. Leon immediately decided to intervene in this matter. After some time, the king chose people for his squad and went to the gate. Several academy students, Haru and Beatrice, went with him. This time, they all went on horseback. Finding herself in the gate, Haru couldn't help but feel terrified. Along the road, the bodies of people were tied to poles and birds were pecking at them. The girl said it was too scary here. They slowly moved deeper into the village, but had to stop periodically as the students became ill. Leon watched his surroundings carefully, trying to understand what was happening. When the king arrived at the Hunters Association, Kanhek introduced him to the survivor who had returned from the gate. The man said that the guy was under sedation, so we would have to wait a little to find out the details from him. However, Leon said that there was no need for that. Beatrice decided it was now her time to help and stepped forward. The queen raised her hand over the survivor, and soft energy flowed from her palm. The girl slowly enveloped the hunter in energy, trying to penetrate his dreams. Leon said that there was nothing complicated about it, because you just needed to create space in the hunter's dream. This space had to completely repeat the world from those gates. The light spread more and more throughout the hospital ward. Beatrice tried to find memories in the hunter's mind. Soon, the girl said that inside the gate, a knight with a huge hammer was waiting for them, claiming that he was protecting the goddess of life. Leon shuddered and asked if the name of this knight was known. After a few moments, Beatrice opened her eyes and said that the knight's name was Geobrig. Walking through the streets of the abandoned city, Leon played these memories over and over in his head. This name was familiar to the king. Beatrice said that this place of execution was newly built, but judging by their build, they were not hunters. Leon said that Geobrig killed everyone after using military tactics of devastation. Judging by the knight's actions, he wanted to eradicate the entire race of the city's inhabitants. Leon said that he himself did the same when he exterminated the orcs. Turning to the squad, the king said that quite a long time had passed since the destruction was completed. Leon said that if they followed their tracks, they could find out what happened here. The party quickened their pace and followed the king, who led the way. At one point, Beatrice said that Leon was in a great hurry and that neither the soldiers nor even Sir Spinner were expected. The girl suggested that something was bothering the king, and he said that he had overlooked something. Leon said that for people with insufficient skills, this would be very dangerous. The main danger is that the Knight of the Holy Grail is here. Beatrice asked if they were talking about Sir Geobrig himself. Leon said that Geobrig had been the favorite of the goddess Demera 3 generations before him. The fighting prowess of this knight was passed on to the next generations of knights. Sir Geobrig lived 800 years ago, and his troops defeated the barbarians, for which he ascended to heaven. Haru wondered what this could mean, and her brother said that the knight had died. Leon said that despite Geobrig's achievements, he did not get into heaven because the gods did not let his soul through. The king said that he had followed the trail of holy water energy, but he found neither Geobrig nor his punitive knights. Leon believed that one of the reasons might be that Sir Geobrig had survived. It could also be that the knight's soul was lost between two worlds. What worried Leon most was the third reason why the knight might not get into heaven. Beatrice looked at the king, already guessing what the reason was. Geobrig would not have gone to heaven if he had become a deserter. Leon said that this matter concerns the Knights of the Holy Grail, which means the battle will not take place on human territory. The king said that they would have to find out the truth anyway. Soon they found themselves at another ruined city where bodies were also tied to pikes. Haru said it looked like they were trying to teach the victims a lesson. Leon looked in horror at the people tied to the pikes. The king said he could not believe that they had committed such terrible crimes. Leon said that these barbarians were sinners who deserved death. Haru saw that even the king was outraged by this tragedy, so she decided that the knight was a very fair man. Leon called Haru and the other cadets to him. The guy said that they should always follow their king no matter what happens, and not rely on their eyes and reasoning. Leon asked if they understood him, and they all readily agreed, not wanting to leave this situation unpunished. The king mounted his horse again and said that they needed to hurry because the enemy was very close. Meanwhile, another battle was unfolding nearby. The Geobrig punitive detachment attacked another city. They killed everyone in their path with fury, showing no mercy. Approaching the burning city, Leon's squad stopped for a moment. Haru stepped forward and said that the knights were slaughtering an entire village. Anger showed on Leon's face. Many of the villagers were already lying on the ground. The knights continued to kill them one after another. Leon became angry and called them vile creatures. The king said that they were in danger and that they must help, and then rushed forward. Haru thought Leon was so angry because people were being killed, so she followed him. However, the students, Haru and Beatrice, were unable to keep up with the king's warhorse and began to fall behind. Leon said he was filled with an incredible rage, the same as when he faced orcs. At that moment, Haru began to realize that something was wrong with the king's behavior. Leon summoned his battle spear and charged into the thick of the battle. Haru hoped that her guesses would be wrong. Ahead, the troops of the Knight Geobrig and the people from the village were already visible. They fought a fierce battle to the death. The tribal leader heard someone approaching them from the side. The man saw Leon rushing towards him with a spear in his hands. The villagers immediately recognized him as a representative of Lionheart. Leon struck, scattering the tribesmen in different directions. Haru couldn't express how terrified she was. Watching Leon, the girl thought that everything should have been the other way around. Like a bolt from the blue, Leon's fury fell upon the tribesmen. The king destroyed everyone in his path without a shadow of pity. Haru stopped her horse along with the other students and couldn't believe her eyes. All this time, the girl thought that the uni would protect the residents, but Leon did the exact opposite. The king looked with disgust at the people he himself considered heretics and said that they even died loudly. Leon finished off one of the warriors with his spear. However, the thirst for blood did not subside, and the guy rushed into battle again. The students of the academy thought that the king had gone mad to do such things. Haru came here with the goal of helping people, not killing them, so she fell into a stupor. According to the terms of this gate, they were supposed to support those whom Leon attacked. Haru reached for her sword and said that they needed to stop the king. However, at that moment, the girl felt something entangled her, preventing her from moving. Haru followed the light thread and saw the queen, who said that they should sort out the situation first. Beatrice said that one should trust Leon, as he always has a reasonable reason for any action. At that moment, a loud laugh from the direction of the village was heard from the king, who seemed to have gone mad. Leon was overjoyed that he had been able to kill 5 people at once, and at that moment even Beatrice began to doubt his sanity. Haru asked if this was definitely not an act of intolerance, and the queen said that he had a bit of a hot temper. Beatrice let go of the girl, and the other students said that they wouldn't have been able to stop Leon anyway. None of the squad ever entered the battle even after witnessing such a bloody scene, but not because they have no sense of justice. There are monsters and NPCs inside the gates, so they are just fake echoes of the past. With the exception of a small number of survivors, monsters and NPCs dwell inside the gate. However, they are only a reflection of individual events, so the students simply watched from the sidelines as Leon exterminated the NPCs. Whether it is a massacre or someone's execution, it cannot be considered a sin. Leon completely lost his temper and promised that all heretics would die in terrible agony. After some time, the entire village was destroyed. The Knights of Geobrig's squad approached Leon's squad. The squad leader took off his helmet to discuss what had happened. Under the helmet was a man with golden hair and light eyes. The man knelt before the Holy Knight of the Grail. Even in the heat of battle, they recognized this power, since they themselves were subordinates of the same knight. Leon ordered them all to get up from their knees, as they were still on the battlefield. The commander carried out his order and introduced himself as Toscata Vendelique. Leon assumed they were on Vendelic land, which would put them near the trading city of Rankville. The squad leader said that only he had developed the abilities suitable for knighthood, but he had not yet been initiated. Leon could not remember the name of Toscata's Vendelic in the history of his lands. If Toscata were a Holy Grail knight, he would already be in heaven, meaning he either didn't complete his training or died in that battle. None of the faces behind the man were familiar to Leon, so he assumed they had left no mark on history. Leon introduced himself and said that he had received a blessing from the goddess of light and justice, Ariana. The knight also reported that the goddess had given him the lion heart. Toscata began to doubt that Leon's words were true and asked if he could take it as a joke. The king asked what knight would joke that he had been given the lion heart. Haru realized that during the time these knights lived, another person possessed the lion heart. The girl thought that this would cause problems, but Toscata quickly dismissed his doubts. Leon turned to the knights and said that he had information that they were sent to punish the barbarians. Tuscany confirmed that this is precisely their mission. Leon asked if the warriors present were Knights of the Holy Grail. The king was also interested in whether Geobrig was the one who gave them this assignment. Without thinking twice, Tuscany answered positively to all questions. Leon said that he urgently needed to meet with Sir Geobrig. The king asked where the knight was at the moment. Leon immediately realized that these knights were from a squad of survivor hunters, as their actions indicated. One of the knights stepped forward and said that Sir Geobrig was now on his way to the barbarian camp. Tuscany said that soon the knight would destroy all these dirty atheists. Leon decided to cooperate with this detachment of knights until he reached Geobrig. Something was bothering the king. He was sure that something had happened to Geobrig during this war. Meanwhile, the Woodsland tribe prepared to confront the Holy Knights. Defensive structures were erected around the camp. Traps for horsemen were also set up on the battlefield. There was a roar, indicating that the enemy had arrived. A squad of hunters entered the battlefield and prepared for battle. Gumkul smiled when he saw the gate boss and said that he had finally arrived. High in the sky, Geobrig sat on his winged horse and watched over the barbarian base. His faithful knights stood on the ground and awaited his instructions. Enha asked if it was really a red gate, as she would have given it a black level. Yuri was confident that this dungeon would be within their power, since they outnumbered the enemy. The girl was also spurred on by the fact that they all had been given strengthening marks. If the hunters pray to the same animal gods that the tribes pray to, the seals will work. Yuri was confident that with such support they could win. Geobrig immediately noticed the addition to the barbarian detachment and recognized them as the surviving mercenaries. The knight said he had been merciful when he had let them go, but now he was interested in what they were doing in this place. Envin drew his bow and said that they had come to defeat Geobrig. The knight said that he would give them a chance since they were stupid and blind, so the hunters could lay down their weapons and leave without taking any sin upon themselves. Envin replied that it was not for Geobrig to speak about sins here. The hunter recalled how the knight's squad executes people by skinning them alive. Envin asked if Geobrig was acting fairly, not sparing even the elderly and children. The knight raised his hammer up and said that he was not ashamed before the heavens, and he would not be ashamed of his deeds on earth either. Geobrig said that he always acts fairly. Green energy began to accumulate around the hammer. Geobrig said that the hunters had crossed the line and there would be no turning back, so he would send heavenly punishment upon them. Seeing this, Envin ordered the shields to be activated, but he understood that they would often not be able to use them. The hunter said that they must not stop for a moment. However, all of Envan's confidence crumbled to dust when the sky was covered with black clouds. Geobrig's energy was transformed into a green sphere, which also supported his squad on the ground. Geobrig swore to protect the kingdom and those who entrusted their souls to the gods. The power of the unshakable faith of all the knights of Geobrig's detachment was directed towards one man. The knights cried out that they would follow the brave knight of the Holy Grail and direct their power to the destruction of evil. The knights' forces were gathering in Geobrig's hammer. The knight said that all enemies will bow before the glory of the true gods. Geobrig lowered his hammer, striking. At that moment, a miracle happened. Under the knight's power, the earth collapsed. Geobrig and his knights were beings chosen by the gods. The goddess of light and justice, Ariana, under whose protection all the knights were, granted strength to Geobrig. The sky was covered with a green haze. A huge crater formed near the barbarian camp. Divine law increases the power of the entire knightly order, and the effect of the law directly depends on the god that the knight worships. The knight of the Holy Grail of life and abundance has the power to cause the earth to crumble. The hunters could not understand what they were faced with. Gumkul watched in shock as 3,000 warriors of the tribe simply disappeared in an instant. The only thing that made the hunter happy was that they weren't the warriors. Gumchul looked at Geobrig and said that this knight was simply impossible to defeat. Meanwhile, the Holy Knight once again turned to the goddess and asked her to protect the ground on which they walked. Geobrig asked the goddess to make this land a solid support for his brothers and sisters. Among the crowd of tribal warriors, the healer Hilda now stood out most clearly. She no longer looked so kind and reserved. Looking at her, Geobrig asked the goddess to give heretics who had taken the wrong path a chance for redemption. The knight gave the signal to his warriors to enter the battle and kill all the heretics. Envin needed to get his act together as quickly as possible to take action. He gave orders to the main attackers to surround the detachment of knights and overwhelm them with numbers. The cavalry rushed straight at them, intending to ram them. The hunters began to part, encircling the squad of knights. Before the direct clash began, the knights began to be attacked from the sides. The hunters tried to break through their defense, but the enemy covered themselves with shields in time. One of the knights, who parried the hunter's blow, noted that for a mercenary, the enemy possessed great strength. The warrior suggested that this was due to the flame seals applied to the enemy's body. The The hunters did not notice this, but these knights were not ordinary, and perhaps did not follow the path of honor as ordered by God. The knight turned his shield sharply so that the hunter's axe caught on it. The warrior summoned divine power and prepared to counterattack. The knight threw the hunter aside by using holy energy on him. These knights were still trying to prove themselves by wandering around the continent and trying to prove themselves as true heroes. One of the knights in the squad dismounted and began to take off his helmet and ordered everyone to dismount and line up. Under the armor was a young royal knight with blonde hair whose name was Relma. For decades, these knights had been tempering their swords, and by this point, their swords had already been tempered in battle hundreds of times. They executed both green-skinned monsters and vile apostates, and defended their lands from foreign invasion. They could hunt monsters for a long time without stopping, with incredible strength. These knights fought for the Pantheon and would never back down from their cause. Envin was gradually losing hope of winning this battle. Gumkul said that reinforcements were rushing to the knights, so they would not be able to resist them for long. The man said that now was the best time to retreat, but Enha did not share the boss's views. Gumkul said that they would not be able to defeat this army of knights, much less their boss. Envin thought about asking for help from other guilds in the top 10, and maybe then they could even out their strength. However, they were confident that the dungeon would be breached before help could arrive. Gumkul said there was a way to end things more smoothly than they thought. The man remembered that he had already heard once about Ariana, the goddess of light and justice. The man also heard about Demera, the goddess of life and fertility. Gumchul looked at Yanwan and asked if the man really didn't know anything about them. Envan said that he was not interested in religion, and he did not understand what religion had to do with these gates. Gumkul asked if the man had watched King Lionheart's YouTube channel. The man said that Leon was the ruler of these lands, and he had known from the very beginning that something was wrong with him. Envan knew Leon personally, so he decided that if he was the ruler of these knights, then they needed to retreat immediately. At that moment, Hilda approached them. The girl asked if the warriors were really going to leave them at such a moment. Enwan said they would return with reinforcements, but for now, they needed to retreat. The man gave the order to retreat and did not notice how Hilda changed at that moment. The girl said that this time too, the hunters failed to defeat the monsters. Envan heard her words and turned around, not expecting such speeches from an NPC. The girl started biting her nails in anger and said that they had never been able to close these gates. Hilda began to be overwhelmed by dark energy, and she called all the hunters pathetic people. The girl said that this time too she would have to take the shortcut. Hilda was sure that the owner would not like this, but the people themselves were to blame for not being strong enough. The girl straightened up and snapped her fingers. At that very moment, flashes of lightning began to surround her. Rialma saw that bad things were starting to happen on the battlefield. The knight informed the commander that the enemy was using witchcraft. Marks began to glow on the bodies of the defeated warriors of the tribe. People began to come to life, filled with dark energy. The tribal leaders rejoiced that the great beast god had blessed them and that grace would soon descend upon them. The defeated warriors began to turn into monsters. Envan felt the mark on his skin begin to burn unbearably and asked what Hilda had done with them. The girl said that there was no point in resisting, since the seals had been applied only recently. However, the effect of the seals is only a matter of time. Hilda was confident that soon all the hunters would be in her power. After a while, the girl clapped her hands. She ordered the hunters to kill all the cursed knights of the Holy Grail. The cursed hunters immediately rushed into battle, no longer in control of their actions. Hilda said that warriors from so many worlds had come to them, but no one had ever been able to defeat the knights of the Holy Grail. Geobrig personally dismounted and entered the battle. He noticed how the number of opponents was growing. Noticing movement from the side, the knight managed to block Gayumkral's blow with his shield. One look at the hunters was enough to understand how stupid they were. Seeing the pupilless eyes, Geobrig realized that these people had allowed themselves to be sealed. The knight told his subordinates that the enemy's weak points were contained in the marks placed on them. With each passing moment, Geobrig was surrounded by more and more people. Yuri and Yeonha snuck up behind the knight while Geumchul continued to strike from the front. Before he was hit, Geobrig jumped high into the air. The girls struck the air in vain. However, while the man was in the air, a fiery arrow flew at him. The collision created a powerful explosion. Envin was a ranged hunter, so he fired at his opponents with a bow. No matter how hard the man tried, he was unable to penetrate Geobrig's armor. The knight landed and thought that the situation was starting to escalate. Geobrig had to send the survivors back to the kingdom, even if he had to sacrifice his own life. The knight struck the ground with his hammer and prepared to fight again. Divine power began to surround his body again, providing support. The knight was ready to fight the hunters who had already rushed into battle. At that moment, a cry was heard from above, calling for battle for the glory of Lionheart. A golden flash fell to the ground, scattering the hunters. Jailbrig's power dissipated, and he looked at the newcomer. He saw a guy with a giant spear in front of him and asked who he was. The boy turned around and said he was Lionheart. Leon Dragonia arrived to help his brothers in this battle against the heretics.